Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Spring 2016 North American Challenger Qualifier Finals. Tonight, we're going to find out who will be the last two teams to join the Spring Challenger Series. I'm Dominic Sater-Romer, and with me tonight is Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Yeah, so you're introducing me, but I actually think that since this is your first time, I have to introduce you. Everyone, this is Dominic Sater-Romer coming over from the LPL. I have to ask you, Dom, how does it feel to be casting a little bit better league than what you were before?
Oh, you wound us all. You wound us all. But don't worry, we've still got World
One of us
you.
now.
Tonight, we're going to be doing things a bit differently. We're going to have two best-of-fives playing at the same time. First up, it's Frostbite versus Team Liquid Academy.
And while we bring you that series live tonight, we will also give updates on the other best-of-5, Astral Authority against Top Dog Gaming. And when the TLA versus Frostbite set concludes, if the Astral Authority versus Top Dog Gaming series is still going, we will actually swap the broadcast over to that series to bring you those final games. So for those of you who would like to watch the entire series VODs of every game will be available tomorrow morning on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/LOLesports. Not where you'd usually find them on the VOD Hub. It's youtube.com/LOLesports.
Absolutely. And first up, though, it's the rematch of the HTC Ascension Finals. Team Frostbite against Team Liquid Academy. Only one of these teams can advance, and last time it was TLA in 4 games.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy are very confident coming into this matchup, and it's not just because of their HTC victory over Frostbite. The team's jungler Dardoch has been praised by many as the top challenger jungler this year, and they're also making teamwork despite having all of these stars. It's a heavy focus for them that they work as a team. Expect to see Dardoch and Fabi bring the majority of the damage, while the rest of the squad, they'll be filling in with some synergistic picks, although they are still rather versatile.
And on the other side of this series, it's Team Frostbite and their new top laner, Rowhammers.
And this may be the curveball for Frostbite. Rowhammers, he wasn't on the squad when they ended up losing in the HTC Finals to TLA. He is new to competitive, but already known in Challenger solo queue for being a Tryndamere one-trick pony. But from what I've heard and from what I've seen, he's been impressing everybody. He's not just a one-trick pony. He actually has more to him than that. And he's been improving very quickly, and the team just can't sing his praises enough. And also, they kind of found him on short notice with Billy out of the question in top lane, leaving the team. Rowhammers, they had to find him very quickly. And they also found that with him in, he's a less aggressive personality. You know, you wouldn't think that with a Tryndamere player, but a less aggressive personality in terms of shot calling for the team. So then when things got distributed to everybody else, they said, okay, we can actually play these very calm games instead of having these hectic calls where somebody's calling for a TP and you don't think it's the best time for it. So there's more communication now with Rowhammers in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see if that communication helps them out. But another focus for this young Frostbite team will be their jungler Zeri. Although he likes to play carry-style junglers like Kindred and Nidalee, the team will need his best effort to topple Dardoch.
And Zeri, he's definitely motivated to bring his best today. He actually wants redemption for the HTC finals, where he was constantly exploited by Dardoch, and a lot of that matchup hinged on that jungle. And this time, he wants to show that it is a much closer matchup than those finals had displayed previously.
Yeah, the winner of this best-of-5 will earn a spot in the spring split of the North American Challenger Series, battling alongside 5 other Challenger teams for a chance to play into the LCS season. And that's a pretty big honor.
Oh, yeah, you get to be cast by us every week. Yeah. I mean, but basically, when you make it into the NACS, you get a lot of experience that gets you up to that point. And there's a huge amount of talent right now in the NACS with the 4 teams that are already in there. Finding out the last 2 today, we're going to see who adds to that talent pool, because I think this is going to be one of the best NACS seasons we've ever had.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting, and I'm really intrigued to see how these players will adapt in this competitive setting. You know, this is Challenger Series on the line, and I think Fabi actually talked about how this being a competitive set is helping him out.
Yeah, I actually got to talk to Fabi a little bit before this, and he actually said, I will not lose this. He is definitely putting his all in on this. And Fabi's a guy who wasn't taken too seriously before. People saw him as a little bit of a troll in solo queue, but as he's transitioned over to competitive, he says that it's way more fun for him, and he's adapted rather quickly to working in a team environment. So Fabi's actually somebody I have my eye on for TLA, and seeing how he improves throughout this series, and if he makes it into the Challenger Series, how he improves there.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on him and see if he is performing better. But as you can see on your screen, we're in Challenger Select, Champion Select.
Challenger Select.
It is Challenger
well, we
Select.
will
Yeah, it's the combo. We're running through the bans right quick. Nidalee, Ryze, and Lulu stricken from the board. Gangplank, Trundle, and Mundo gonna match from TLA.
Yeah, you definitely want to take that Nidalee off the board, targeted at Dardoch, but that leaves a whole lot up here. Dardoch is rather versatile. The Ryze pretty standard. The Lulu is actually a little curious to ban it on blue side, because you could have first picked it here. And Frostbite, they're going to have blue side for the first 3 games of this matchup, and then they'll swap to red for game 4, and then they'll be back on blue for game 5, how the teams actually ended up doing side selection.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit interesting, as TLA did win the coin toss and chose red side for all 3 of their games. So we'll have to see how that works into their picks. Kindred picked up by Rowhammers. That's probably going to be for Zeri in the jungle. And Morgana and Miss Fortune taken by TLA.
Yeah, it's most likely that Kindred going over to Zeri. He did play it a decent amount over in the HTC tournament, with Nidalee banned off by his own team. Kindred, a very good early game force, but also has a game-changing ultimate if you're able to land the Lamb's Respite at the crucial moment. We do see the Miss Fortune and the Morgana here. It's actually quite a deadly harass combo. If you can land the Thunderlords with the W from Morgana and then the E from Miss Fortune, they're both just damage over time abilities that will allow Thunderlords to go off, and you get a lot of lane harass that you normally wouldn't without those masteries.
Yeah, and again, this is 5.24. I know 6.1 is just about to hit live servers, but 5.24 has been around for a solid month now, so these teams are more than accustomed to it, and I believe the HTC Ascension was also played on 5.24.
I believe so. Don't quote me on that. It may have been 5.23, but it may have been 5.24 as well. I didn't do my research on that for this, but anyway, we do see that Morgana and the Miss Fortune combo, and I actually do want to talk a little bit more about that, because this leads up to Wombo combo for this team, where you have the bullet time, and you also have, with Swifties being a more popular boot now, Morganas can pop that ultimate and actually not lose boots of mobility, and they'll keep that 65 movement from their boots and run straight into the team. So I think this is actually a very healthy combo here for TLA that they've already picked up.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Frostbite are going to answer with Corki and Malphite. TLA right quick with their picks. Answer with Rek'Sai and Shen.
Yeah, touch on the Corki and Malphite really quickly, because the Corki was played last night by Faker in the mid lane. I actually think it's a great mid lane champion. I know internally when they were testing the new Corki, mid laners seem to have more dive in with the Valkyrie when it's upgraded to the special package. They wanted to dive straight through, get all that 1,000 damage off on people, and that's how they went for it. But it does look like it is going to be a AD carry here. So this is a little bit of a pick comp here coming out for, or not pick, poke comp here for Team Frostbite. They have 2 AD carries with the Kindred in the jungle. They have multiple threats here in terms of damage. They have magic damage from Xerath, they have physical damage from Kindred, and then they also have the mixed damage from Corki. So a lot of poke here from the AD carry and the mid laner, but then they also have some good skirmishing power too. So I'm going to see how this actually comes off, because the Malphite kind of sticks out as a sore thumb to me. Not really an engaged type composition, but if you do get ahead and you have problems closing, it's definitely the pick you want to go for here, because you can start those fights off if you get a lead early.
Yeah, but this is going to be on Rowhammers, the top laner who was expected to be aggressive for Team Frostbite. Previously a Tryndamere main. Malphite's probably the furthest thing from Tryndamere.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's a good counter to Tryndamere, so he might know how to play Malphite from playing against it. But Rowhammers, he has been impressing everybody, including the team. I heard that when he tried out, everybody was like, wait, he just didn't lock in Tryndamere? Who is this guy? What have you done with Rowhammers? So he came in and he's been playing Shen, he's been playing Malphite up to this point, having a really good impact on this team, and they are actually very prepared and very confident coming in here. And their comp just seems like a little bit of comfort right off the bat here for everybody on that lineup.
Yeah, and TLA, they're going to answer with their last mid lane pick. That's Victor locked in to round out the final composition for Team Liquid Academy.
And this is a composition, once again, mixed damage, very good. Yungbin has the wave clear duties. Dardoch, once again, early game jungler here that he can make an impact on. He does usually want to carry, but this is going to be a game where he's going to try and affect lanes, try and get people on the other team behind, so that they can start playing towards that Victor with the on Yungbin and the Misfortune on Fabi. I think a lot is actually going to hinge on that bot lane matchup here.
We'll have to see how that works out. Fabi versus Massacre should be a very exciting bit of action. And, you know, I do want to track these junglers. Kindred obviously hinges on getting kills, hinges on getting those stacks. But she's up against Rek'Sai, who's got vision built into her kit, on Dardoch, who's going to be chasing him all around the map.
Yeah, Dardoch, Lee Sin player, Rek'Sai player, Nidalee player, basically all of the junglers that you can think of, but he always plays them just a little bit more aggressive than you would expect. So he's probably actually going to try and track Zeri a little bit, even though Kindred can duel Rek'Sai early on. Keeping track of the jungler has more value than you actually think it does. So if you know where he is and you're basically running him around the map, if he's going to go for a stack somewhere, be sure to track him. Make sure that you're telling your team where Zeri is so he can't affect your side lanes. I think that Dardoch versus Zeri is definitely, if we had a matchup to watch, this is the matchup to watch in that jungle. But based off of picks and comp, I think the bot lane has a lot of impact here, especially with a Shen in the top lane too, to just dive down there every time.
Yeah, so much impact. I believe that was Misfortune, and this is 524 Misfortune. She hasn't been nerfed quite yet. But as we load onto the Rift, let's see who you think will win game number 1. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FBWin or hashtag TLAWin. We'll check back in a couple of minutes to see your picks. But I want to get back more to that bottom lane a little bit. Talking about the Misfortune and the Morgana taking on Corki, and it was Braum. That's going to be a lot of trading, a lot of harass going back.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot about the supports landing their Qs. If you land your Q, you pretty much can win the lane outright, especially if it's early on. Later on, it's going to be pretty much out of necessity. If Matt's not landing Qs and Hakuho's not landing Qs, you're going to have a pretty bad time. But they can use their ultimates, but then they become flash reliant. I'm very excited to see how this game pans out as one of the games that is going to be added on to our previous 4 that have been played professionally on this preseason patch.
Yeah, very exciting to see as everyone is walking forward in a nice defensive line. Wolfie on that Xerath. He's going to be spotting out Yungbin while Matt and Yungbin trying to clear the ward. They actually succeed at taking it out. Just trying to get rid of some of the vision.
Yeah, every time you can kill a ward very early on, it's never something bad. They did get a ward, though. It looks like over the wall into the red pit. So TLA is going to have information on a little bit of the start. It's always kind of questionable, though, because Kindred can start at either one, and he's not going to be spotted out. That ward is too late to actually spot somebody going from Krugs to red buff, so it'll time out before it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get any information from it. I'm actually intrigued to see what Dardoch does, how he decides to start this off. As a manaless jungler, can he give away the blue?
So, Dardoch, he can give away the blue very easily to Yungbin. I think that's actually something that a lot of Rek'Sais end up doing. I don't know if he's going to do it this game, but I do want to talk about a lane swap is coming out here so that both bottom lanes will get a Gromp to start. They'll be able to take it very easily. I mean, these are actually both good combos for taking it. You don't take too much damage as Morgana because you can heal up a little bit, and you can also stun it here for Hakuho and get that extra damage. So a lot of contribution, but are they going to hand this off? No, they aren't. So it is just going to be a Gromp here for the top lane, which is the bottom lane.
The duo.
The duo of Frostbite. They don't catch the wave, though, so you're not going to be able to freeze it in your favor or push it out too easily.
Yeah, we did just see Matt recall, and now he's heading up to the top lane to catch up with Zig. So they know the lane swap is happening, and Rowhammers, he's got a bit of a head start with this double jungle.
Yeah, you have to keep paying attention to what does Zig get out of this. Does Zig get zoned completely? Does Zig end up gaining some experience here because he's just sitting in the brush? But also the supports are roaming now. They're actually both about to see each other in that river. Hakuho level 2, though. And oh, he's on the good side of Matt.
Matt misses the binding. Hakuho just gives him a couple of pats on the back to walk him out. Health potion being chugged, but Matt walks away, and things are going off nice and slow as blue buff is now picked up. And as, again, Zeri sharing experience with Rowhammer slows him down a bit.
Zig has been sitting here this entire time, just soaking up experience. Where's the top laner? Wait, he's there the entire time!
The Silent Blade.
Gets level 2.
Yes.
So Matt's up here. This is actually going to be a 4-on-2. Can they dive this, though? You don't have anybody who's going to be able to reinforce it. Dardoch is coming from the bot side. He's level 3. Matt caught out, though.
Turning on to Matt. He's chunked down to half health. Zig looks like he can't make up his mind. He hesitates. Shadow Dash finds Zeri, and TLA seems like they're going to get out of this terrifying 4-man dive.
Yeah, you have to abandon that turret. Matt, I like how he didn't blow his flash. He didn't panic there. They're still pushing up a little bit, and this wave is just actually getting destroyed by this turret, and you have to just get some damage on it. Make sure it's going down. But the thing is, down bottom, Fabi's not really returning this pressure at all. Fabi's actually freezing the wave towards him, so he has this gigantic wave that he's going to be able to farm underneath his turret. So instead of taking a turret, TLA is actually saying, Fabi's one of our big damage dealers here between Victor and Misfortune. We just need to get him some farm early, and we're going to be fine. We don't need that team objective. I actually am very interested to see how this plays out for TLA, because minions do get buffed in the lane that you take the turret from. So if Zig is able to actually farm deeper in his lane after this turret's taken, it'd be quite interesting.
Right now he is at a whopping 0 CS as his turret looks to be destroyed. Teammate and Hakuho are going to recall while Rowhammers tries to shove that just a little bit forward, and Zig finally going to get a chance to get some CS.
You have to push that out because it didn't bounce off the turret. So you have to try and push it to the tier 2. But that's where Dardoch is standing by this top lane, because he's going to be able to force Rowhammers off, and that makes a freeze for Zig.
Uh-oh, Dardoch looks like he might be headed top. Rowhammers did see him, and there is Zeri waiting in the wings. He's going to start trading onto Rowhammers. Don't think he should be able to get too much. Red buff adds a bit of slow, but Rowhammers lumbers to safety.
Yeah, but this is where the problem comes in, because where are you going to farm is Frostbite. Bottom wave is frozen in Fabi's favor at the moment. It's starting to actually go back to even. Top lane is going to be frozen in Zig's favor, pushing towards him, and you can't really go that far up with the ward coverage you currently have.
Ooh, teammate, the Massacre, takes a binding and a little bit of harass. That Misfortune is so very scary early on. And yeah, they're just playing safe. They don't want to take any chances.
Yeah, back up, make sure this wave is going to come to you anyway, so just farm it when it comes up to you. Good there by TM8. But Fabi, level 5. When Fabi hits level 6, they can actually pull off a pretty legit play if Matt lands a binding. Because the people are so low right now in terms of levels, he'll be able to actually decimate somebody despite not having backed like TM8 has for items.
Keep an eye as they're shoving the wave as hard as possible. That's a lot of minions. Nowhere near enough to take it out. Zeri actually, he's going to spot Dardoch in the river. So now they know Dardoch's on this side as well.
Yeah, that was a marked Kindred scuttle, and Zeri really wanted it, but he waited on it. He waited to actually go for it, and that actually allowed Dardoch to take it. But Zeri was low HP, and Dardoch would have probably killed him anyway. But it sucks to lose a stack like that.
Especially when you're right there watching it being taken away. Just a little bit painful, but again, everybody's playing nice and calm after that first turret. 6 minutes in, and that 1,000 gold from the turret has already been almost completely nullified.
Exactly. The gold from the turret, you're pretty much not seeing it in that scoreboard. 200 gold, and that's because Rowhammers is getting starved a little bit here. He got some of that CS from early on, But also, we'll talk about that in a second. Zeri, Youngbin's a little far up.
Yeah, he
But Dardoch's on the side too.
Gravity Field goes down. He destroys Wolfie. Here comes Dardoch over the wall. Level 4. Zeri jumps to safety. And Youngbin picks up first blood.
Yeah, really far forward there from Wolfie. He has flash and heal still available. Youngbin just blew him up. You have to respect the victor.
Very, very scary situation. Wolfie going for his standard first buy with the Dark Signet, but unfortunately he's not going to be getting too much glory dying. Unless it's a glorious death.
You lose glory for dying on the Dark Seal. Yeah, Wolfie will always take Dark Seal second on Xerath, and it's quite interesting. I actually got to talk to him about it because he thinks about it as I'm either going to take a second Doran's or I'm going to go Dark Seal. Same AP, mana is pretty much comparable, 100 mana versus the regen of the Doran's Ring. But if you use 2 potions with your Dark Seal, because it has consumable increases, you're actually gaining the same amount of HP as a Doran's Ring would, the 75. So the efficiency of this item costs the same, actually can be upgraded to Magi's if you're doing really well, but he usually stays away from that. It's quite interesting that he actually made that trade-off, so I like it.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to get any more kills. Zeri was waiting. He was just a few seconds late to that, as Youngbin did get a quick level 6. And oh no, Dardoch! Dardoch snagged the blue. Wait, does he have it? He does, okay. All right. I saw the animation. I didn't quite see the icon just yet, but that's blue secured for Dardoch.
Secured, stolen. I mean, it's his jungle anyway.
It's so valuable
right.
on Rek'Sai. It does so much for tunnels.
Cooldown. And also, like, your AP from your Q. Oh, hit by it still. Fabi has ulti.
Yeah, lots of damage being traded. Hakuho tanks quite a bit, but Dardoch doesn't look like he's done yet. Zig, level 6, joins the fight. Massacre gets caught. He goes down. Dardoch with his first kill.
Yeah, and Zig with that level 6 being able to follow through with his ultimate. Rowhammers, no TP in sight there to try and follow. It was actually a little bit stealthy.
Very sneaky play. Youngbin is going to take some harass from the blue buff of Wolfie. Lots of damage, but he dodges too, turns it around. Is he going to get hit? He's dropped, but he's still alive. Youngbin escapes.
That's why you chug your potions. See that regen coming through. If he hadn't, maybe he would have been a goner. Team 8, though. Well, he got himself a package. They returned the turret down bottom, but it's still a 1,300 gold lead here for TLA. They definitely are showing that the gap between Frostbite and them actually hasn't closed so far in this early game.
Yeah, very solid play out of Team Liquid Academy. And when they played in the HTC Ascension, Liquid actually took game number 1. So far the momentum is in Liquid's favor as they look to replicate that win once again in this game.
And I know that people have been praising TLA. They've been scrimming a lot of Challenger teams. They've been scrimming a lot of LCS teams. And everybody's talking about how their results are still positive. Travis Gafford actually did an interview with Fabi and asked him, are you guys the next Cloud9? And he didn't seem too turned off by the idea. He was like, we could be. It's possible. But jury's still out on that one.
Yeah, we're going to find out probably pretty soon as now we've got Fabi rotating to the top lane, leaving Zig once again to defend against the duo of Massacre and Hakuho. Wave is going to crash, but Zig should be able to catch most of this CS just fine. Well, I hope so.
It's a little difficult.
Yeah.
I'm interested in this mid lane matchup though because the blue has actually gone to Wolfie. Youngbin, he's gonna get poked constantly now. A Xerath with the blue is just a big deal. It's hard to deal with, and he also is gonna have a little bit more income because he's able to poke him through the wave, and he has his part right before Frostfang. There we go. Boom. I was gonna cheat and say the part right before Frostqueen's playing, but it's Frostfang. I got it. Nailed it.
Well, I mean, if you follow the sentence consecutively, whoa, speaking of following, Zeri finds Zig, he taunts away, does have his flash available. He's completely safe.
Yeah, they're just going to hold on to it. TLA have been really good about holding on to their flashes, not panicking, because they know the damage output that's going to be coming through. This will be another turret here for Frostbite, but TLA is going to answer it in the top lane as well. Dardoch was up there making sure that he could zone off Rowhammers, and he's tracking him right now as well.
Yeah, so that's going to bring it to 2-2 in turrets when these are traded over. Matt and Fabi trying to get that momentum even more in their favor, while Dardoch, he sees Rowhammers right now. A bit curious if he's going to go in. No, he looks like he's going to collapse on the mid lane as there's 5 people there, 6 people there. They just make a funny shape on the mini-map and then split.
Yeah, Zeri was coming over from the side as well as Hakuho, but they seem to abort that plan, and they're just going to go for a little bit of a back here. Buy up. Probably Sightstone. You really want to get that item as soon as you possibly can on supports, especially with the state of vision at the moment. And pre-level 9, where people don't have these sweepers, it's definitely something you need to start gaining advantages on the map. Oh!
Lots of harassment
Sorry,
going down.
I thought I was about to faint because I'm seeing double in Fabi's
I know.
inventory.
I just wanted to point that out.
It's just mirrored.
I even like how the longswords are mirrored as well.
Yeah.
You've got the double BF, double longsword, while Matt and
Oh,
Dardoch.
the wall,
The
though.
binding finds Wolfie. He's going to go down. Fabi nets the kill. Dardoch's there for moral support, but he gets the assist.
Yeah, but they're going to keep pushing up here. They have wave clear in their favor. They could go for a dragon, though, but TM8, not going to be able to get
He
anything.
finds Matt. He's going to land the binding and get to safety, but once again, Team Liquid Academy taking the initiative and coming out ahead once again.
Yeah, TLA are just forcing these things. You see Matt, Dardoch not afraid to actually make these plays. And this is a series. This is a best of 5. I'm pretty sure as this progresses, Wolfie is going to start warding over that wall consistently just because it's going to be some PTSD when it comes to that.
Yeah, very tricky to start off a series like that. 0-2 on that Xerath. And now it's 12 minutes in, 12 and a half. We're no longer seeing standard lanes out of Team Liquid Academy. And let's take stock of what happened from that early lane swap. You know, we've got a 30 CS lead on Fabi. You've got actually a 15 CS deficit from Zig, but he's more than making up for it by just camping out and making sure he's getting his experience.
Yeah, in terms of gold, it's fine. But oh, another binding on Wolfie. Are they going to go?
Oh, they're looking. The gravity field gets dropped. Wolfie goes down. Ignite is burning, but he should be just fine. Drops the ultimate. Fabi goes low and is kept alive with a quick heal.
Oh, but here comes Rowhammers from the side. Can he actually pick off Fabi?
He's got Flash Ultimate. He goes in, but Fabi responds and gets out alive. Here comes Zig. They're going to try turning this around. Flash Taunt finds Rowhammers. He's punished for his sins of trying to kill Misfortune. Meanwhile, Zeri goes down with Nary a Despot.
Still has Lamb's Respite on. He still has it up. He still has it available, but he got blown up. TLA, they are being ruthless in this game. TM8, he's not even a part of this fight. He's still pushing bottom, and that's going to be the mid turret going down here for TLA. They have taken all of the outer turrets from Frostbite, and they look like they can keep this pressure on.
Very solid play from Team Liquid. They're now going to look to steal away the blue buff. Youngbin is like, can I seriously get it this time? Guys, come on, please.
One, just one.
Oh, Dardoch's not there. All right, he's fine. He's going to get it. Yeah.
Dardoch's going to go for his own blue.
Yeah. Heading across the map right now. Fabi's already with a quick recall. Here's a replay of that.
Really nice flash here from Fabi, but also he did have a Shen that had his back. Zig had his back. Zeri walks too far forward here, and the flash taunt, not able to pop the ultimate, may have been out of range because the range of your ultimate on Kindred is actually a little bit shorter than you would think, and it's not ground cast, it's player cast. You have to cast it on somebody else, so.
Tricky situation for Zeri, but 14 and a half minutes in, Team Liquid are leading the charge with nearly a 4,000 gold lead. We haven't seen any dragons as everyone's focused on taking turrets, as Jet recommended in today's PTL.
Yep. Well, it's definitely the best strategy right now. You can take a Rift Herald as kind of a gimme when there's nothing else to do, but definitely turrets are #1 because turrets translate into gold, which translate into more pushing power for yourself and your team, but it also translates into easier wards to get down, and your minion waves are going to constantly be stronger and push up over time. I do want to touch on something for this patch. Swifties are in. If you don't have the new kicks, get out. You're not one of the cool kids. Swifties and Boots of Lucidity are big buys right now because they are only 800 gold total versus Zerker Greaves, Merc Treads, Tabi, everything else except for Moby's Ionian Boots of Lucidity and Swiftness are 1,100 gold. So 300 gold difference. You get towards your build faster, and Swifties are really good right now. The mobility around the map and the fact that everything is early game, those rotations.
Oh, and
but speaking of rotation,
Binding finds Wolfie. He gets destroyed. Zeri's just a bit too late. And Youngbin, gets shut down by the turret.
First kill of the game. He's buying lunch for everybody on TLA.
Quite unfortunate, but that doesn't mean Team Liquid are done just yet as Fabi continues to clear the wave and put pressure on this mid lane. Another binding lands.
Matt is going crazy on this Morgana. I would actually be surprised. Oh, wait a second. We do see Dardoch on the side here. He could be coming in.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go in. There's a lot of damage. He gets destroyed. Fabi with the killing spree. Dardoch's not done yet. He's going to be collapsed upon. So low the stun lands. He goes down, but Zig has joined the battle. Not quite enough to save Dardoch, but that's going to be a 2-4. I believe it was 2.
Yeah, Matt actually ended up if you count Youngbin as well in that. So Wolfie and TM8, as well as Youngbin and Fabi, or no, sorry, not Youngbin and Dardoch going down. But I actually wanted to touch on, Matt landed another binding to start that off. Dardoch actually wasn't needed for that pick because the binding came down from Matt again, and then Fabi is just ready with the trigger to pull that ultimate. We're going to see it here again. Boom! He's right underneath turret. You don't see Morgana's actually take that angle for a binding, and he keeps tanking it. Matt is taking as much damage as he possibly can just to make sure that it's not on his team members. And they actually fight outside of it, so it's still killing minions despite Fabi throwing his Make It Rain behind the turret. So Matt actually played that really, really well.
Yeah, there's a reason he's called Matt Life after a certain Korean LCK player that we know of.
Who?
I thought it was Faker. I thought you knew.
He's named Matt Life after Faker. Yeah.
I thought you knew. Team Massacre picks up the package, and Team Liquid retain momentum for now. 17 minutes in, getting a little bit greedy. Youngbin flashes the package and gets punished just a bit by Youngbin.
Yeah, he does have to blow his flash there. He did have the black shield from Matt, but it's actually quite funny because when the black shield comes down on somebody who's going to have the Corki W put over them, it's actually probably detrimental because it'll pop it very quickly, and it's a 90% slow, and it does an immense amount of damage every second. That thing has like a 750% AD ratio.
Ooh, Matt lands another binding, but Hakuho is well aware. Uh-oh, the spell shield's on the wrong person. Matt flashes. There's going to be a shield to keep him alive, but he drops down. Some more harass comes out of Wolfie. And Liquid overextending just a bit.
Yeah, this is what happens when you can't get any of these turrets on the outside because they're so hard to take in the way that Vision is right now. You really need time to set up, and if you let Frostbite clear all of your clearable Vision, things like this is what's going to happen. You have pink wards down, they can see them. You have blue wards down, they can see them. You need to get your support in there, and you can see Dardoch sticking on to his warding trinket because he doesn't want to buy Sightstone. He doesn't want to buy the Tracker's Knife just yet. We saw Tracker's Knife actually be very popular in LCK last night, but NA Challenger, we're not having it. We want blood here.
Yeah, lots of action. Team Liquid now roaming to the top lane. They've got a wave pushed up and look to break down their first tier 2. So far, it's just Rowhammers. He's got his ultimate, trying to zone them out. Here comes Wolfie. He's going to help to clear the wave. Instead, just looks for some harass. For now, the tier 2 is going to stand once again.
Oh, there's Spooky
Massacre
Ghost.
Split. Yeah, Spooky.
Oh, Youngbin. He's a little too far forward.
Oh, the flash. Rowhammers lands the knockup. Youngbin is going to be caught. He's going low. He goes down.
Fabi mid, though. Fabi's going to get a turret off of that. There it goes. It goes down. They have to rotate. Matt looks like he's waiting for them a little bit here. He doesn't have a Spooky Ghost just yet, but he's going to try to delay them from getting to that mid lane and actually getting to Fabi.
Ooh, Fabi's really far forward. Could look for some damage. Hakuho tanks just a bit. Dardoch on the side. This is 4 versus 5 right now.
Fabi's
but Dardoch goes in. A lot of damage is dropped, but the respite keeps him alive. It's about to fade away. Who goes down first? There's such low health. Wolfie picks off Matt on the far side, and Zig is so far forward. He gets dropped. TM8 has joined the battle, and TLA lose 3 members when it's all said and done.
Oh, Fabi just getting out a little bit there. You can see Wolfie, his ultimate's up now. Just came back up. So I was actually surprised that Wolfie didn't continue to chase that for the possibility of using the ultimate to get another pick, but this just looks like such a juicy angle. As a Misfortune player, you want to pop your ultimate as soon as CC comes through, whether it's binding, whether it's the knockup, whether it's the taunt. You saw that, Fabi took it, and then he found the angle on it, but TM8 comes from the back, flanks Matt, and gets a good angle on this fight. So Fabi thought he had it, but turns out TM8 had it.
Yeah, it's almost the exact same interaction we saw in the LCK last night when SKT dropped the Misfortune Victor combo, and all it was a Lamb's Respite. Just soaking all of that damage. So much value. But again, we're 20 minutes in. Baron has just spawned, and Team Liquid going from 7-2 to 7-6 as they continue to overextend time and again.
And that's the thing with this new preseason and what's going to be this season very soon. Comebacks are actually very feasible because when somebody takes a turret, the minions are stronger, isn't always necessarily a good thing. Sure, they'll auto-push waves when you are on a different side of the map, but it means that those minions are always going to be on that side of the map when left alone. So you have waves that people can farm. People are going to be able to catch up. People are going to be able to get experience, right? So these are the types of things that'll happen, and these compositions are actually not so much in the damage-heavy role just yet, but Yungbin is definitely a big threat. We're going to see right here.
Far forward, lots of damage gets dropped. He's destroyed by Wolfie in the back. Matt can't save him in time. Hakuho looks to join it. Matt is going low. He's almost certainly going to go down. He's dropped a double kill for Wolfie. They're right in front of the Baron, and Zig, he's going to have to teleport if he wants to join up with his team.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do Baron right now. I think that you push, you get this middle turret that's just been sticking around all game long, and you can actually see Hakuho is going up on the left side here with Zeri. They found Dardoch.
Oh, they're looking for him, but he's able to tunnel away for now. A little bit more harass finds him, but as you mentioned, the mid-tier 1 is not long for this world. He's getting dropped by Frostbite.
Good night, sweet prince. And you can see Rowhammer is actually pushing the bottom wave. What you do is you push up this mid wave. Wait, Yungbin isn't here. Yungbin is their wave clear. Yungbin is all of their wave clear. Fabi, he can use his E. He can get some damage there, but his range, it's hard. He'll be able to close it, but look at it.
Caught. He's going low. Are they going to be able to keep him alive? The Respite keeps him alive once again. He's just so far forward. Finally, he's going to be dropped double kill. It's going to be a triple kill now for Yungbin. Teammate is going low. He's going to drop a quadra kill for TM8. The only survivor is Rowhammers.
Yungbin with a quadra kill there, and Rowhammers is a survivor because he didn't even touch the fight. I was expecting them to push mid, have Rowhammers come mid just to threaten people who got close, and it didn't happen. You saw them get flanked. They got picked up there. Zig, a little bit low, but they're going to get a Baron here for TLA.
Yeah, such big swings. TLA with the advantage for the first 15, then it comes back with Frostbite. And now with that fight and this Baron, TLA in the lead. Here's a replay.
Yeah, you can see Zig comes from the side. He walks here to get the taunt onto Wolfie as that ultimate is coming down from Fabi. Hakuho not doing the best job of blocking it. He's out of mana when the fight starts. And it looks like they weren't expecting that. Yungbin got back really quickly. You have home guards at this point in the game. It's past 20 minutes. Yungbin, as soon as his death timer is done, he's going to be there. But Rowhammers really late on the rotation. Really late.
Yeah, quite unfortunate as Frostbite once again find themselves in a deficit. This time they've got to contend with the Baron buff of Team Liquid Academy. And gosh, I love how Yungbin went from having 0 bounty to 4 bounty after that fight. He has got so much momentum.
Yeah, kill him once, get some of it again. Kill him again, get more global gold for your team.
Part of the plan. They fed the kills into Yungbin.
Yeah, I mean, they've been killing him over and over. He actually has the most deaths, tied for most deaths on his team. So Yungbin has been a squishy target for them to go after because killing Dardoch, killing Zig, it's rather difficult at this point in the game with the items that you have on Frostbite's side. But as the game progresses, Yungbin, he's not going to get much tankier than this Abyssal Scepter and Rylai's. So as you get more damage, he's still going to be just a squishy.
Yeah, Spooky Ghosts is going to zone away a couple members of Team Liquid as they look for their first dragon of the game. It's 24 minutes in. They've got Baron buff, but they're taking neutral objectives.
Yeah, that Baron buff, that dragon going over to TLA, first one of the game for them. And you just saw the vision toggle there. No vision on the whole right side of the jungle for Frostbite. So Frostbite, they're just putting it down now. They're getting those pink wards down. They're trying to get information, but TLA, they're in the driver's seat right now. You pretty much have to lick your wounds as Frostbite. Try and get waves that are pushing towards you. Be able to salvage what you have. But TLA, they get to take jungle at this point. They get higher gold income. They get more experience because of this. You can see Wolfie 2 levels behind Yungbin. Zeri 2 levels behind Dardoch. The level advantage here, Fabi as well, over TM8 is actually very, very big. And you're seeing that because they're getting all of these waves, because they're getting this jungle experience, and the fact that they took those neutral objectives on top.
Yeah, ye old 1-4 split is going on for Team Liquid right now as they look to take down not 1 but 2 tier 2 turrets as Zig is on the opposite side of the map. It looks like the 4-man squad of Team Liquid are having a bit of trouble breaking through the incredible wave clear of Xerath Courtney.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you signed up for here with this composition. Oh, nice little kill. Oh, wait.
Ooh, Fabi takes some damage. He's brought so low. The third hit barely misses. The minion wave is going to be successfully cleared. Yungbin's over the wall, but they know well where he is.
Yeah, Frostbite, they really, and going back to what you were saying before, Frostbite really likes siege compositions where they can break sieges, but Matt, if he lands, another binding!
Binding lands, everything is blown to try to bring him down. The respite gets dropped. Dardoch's coming in from behind. Yungbin's holding on to the Chaos Storm. There it goes! It's cleaning up the team. Another triple kill for Yungbin. Rowhammers teleports in way too late. He goes down. It's Fabi who steals the Quadra, and Team Liquid take the Tier 2.
And they're going to take even more than that. They have this turret to take. They'll be able to get this inhibitor, and that minion wave in mid might actually push up far enough that they can take another turret off of it. That'll be impressive. Or they might actually try to get one inhib turret. They have a lot of options here.
Yeah, a huge swing from Team Liquid. Again, Yungbin so instrumental on this victor. Excellent play with that Chaos Storm.
Oh, man. I definitely think Matt, though, is MVP of this match so far. Matt's bindings and having just Fabi pull the trigger as soon as he lands it has been huge. They are not afraid to dive these turrets with that combination, even with a Kindred ultimate on top of it. Yungbin, he's been doing a good job this game, but I do have to give huge credit to Matt, because when you have a composition like this, where your Shen is usually the one engaging and you're trying to close games out, you need an engagement force, and Matt is just getting pick after pick.
Yeah, these bindings have been incredible from Matt. Dardoch single-handedly pulling the attention of Frostbite in the bottom lane. But here comes Matt and Zig, and immediately Frostbite fall back to the safety of their turret.
I'd be afraid of Matt right now, too.
This guy's all over the place. This is amazing. He's 0-3-14, involved in 14 out of the 15 kills on his team. That's the highest KPA. Second is Yungbin at 13. Frostbite are just having so much trouble dealing with this. After that momentum swing at the 20-minute mark, it looks like Team Liquid have got much better control. Dardoch goes forward. Matt gets caught. He's going to be dropped down. Looks like he might go. Oh, this could be the kill. It is.
Caster Curse.
Yeah, brings him down. Fabi clears the turret and gets chunked for his trouble. Flash again dodges the unstoppable force. They're turning it around. What a huge amount of damage. Zeri's dodging from the side. Respite to try to keep himself alive. Yungbin's in the bottom bush. They can't bring him down. The stun is finally going to drop, but it's too little too late. Fabi clears one. It's so far a 1-for-1 trade, but with that tank gone, they're going to continue to retreat.
Oh, Zig.
Oh, man, he's looking for it.
Almost there.
Yeah, some more.
Whoa!
The flash goes down. Yungbin's not done yet. He says another triple kill. Let's make it 3 for 3. But so far, it's 2 for 3.
Sometimes as Kindred, you just got to queue in front of him and do a flip.
Yeah.
Send a message. But Yungbin wasn't having anything to do with that. He's basically, don't shoot the messenger, but I guess you could laser beam him to death.
Yeah. It was the zoning somersault. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out this time. Inhibitor goes down as Team Liquid continue to siege. The taunt finds Massacre. Laser gets soaked. That's going to drop Hakuho, and Massacre gets out alive with his flash. But this could be the third inhibitor going down. Liquid Academy coming out swinging so far as this third one gets dropped.
Big control here. Start to finish for TLA so far. It's not over yet, but 3 inhibs. They'd have to really mess up multiple times to throw this game, because you're just going to have so many minions coming into them. You'll give them experience, you'll give them levels, but they have so much ground to cover already. Zeri 3 levels behind Dardoch. Wolfie just hit 14, so he was 3 behind Yungbin. So right now, as Frostbite, you really have to find some avenue to get back in this game. But at the same time, Baron's up in 15 seconds, double super minions in every wave. It's almost impossible. You have to win a disadvantageous fight right here, right now at the Baron.
Yeah, we've seen Team Liquid make a mistake earlier in the game. Will they make a similar one 10 minutes later? Frostbite are very far forward, but right now time is on Liquid Academy's side. The minions are rushing forward. Frostbite aren't backing down. Flash is going to land. Hakuho gets caught. Knockup goes down. Dardoch and Zig are in the back. Teammate splits everyone with a huge package. Yungbin turns it around. Fabi gets dropped by an amazing shot from Wolfie, but he goes down. Zeri's trying to do what he can, but his respite was already used. That's a quick 2 kills for TLA. Teleport being used. Rowhammers is not going to be able to get there. Dardoch and Zig are just going to end the game, and Team Liquid Academy coming out in game number 1 swinging.
And it looks like TLA, they said, you know what, Frostbite, we beat you once, we're going to do it again. But they still have more in this series, but they take game 1 and get off to a good start for this best of 5.
Yeah, an amazing game from Team Liquid. As we kept saying, they did stumble a little bit earlier on, but they demonstrated the team play and communication that we expected from them. They showed us that they were continuing to remain confident and make those plays across the map.
Yeah, I definitely think that this all started at the very beginning. The lane swap, you saw Fabi freeze the wave towards him. They gave away the first turret to Frostbite. Frostbite took it, didn't bounce the wave accordingly, and you saw, we said that 1,000 gold lead from having that turret was actually just brought to 200 gold. And then when they won and got some picks in that bottom lane, because the Misfortune had hit 6 already, because Fabi was 5 before he even got in a matchup against TM8. I believe TM8 was still level 3 and hit 4 as soon as he got the lane. So when you're hitting 6 that early on Morgana, or on Misfortune, Morgana Bind comes out, you just use your ultimate, and we saw that over and over and over again. So Matt was instrumental in closing this game out and making that lead just kind of double the lead. I want to say return on investment on that. You just lock in the Morgana, you give away some levels to Misfortune. Yeah, I'll land some bindings. I don't need levels. Really, really well played there from Matt, and also Yungbin did show up later on too.
Yeah, very impressive play. Just a quick update for you guys. It looks like Astral Authority versus Top Dog Gaming is still going on in game number 1. We don't have any updates for you just yet, but we'll let you know as soon as we get more information. But let's go back to that game. You know, Matt, the fact that he played that Morgana so well all across the map, and it was even in pick and ban, the fact that that's a flexible pick. We've seen Yungbin play it in the mid lane. It really just opened up so much for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the thing is Team Liquid also has a large amount of flex picks. Yungbin, like you said, has played the Morgana against Frostbite to actually have him make picks on the mid lane as Yungbin. So that's a flex pick that they locked in really early. You saw Morgana Misfortune, and that's where the mind games even start. Just game 1, pick 1 and 2. I really like that. The Misfortune's such a high priority. You're okay with giving more to Fabi, even though he hasn't played competitively, really. I really thought that was a good display there from TLA, and the fact that they're showing up like this is showing they have improved since HTC even more.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of concerning for Frostbite. A lot of the things that we heard from them was, we lost the HTC Ascension because our pick ban was weak.
Yes.
And immediately we see Team Liquid come out with this incredible pick ban that worked. It was flexible. Frostbite, how can they recover from this?
Frostbite, they're going to have to do some crunching there in numbers. I know Matt, formerly of Team 8, is their coach, alongside Voyboy, who has stepped in, and their analyst. If they can find out something to do against TLA, it would actually be quite impressive to see, because TLA has seemed to have their number in terms of map movement and macro strategy. Just bouncing the wave off the turret is really important. If you are not able to do that because you messed up the wave, it's really, really rough. Like, you can actually practice that in custom games without any enemy. You can keep doing that and being like, okay, these are the numbers behind it. This is when I bounce it off. This is how many I need. And so I think that was a bit of an oversight there. And going into the next champion select, like you said, where it's been a big weakness for Frostbite, they're going to be blue side again. So they can't really change anything up with counter picks. They still have first pick. I want to see these bans change a little bit, because I think the Lulu ban on blue side isn't that great because she's so potent right now. But if you don't want to first pick it, then get yourself Misfortune. Get yourself something away from Fabi, because that was huge in that.
Yeah, the first pick Kindred, it worked better than it had in the past, but I feel like we're starting to see why we're getting some of this red pick choice consistently from Team Liquid. But we'll continue to update you on both of our series during our live broadcast of Frostbite and Team Liquid. We're going to be coming right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. Flash ultimate, he goes in, but Fabi responds and gets out alive. Here comes Zig. They're going to try turning this around. Flash taunt finds Rowhammers. Yeah, looks like they're going to go in. There's a lot of damage. He gets destroyed. Fabi with the killing spree. Finally, he's going to be dropped double kill. It's going to be a triple kill now for Yungbin. Teammate is going low. He's going to drop a quadra kill for TM8. Binding lands. Everything is blown to try to bring him down. The respite gets dropped. Dardock's coming in from behind. Yungbin's holding on to the Chaos Storm. There it goes. It's cleaning up the team. Another triple kill for Yungbin.
Give me a fat beat!
Welcome back to the NACS Qualifier Finals. While we were in break, Astral Authority defeated Top Dog Gaming in their first game of the series with a 35-minute decisive win. Schernfires on Mundo and Jimmy Talon on Ziggs controlled the mid-game with consistent pressure around the map. The game ran away at the 30-minute mark, with Ezreal picking up 2 triple kills at Baron and the bottom lane inhibitor.
Oh my God, Jimmy Talon.
Yeah.
That's okay. No bias. I don't know who I'm rooting for, but I really would like that name in NACS. It's just because
He's your everyday talent. But for now, let's return to our marquee series with game number 2 between Frostbite and Team Liquid Academy. Right now, TLA are up 1-0 and recovered well after a rocky mid-game.
Yeah, I definitely think that the early game, I don't know how much I would call it super rocky for TLA, because they gave up a turret for Minion Wave farm. And then Matt was on top of his bindings as Morgana. If you keep giving him that champion, maybe he'll play Thresh, right? Maybe he'll play other pick champions. But I know that this is a guy who, if you put pressure on him, he's still able to deliver. Another thing that was a big instrument for them was Youngbin. He got camped early, but he also didn't crack under pressure. I think he started like 0-3 or 1-3, and then he didn't die for the remainder of the game. He ended up with about 12 kills, and his burst of damage helped them get back into the game and just snowball it from there. But of course, I've talked about 2 members of TLA. I want to talk about Frostbite for a second, because Wolfie was the person that they kept going to his lane. They kept coming from Raptor Pit, and they would come into his lane, whether it's just binding, whether it's jumping over the wall with a tunnel from Rek'Sai. They were able to keep diving him. But Wolfie ended up with the most deaths and most kills on his team. So he's basically the sniper who has like 5 guys charging at him all the time, and he's still able to kill 1.
Yeah, it's impressive that he's keeping his cool under this tense situation and remaining to be able to hit these skill shots. Now we are in pick and ban already. The bans we've soared through, and Rowhammers again going back to that Kindred.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the same. First 3 picks exactly the same. First all bans on both sides exactly the same. If the teams go for exactly the same composition, they're basically saying, you know what, we did mess up on Frostbite's side. We did allow you guys to get this better turret bounce. It's not the composition, it was the way we executed it. So I actually think if Frostbite start drafting the same thing, Team Liquid Academy, they were already drafting reactively in game 1 on the red side. I think they're just going to draft exactly the same thing as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to commit to it. Wolfie right now hovering Malphite and Karma as he scrolls through his picks. And it is a tense situation, you know, it takes a lot to say, all right, we lost this game, we lost with this team comp. Do we think we can do it again with the same thing?
Yeah, it's always really rough, but I know that I'll lose a game, right, with 5 members, and I'll say, you know what, let's just try it again. Let's just do it again. I know that you're a really good Xerath. I know that you're a really good Kindred, right? I know that we play these champions. We didn't pick them in game 1 for no reason. TM8, once again, he locks in Corki here. He's a really good Corki player. He was in the NACS on a team alongside Dardoch. Him and Wolfie were both on the same team. And these guys know each other's strengths and weaknesses, but they're going to keep going with what they know. They're going to go with their strength. They haven't changed anything. Nobody's changed anything so far. Did we hit like replay? Did we watch the VOD already?
I feel like we just did this before. Wait, does that mean we're in the Matrix? Oh no. I can do Kung Fu.
Deja vu?
Yeah. I can't actually do. All right, Rek'Sai and Shen picked up. Now the next 2, following the pattern, is going to be Xerath and Braum. We saw the hover from Dardoch. He was like, can we take that away? Should we take that away? Can we play against it again? There's the Braum. He locks it in. It's the same.
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. There is a glitch in the Matrix right now. I'm glad that when we did that little bit, though, I was Morpheus.
Oh, yeah.
Because not a Keanu Reeves fan.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Guess who wins in the end?
Yep. I guess you're the one. You're the one.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ah, well.
Yeah. But I mean,
and it's Victor.
I'm okay. Yep, it's exactly the same. I was about to say, I'm okay with being a badass. No? Yeah, like Morpheus, legit badass.
Glasses with he has
100%.
Glasses that don't need support. It's that good. But it's the same. They're doing okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Frostbite. This takes a lot of confidence. And if they, for our 3.5-minute break, they got together, they sat and said, "Can we do the same thing?" I think we can.
Well, I think they talked more about macro strategy and where they went wrong in macro strategy, where they should start warding instead. I think we're going to see more on the side of the Raptor Pit for Wolfie. It's going to be exactly the same, too. They haven't swapped sides because of the way the side selection went for these 2 teams. So it's going to be Frostbite Blue, Liquid Academy on the red side, exactly the same picks for exactly the same players with exactly the same bands. And we did get confirmation that was once again this exactly the same, but it wasn't the same because now we're in this part of the timeline.
The timelines have split. The question is, will they converge? I don't even know what's going on there. But let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the game. We saw the early lane swap pulled out by Frostbite, and they did take that first turret, but Liquid reacted very quickly and appropriately. They closed the gold gap. They got Fabi to get some nice CS, and Zig, he just sat and farmed.
Yeah, I think that the big thing was the fact that Fabi got experience funneled onto him. He hit level 5 when he first had TM8 show up to the lane level 3, almost level 4. So when he hit 6, Binding came out for Matt. Doesn't matter if Matt's level 2, level 3. He throws it out, boom, immediately hits the trigger, and that's a ton of damage. Thunderlords goes off, and Hakuho, I understand the Braum pick. I know you want to do the Unbreakable and stand in front of the Misfortune ultimate and soak it all up, but Fabi's actually playing around that fairly well.
Yeah, he's been positioning really, really well in this team fight, but we want to see, now that you two, let us know who you think is going to win game number 2. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FBWin or hashtag TLAWin. According to the Matrix, I have lost my ability to
Okay, that was the
speak
glitch.
already.
That was the glitch.
That was the one. Is that the same wall over again? I don't know. It's the same thing. Okay. But all right, okay, so let's get back to the game. They're going in with the same teams. It's about execution once again.
Yes.
Frostbite, I'm so interested to see how they're going to play this out.
Yeah, I definitely am looking for movement and positioning at the start of the game, because if there's something that tips off that there's going to be another lane swap, who's initiating it? It was Frostbite last time. Are they going to go for it again and just say, you know what, we messed up, our bad, we're going to fix it this time?
Yeah, very tricky, and everyone has loaded onto the Rift. This is game number 2. Frostbite looking to take revenge against Team Liquid Academy as everyone rushes forward. Now, last time these two teams played in the HTC Ascension Tournament, TLA won game number 1, and then Frostbite won game number 2. So now, according to the Matrix, if we're seeing these glitches stack up properly, Frostbite should take this win. And again, Matt and Youngbin go to the exact same spot as last time at the exact same time. This time there's no ward for them to clear.
Oh, but they see Rowhammer's top, so there may not be a lane swap this time. But he's actually going to duck out of vision now. And there isn't really enough time for them to change sides of the map. And you can see the posture already for Fabi and Matt is they're going to stick to this bottom side. They're okay with going up in this 2-on-2. Frostbite, though, a little more hesitant, but they are going to start on this bottom side and with some assistance to Zeri and Rowhammers on the top side.
It was the butterfly effect. The ward wasn't there. The entire scene of the map has changed. No more lane swap. We are still getting a bit of a... Oh, that's just a leash. That's not a double jungle.
Yeah, but they did the leash last time, and Matt's able to catch the wave and make it so that it's pushing against them. But if TM8 and Hakuho end up getting level 2 first, it could be a different lane.
Could very well. They are going to start off with this early Krug advantage. And again, Fabi sets a leash for Dardoch. Matt, he's waiting in the bottom. He's recalling right now. If he completes this recall, that could be a tricky.
Okay.
Oh, all right, he cancels it.
He's just checking. Okay, that's actually really smart, because sometimes you'll just say, I'm going to recall here so I can roam and be on the right timing. But Matt actually had the presence of mind to sit there and not complete it. TM8, though, hits level 2.
Yeah, very fast level 2. This
Zones
lane
him out.
already completely different landscape. I believe both of those Krugs got on the mat, so he did get that level 2 really quickly. And now with the wave building, it's up to Fabi and Matt to keep themselves afloat.
Yep, they're going to get some harass off here. It's going to be barely anything, though. Level 2 for Hakuho and TM8 for the dual lane of Frostbite. But it is a wave that's going to be stacking up here. So this is going to be different in the early game. Frostbite are not going to take another risk with that lane swap. But, oh, here comes Zeri early. Early.
Gank finds Youngbin. He flashes the wall. Wolfie looks to chase. First blood on Wolfie Lol.
And that's going to be both summoners out of Youngbin, Flash and Ghost, for just Wolfie's Flash. And I'll be honest here, I don't even think Wolfie had to Flash for that. He got the damage off initially, and Kindred, with that gank very early, doesn't even have red buff. He cleared one side of his jungle, immediately runs to mid. You're actually going to hit that first gank before people expect it. You usually expect the first gank around now at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That was around a 250, 255 gank. which is earlier than you would think.
Things going great for Frostbite so far as Zeri gets that first gank off. Mid lane starts off with a quick advantage for Wolfie. He's going to recall, pick up his Frostfang components.
Oh man, he's off to a good start here on Zeri too. Yeah, he's going to get this blue buff. He's going to be able to 3-buff on Dardoch. If Dardoch doesn't get a gank off up top, yep, there's the ward from Rowhammer. He's going to be able to back off.
Yeah, Frostbite already. Looks
Nice.
like they do believe in the execution. Fabi goes forward. Binding finds Hakuho, but stand behind me keeps him safe with that damage reduction. Blue buff is stolen, and Frostbite. Wow, they are coming. This looks like a completely different team. We're 4 minutes in, and it looks like a completely different setup.
Yeah, and Zeri, he's had a very good start so far, clearing the side of his jungle, getting a kill onto Wolfie early. And Wolfie comes back, like you said, with the Frostfang already. Okay, good. So now Zeri's going to have his red buff, and here's the thing is the timing of the red buff. Usually you take red buff at around either when you first take it at around 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 5 seconds, or you take it around 2 minutes and 45 seconds because you're a jungler and, you know, if you swap sides. Now he's going to take it at 4 minutes. So he's going to have this buff until about 5 minutes and a little bit of change on that. So he actually can get some good ganks off here with his level 5. See what he does though? He is going to get spotted by a ward.
He's there. Binding finds Hakuho as they trade some harass in the bottom lane, and Zeri, he's going to clear this out. It makes sense. Attack the lane that has no summoners. Young Bin bullied under his turret, only able to get some health potions after that death. No combat stats quite yet as he looks to try to CS. Zeri now heads to the bottom. Fabi and Matt, they could be pushing forward, but Zeri decides not to go in.
Oh, it's a wave that was pushing up as well, but there was, it looks like no ward in that bush. They just put one down for Zeri.
Oh,
They haven't seen it yet. Oh, if you can land.
to turn it
Q
around.
here.
Oh, whoa! A lot of damage going down onto Fabi. Binding is going to land. Zeri chases him down. Matt is able to pick up Massacre. Fabi goes.
Oh, no.
The flash knockup finds Zeri. He decides to play it safe, running from Dardoch, but the rest of Team Liquid have joined the battle. They net 2 kills.
And that's Zig with the TP for the help out there. And Dardoch, he saw that one coming from across the map. Matt, though, another binding here. Don't think they're going to be able to chase that one. That was really well executed there. All of that early game from Frostbite, overwritten now. It means nothing. Equalize once again. Turret damage might come down here on the bottom lane, but so far, it's just Wolfie who's going to be seeing this lead.
Things going good again.
Oh, 6. He hit 6.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. Youngbin dodges one, gets hit by the second, goes down. Wolfie with a solo kill.
And Wolfie, last game, like I said, he's the sniper that had pressure on him. No pressure now. No summoners on that guy. Just aim straight for the center of him. Don't even need to script.
Solid play. Here comes that action in bottom lane again.
Yeah, I like the W from Hakuho, but he misses the Q for that stack. And then the auto from Zeri actually looked like it didn't. It looked like Zeri went for an auto, canceled it. He went for Q, E. So his first auto didn't come out for a long time, so he actually never got the Braum stun off. E doesn't count as an auto attack, and Q doesn't count as an auto attack for actually applying the stacks of Winter's Bite. So unlucky there, but the Q from Hakuho not hitting, a little bit too far of a chase there. And you could have possibly gone on Morgana or the TP in. So Dardoch, right place, right time, and pretty much an over-aggressive play once you had missed the Q from Hakuho.
Yeah, Frostbite trying to maintain the aggression, but another good response from Team Liquid Academy. It's even 2-2 in kills, even in gold. Really the only big difference that we're seeing is remarkably a CS advantage for Zig in the top lane and a slight advantage for Wolfie in the mid.
The Wolfie one, not too surprising. The
Yeah.
top one, it's also not too surprising as well. He did itemize for this type of scenario. Rowhammers though. Oh, watch out for Wolfie.
Wolfie.
Dardoch though.
Wolfie's just gonna walk out of this. He doesn't burn any summoners. Youngbin tries to harass him out. He's now standing in the Chaos Storm, but just walks to the side.
Yeah, was able to judge the damage, not a big deal. Going for the blue, and because Gravity Field was used when Wolfie first walked up, Dardoch was off on the side clearing a ward, walks through, and he knew he didn't have Gravity Field left, so he was completely fine to walk past the victor.
Yeah, Wolfie playing very close to the chest right now with about 300, 400 health. Decides to sit back with his blue buff and just regenerate it right back up. Meanwhile, Liquid,
They're looking for a
another
dive
big wave
here.
building. Massacre gets caught. Dardoch joins the battle. It's a lot of damage. Soul Shackles is used. Hakuho's the one who goes down. Zig joins the fight with the Stand United, but Relentless Force brings him low. Zig goes down to the flash from Rowhammer. Stardock and Matt try to trade it. Massacre goes in. Fabi's overextended now. Thunderlord does so much. Zeri nets the kill.
Wolfie has ultimate. If he can start making it down here, he might be able to pick up another kill on top of this.
He's racing as quick as he can. Drops one, looks for two. Is he going to get? He does! Killing spree. He's found now by Youngbin.
No mana on Youngbin.
Flash. A lot of damage. They're looking for it. Rowhammers is right there. Will they be able to get this? Youngbin gets away.
Well executed there from Wolfie. I thought he was actually going to roam even earlier, but he tried to push in Youngbin. Youngbin uses his last bit of mana to actually try and counter shove the wave, and then he doesn't have enough to actually kill Wolfie.
So close for Youngbin, but Wolfie, man, I'm sure he was counting the mana of Youngbin. He's all right, 124. He can't turn this around. Here's the dive.
We have a 3.2, repeating, of course, chance of survival. But look at this. Once again, they're trying to go with the same play. And now that Frostbite have seen it, Rowhammers, this is one of his best TPs of the series. Early, gets him here, flash, picks up the kill, even though there's 3 people on top of each other, gets the right target, and then TM8 actually makes it out as Fabi is overextended. And then I really just like the roam here. You can see, even on the map, yeah, he had to clear that last bit of the wave. All 3. Yeah. Nice. Well played there. And then Wolfie knows.
He's like, yes, exactly as I predicted. 48 mana, not enough to use anything.
Yeah, and he actually got both sums out of Youngbin again. You saw that ghost there?
And again, the turnaround from Frostbite. These games have been swinging more than a preschooler's gym set. This is back and forth. You're looking for it. You're looking.
No, I'm not looking for anything. I'm just going to let that one sit. Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever heard me and Freak cast together? I just let them kind of echo in the room.
Okay, all right.
And allow them to bounce off the walls and reverberate into your brain as you go, what have I just done? But you seemed proud of it, so.
No, I thought it was good. Uh-oh, here comes Dardoch looking for Wolfie.
Very over-aggressive, though. He just wants to clear this wave so that Youngbin has a chance to back and even pick up the blue without any pressure on him.
Ooh, binding again.
Oh, Fabi has ulti.
Great, there's a lot of damage traded. Soul Shackles is going to lock him down. Poor guy didn't even get to move.
Oh, you saw there, the binding came out, the ultimate from Matt. Hakuho, right now, he's most concerned with not so much blocking the damage of the ultimate, but getting his ultimate off in a line towards Fabi every time Fabi ultis. But if Matt catches onto that, Matt's just going to black shield him. Every time Fabi goes for an ultimate, black shield him.
Yeah, tricky situation for Frostbite as that first pick bottom lane is so very potent. Wolfie with the completed Frostfang shoved forward, but it looks like Team Liquid Academy are going to take the first turret of the game as this bottom tier 1 goes down.
The pressure from this bottom lane, you can tell they didn't want to 2v2 this in the first game on Frostbite's side. They wanted to avoid that, like the plague. It's actually going to give him information. Dardoch, ooh, that 4-second slow coming out right as he engages in. Right in front of him!
Looking for it. Youngbin just barely dodges the last hit.
Zeri's here.
Yeah, he's getting burned down. Zeri has joined the fight. The slow lands. Dardoch getting poked. He turns on the Youngbin. There's the Stand United. They're trying to bait it out. Lamb's respite is enough. Dardoch is going to try to do what he can, but with his mid laner dead, he has to retreat. Oh no, he gets it.
At the very end, though, is it red buff? Minions? Regardless, I was very surprised that Zig's ultimate actually didn't continue to go through. Ended up interrupting it, making sure that he didn't come to this fight, and I thought they were actually going to get more off of it, possibly taunt on Wolfie. But it did make Zeri stay in a little bit longer than he probably should have.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid, now that they have lost that trade, that puts Frostbite at 6-5. They're down in gold despite being up in kills because of that turret advantage, and with Fabi clearing his bottom tier 1, he's going to head top. Just try to poke a little bit onto Rowhammers. Here comes Matt to help him out.
Yeah, a lot of the poke from Misfortune is actually magic damage, though, because of Thunderlords and the way that Make It Rain is in terms of damage type. So the fact that he has that shroud for himself, or the Spirit Cowl, or, oh my gosh.
Spectre's Cowl.
Spectre's Cowl.
That's the
Spirit Visage, Spectre's Cowl. Spectre's Cowl. He has a Spectre's Cowl for himself, so he's not going to be taking too much damage, but the fact he hasn't itemized armor just yet could be a little detrimental because of Fabi's build. Once again, same thing. I'm actually very curious as to this build, because he doesn't get crit, he just gets flat damage for himself with his first few investments. Because what this build does is this build actually keeps Crit Cloak out of your inventory for a long time. So he's more interested in the flat damage.
Ooh, the binding gets dodged by Rowhammers as he reads the combo. from Matt and Fabi. They continue to keep forward pressure while Zig looks to push in the bottom. Youngbin takes a lot of harass once again. Wolfie pulls the trigger, fires 3, but hits 1. Zig gets out alive.
Wolfie, every time. Wolfie's a very good Xerath player. He's pretty much a Xerath one-trick, and what he does is every time he pokes you down to a certain percent, he knows his damage output. If he can land all 3, he's going to be able to kill you. Zeri, though!
Oh, wow, he goes down. Dardoch on a killing spree. No Lamb's Respite there.
There's a Warrior for you. Warrior Rek'Sai. Instant auto attack with the reset. Dardoch now 2 levels up over Zeri. Oh, man. He didn't have Lamb's Respite available. Lamb's Respite available.
14 minutes in, with Zeri dead, that means the lanes are feeling pretty comfortable as Liquid continue to put forward pressure on this top lane. They're slowly whittling down the turret. Again, Massacre gets caught by the taunt from Zig. He's chunked down to half health as Zig is not stopping. Walking on top of the Valkyrie like it doesn't mean a thing. Is Zig gonna chase? He does indeed. Massacre gets slaughtered.
And teammates going, when is the Shen rework? When is this coming out? I just saw it today. Not today for him. Unlucky.
Most unlucky indeed. Some trading in the mid as Wolfie and Youngbin continue to go toe-to-toe. Here's Zeri in the top. Matt's overextended. Stand United buys him time. Black Shield keeps him alive, but he finally drops the turnaround. Hakuho goes down. Rowhammers makes it out of the big damage from Fabi.
You gotta stop fighting this because Dardoch is off on the side here. He can start exploiting this because they're so far up. There you go. He doesn't have Flash. Used it previously for a Flash knockup. But they know where Dardoch is now. So Wolfie will probably back off from where he was, make sure that he's not in too much danger. But they might collapse on him too, now that they actually have direct eyes on Dardoch.
Yeah, so it is a 1-for-1 trade. The Tier 1 turret is secured by Team Liquid, and Frostbite have yet to take one. Lots of damage being tossed out as he tries to zone Fabi away. Zeri's waiting in the edge of the Lamb's Respite, flashes the wall, but Dardoch again, 4-0-1, picks up his 4th kill.
Oh man, this is definitely the matchup to watch. Zeri versus Dardoch. One of them is 4-0, the other's 3-4. A lot of these kills on Dardoch as well are from killing Zeri. He's not been having a good time in this matchup on Zeri's side. Dardoch, though, 3 levels up. And I think he's actually rather close to being 4 levels up, because Zeri, he just keeps getting his jungle stolen. He runs into lanes, and he's actually tied for lowest level in the game with both Matt and Hakuho, whereas Dardoch is tied for highest level in the game.
Yeah, Matt, you just saw him trying the same binding over the wall strategy as previously, but he caught a Raptor in the face. This time Dardoch is going to find Massacre alone in the top. Here's Teleport, Rowhammers, not Rowhammers, that's Zig who joins them. Oh man,
they wish it were.
Nightmares. Yeah, Fabi is the one who nets the kill, but Dardoch isn't done quite yet. Eats a slow from Hakuho, but he's still chasing.
Matt's coming around though. If Matt can land the binding.
Oh, whoa, Hakuho barely reads that. Rowhammers, meanwhile, takes the bot T1.
Yeah, Rowhammers, he did have TP, but he doesn't have ultimate, so the effect of the Malphite TP, much lower when you don't have that ultimate available. You want to have that burst play when you come out. They do get a turret, though.
Oh, Youngbin gets the blue this time. Looks like Dardoch is not going to snag that away from his mid laner. Spooky Ghost spots it out as Massacre rides his package into the mid lane. 0-4 right now. Massacre's having a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Massacre a little bit behind in farm as well. He hit the Trinity Force. The builds are rather expensive, especially in terms of build-up, because you have all the parts, and then the build that Fabi's been going for just seems really big on just auto-attack trading and your flat raw damage. So I actually really like that build out of Fabi.
Yeah, working very well. And, you know, now that we've got a bit of a lull, everybody's recalled. They're playing around the map right now. Let's take a minute to compare. In game number 1, Team Liquid took the early advantage once again. Team Liquid put out a lot of pressure across the map, and then they started trying to continue to consume that pressure, try to capitalize on it more and more. Oh, Dardoch finds Wolfie. Flash is used. Wolfie's overextended with no escapes. He's almost certainly going to go down, but here comes Frostbite. They're trying to help it out. Zeri gets no respite. It's a double kill for Zig as he chases forward.
Yeah, they're trying to help out, but it's that whole, I'm helping, but I'm actually not. Everybody just shows up to go down on Frostbite's side. And TLA, they get the inside track here to pinch Rowhammers and possibly get another kill for themselves.
The binding lands. There goes the gravity field. He makes it over the wall, but he's still caught by the stun. Soul Shackles is evaded as well. Rowhammers with the juke, but he's going the wrong way. That mid-tier 1 is almost certainly caught. Oh, lands the binding and the taunt. but he doesn't have any follow-up from damage.
Oh, he's going the long way. Rowhammers, join the Globetrotters. Oh, Dardoch.
Oh, he's going low. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Oh, it's Zig, unstoppable at 6, 1, and 4.
Oh, man. Take off every Zig. He's going crazy right now. I think that this is a very, very, very scary game because your tanks are actually getting a lot of the kills here. So what if Yungbin isn't? Grasp of the Undying is helping out Zig so much. You saw those earlier trades. When he's doing 3% of his max HP and he's stacking these HP items, it gets quite scary quite quickly.
Yeah, ooh, Dardoch goes into the enemy team. Doesn't quite see him just yet. He's chunked so low. He goes down. It's Zeri who picks up the kill, but Zig with a flash on again finds Massacre. Valkyries to safety as Matt looks for yet another binding.
You can see Zig, he's extremely durable right now. You see those numbers popping up consistently, getting HP back. You can take some poke and then some, but even when Wolfie hits him like that, look at how much was taken out of his life bar. Not too much. And Wolfie's almost out of mana too. Their wave clear is pretty much non-existent now.
Binding finds Rowhammers. He doesn't have his unstoppable force, but they're focused on the tier 2 this time. They take it out as Zig misses his taunt. He's slowed down. So much is being dropped to get that bounty. Will he be able to get out of here? He is. The red buff from Zeri secures it.
And that's going to be Zeri trying to put on his carry pants for this game. Looks like Youmuu's Ghostblade is what's in for him next in his inventory. Working towards that. When he gets that, he actually does have pretty good pick threat, but he's still 3 levels down on Dardoch. It's all about this comeback game in terms of levels for Frostbite. If you're playing these fights at not just a gold deficit, but an ability rank deficit.
Such a scary situation for Frostbite. Despite starting strong in this one, Liquid playing so smart, though they are running with the same plays, but they're working.
Yeah.
Why change it?
Yeah, and the thing is that this is a different focus game. They focused on the side lanes in the 2-on-2. Yungbin hasn't had too much of this game, but we'll see if he can get some right now. Zig, though.
Oh, no. Massacre gets out. A lot being thrown to try to pick him off. 0 and 4.
Wolfie, if he can get Fabi here.
Boom. 2, 3. It's a lot of damage plus the Thunderlord. The slow is continuing to be used, but he should be safe. Doesn't burn his flash. Knows he can survive it.
Yeah, just testing the waters there, you know. Wolfie saying, okay, all right, I see you. Next time, I'll have a needlessly large rock. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll up the ante this time around. But this time it's Frostbite. Back in the mid lane, they look for some pressure. Oh,
Krug fight!
Oh, Zig secures the big Krug.
Krug life.
Yeah, the 2 top laners are in the bottom. Teleport available.
TP
Here
from behind.
comes Zig. They're going to collapse on this Dardoch. Chasing forward. Zig is right behind them. He lands onto Wolfie. Wolfie goes low. The respite keeps him alive. He's got to sit inside of the enemy team. He's finally going to drop. So much being thrown to try to take him out. Rowhammers finally joins up with the rest of his team, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, Zig with the TP play from behind that ward that was just stuck in the middle of that lane between the tier 1 and tier 2 that were dead of Frostbites. Gets a nice flank taunt onto Wolfie. He can't do anything about that. And no TP to answer from Rowhammers. His is just up right now.
22 minutes in, Team Liquid are on the Baron. Wolfie is dead.
This is still dangerous.
He's about to get his smite in just a bit. Yungbin has no ultimate. He used it to bring down Zeri. Matt trying to kite it out. They're looking to bring that Baron down. Rowhammers has his ultimate. And they drop it. The damage is being tossed. They go on to Fabi. Fabi's low. He's almost certainly going to go down. Baron is secured. He flashes the wall to safety. Hakuho, meanwhile, is chasing Yungbin. They're going to look for Rowhammers. The binding finds Massacre. He gets dropped. And Liquid are turning this around. A double kill for Dardoch.
TM8 used his Valkyrie in. Wild Turtle, please.
Oh no, Dardoch isn't done yet. A triple kill for Dardoch. Oh, he's got the stand united now. No, taunt is going to land. They turn now on to Wolfie. Could this be the Quadra? It is.
Oh, he's gonna go for Penta.
Over the wall. He's looking for the pentakill. Hakuho is going to die. Pentakill for Dardoch.
And this is the guy that people are saying is the best challenger jungler right now in the scene. Moon said it in his AMA, LCS jungler who played against him multiple times. People cannot stop singing his praises.
Amazing play from Dardoch in this set. 23 minutes in, it's an 8,000 gold lead. Dardoch picks up a pentakill. Yungbin gets 2 quadras and a triple. Things are going good for TLA.
Yeah, people don't care about the quadrant. It's that pentakill.
Yeah.
That's the highlight reel right there.
I was actually waiting for Zig to like try to come over the wall and snag it, but it doesn't quite happen. Yungbin, bit overextended here. He's going to find Zeri. Massacre joins the battle and is able to secure
right into it.
He dashes into a binding, but oh man. I feel like that was the self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. I have to go in, I have to get it. But here's that fight at Baron.
Rowhammers goes straight for Fabi, only hits Fabi. Here's the thing, they're trying to get them off on the side. Watch TM8 here, goes straight in. What is this? He walks too far forward. And he doesn't even have Valkyrie at that point as well. I thought he Valkyried it. He just walked into the pit. Way too aggressive, but the kills went over to Dardoch. Dardoch now on that timer, still very aggressive. Everybody else backed off. Yungbin's back in base. Triple kill for Dardoch, and you can see just the levels. He's level 14. The enemy mid laner is level 13. Even his top laner's 13, and he gets his quadra kill here. But then he knows Hakuho. He's hunted for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't want it to happen, though. But it does.
Yeah, pentakill for Dardoch. In the bottom of your screen, you just saw Dragon #1 secured by Team Liquid Academy right on time, 24 minutes into the game. They've got Dragon 1 for the damage scaling. They've got Baron buff for what looks like another 45 seconds. Frostbite have got to be reeling from this pressure that Liquid are putting on, but Liquid aren't done yet.
Yeah, and I was talking last game about how much work Matt was doing. This game, a lot of it is Matt in the bot lane with Fabi, but honestly, Dardoch and Zig, that combination has been so deadly. They're at the right place at the right time. Those globals have been affecting the map so much. And Dardoch's positioning, even without using his ultimate, has been big. But speaking of globals, there's a TP.
Yeah, teleport coming in from behind. Fabi looks like he might be the target, but no, they're turning it around. Yungbin seems to be the primary one. He goes down. The Lamb's Respite buys time. Rowhammer's caught in the binding, threading the needle. He's going to go down. Zig isn't done. Fabi's chasing forward with the double. It's Zig who denies the triple, but they're not done yet. Binding is going to go wide, but the tier 2, the taunt lands. They're not done. Wolfie and Hakuho jump to safety.
It's so difficult for Frostbite to find anything to do. The tanks are so tanky right now. They've got the kills. They have all the items. You see Wolfie, he was throwing out ultimates at Yungbin. Sure, you can get the squishy guy off the field, but these are tanks that are doing massive damage. Dead Man's Plate, Hex Drinker. You also have a Warrior Enchant for Dardoch, and then Grasp on top of all that. They are doing so much.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret is dropped 26 minutes in. The inhibitor follows. Spooky Ghosts is going to follow Rek'Sai and not catch up. And Liquid back away with that inhibitor secured. Dardoch returns to the scene of the crime of that pentakill. I think he's just gonna like hang out over there now. Like, hey guys, you remember that pentakill I got? Yeah.
It's my lucky spot. He's hoping to tilt them. He's like, Zeri, you know, hey. Last time we saw him here. But no, he's not gonna have any of that. Backs off. This was a good TP, but the initial engage is interrupted, but just, you thought they were gonna go after Fabi. They went after Yungbin with the ultimate, and then Fabi just gets to sit back, channel the full ultimate, and the Misfortune ultimate damage is insane, especially when you get some crit waves in there too. So, neglecting Fabi seemed like a large mistake, especially since Yungbin was 1-4 before that. Fabi was sitting on 1-1. But Fabi had more CS. Fabi was able to just channel a full ultimate. Yungbin looks a little out of position, sure, but I definitely think that Fabi's the juicier target in this point in time.
You've got to imagine what's going through Rowhammer's head, though. Fabi has flash dodged the Malphite ultimate, not once, but twice.
I actually don't think he had flash when that happened. I think his flash just came up.
Uh-oh. Zig might be a little overextended. Zig forced a flash to get out of there. And continues to put on pressure while it looks like Dardoch and Matt put some pressure on the mid inhibitor turret. Fabi in the top is going to clear out the last remaining tier 2 of Frostbite. They're not done pushing just yet. Matt tosses a binding and eats a Spooky Ghost as the siege continues.
I like this. This is the 3-1-1 Yungbin. Large amount of wave clear pushing down the middle. Then you have Zig, bottom lane, pushing up that. He's making sure that these super minions make it all the way to the Nexus and start dealing a lot of damage to these turrets, chipping them out. But he can always move up towards the mid lane, get some damage on that turret. You really have to pull the trigger here, but you need Rowhammers to do that. He's your engage.
And currently in the bottom lane, damage finds Fabi. Thunderlords again procs.
Whoa.
There's a Stand United very early out of Zig. He's going to join up with Fabi, who's actually completing his recall right now in Team Liquid Academy. They set up the siege, but after the poke from Wolfie, decide to back off.
Now you back off as if you're TLA. You set up for the Baron, which is in 30 seconds. You have these waves all shoved up. Bottom lane, the opposite side of Baron, pushing in your favor constantly because you have those super minions. And Rowhammers isn't going to have TP in time.
Yeah, very short window for Rowhammers. This could be Team Liquid Academy trying to sneak a Baron in.
Actually,
Sneaky situation. 29 minutes in, 11 kill advantage, 11,000 gold advantage. Dardoch might be looking for another Penta as he finds Hakuho. Spell Shield is going to find Dardoch. A huge package gets dropped. Matt gets soaked a lot, but Fabi answers right back. The Lamb's Respite keeps Zeri alive. He's knocked up, flashes away, but this could be the turn. Rowhammers is right there. He's got his ultimate. They're trying to turn it around, but Zig is so tanky. Dardoch flashes forward. He looks for Zeri. He finds it, dominating now. The rest of Frostbite are zoned away.
they don't even have Youngbin in this fight. And Rowhammers, he hasn't used his ultimate. He's just running around trying to find a place to use it, and he can't. He does have TP, though. I misspoke earlier. It came up right as the Baron was coming up, so really aligned on that one. But I don't think they're going to be able to make a play here. They just have to protect their base. Frostbite stuck in their base. They're about to have another siege with Baron on them in a few seconds here.
Yeah, 30 minutes in, Baron buff picked up by Liquid Academy as they net another kill. This is such a strong play we've seen out of Team Liquid, looking like they want to improve their score of 3-1 from the HTC Ascension.
Well, they're already 5-1 if you're playing a,
Overall, yes.
playing a best of 10.
Oh, looks like the ultimate is topped. Here comes
Rowhammers from the back.
Rowhammers from behind. Youngbin gets caught. He turns it around. I didn't see the knock-up on the Youngbin. He's trying to look for more damage. Fabi's right on top of him. The bullet time does so much. Dardoch again in the enemy team. They net 2 kills. Zeri's right there. He doesn't have the respite in time. Youngbin lands the laser with a flash. It's 4 kills. The only survivor is Wolfie, but Liquid look to take game number 2. Dardoch doesn't even care about the turret. They're on the Nexus. TLA are going to start this series 2-0.
They only need one more game to be in the NA Challenger Series for Spring 2016 and to compete for a spot in the LCS. They are definitely starting off on the right foot. There's all the pressure onto Frostbite. TLA, they can lose a few games. They have wiggle room now. That was the same draft over again from both sides, and you have to look back at it and say, you know what? Even if it played out well early for Frostbite, it still wasn't just macro problems. It looks like the compositions, TLA is just way happier with what they have. They think they have a better bot lane matchup. They think that their jungler can apply more pressure around the map. Sure, the Victor is what faltered this time, but Zig in the top lane, he was able to supplement everybody. If you are having a hard time, Zig's going to show up and help you. His global pressure and the fact that Liquid is working as a team is very scary. And Frostbite, they're going to continue to struggle in this series, even if it goes to a Game 5 from here.
And this was what we expected out of Liquid. This is a team that's focused on communication, focused on teamwork. We often call it an intangible, but the fact that it is so constant with this team, they got something.
Yeah, they definitely have something. I know that there's a difference in terms of what's going on with the two teams. Frostbite are all remote. They aren't playing in the same place. Whereas TLA, they actually all live together right now in the Liquid house. So they've been around each other for a good amount of time. Fabi recently came in. He was the last member who had been playing, I think, from Florida previously. So Florida ping, but it's not actually a problem anymore. But yeah, this is a team that actually has been spending a lot of time together. And when I talk to them, they're all very happy with each other. They're very friendly. And Dardoch said, I basically can't hate any of these guys. I'm around them all day and pretty much forced to like them. But the good thing is that I already would have liked them anyway.
Yeah. Good team synergy there. Meanwhile, on our other games, Top Dog Gaming is seeking revenge for their first game loss by taking a fast lead in game number 2. At the 17-minute mark, Ezreal and Braum have won 2 2-versus-2 fights in bottom lane to give Pinoy a 4-0 lead over Astral Authority's bottom lane. Slushy's Corki is up 40 CS in the mid lane after an early first blood invading Astral Authority's red side at the beginning of the game, and Acadian's Nidalee has made herself at home in Schernfire's jungle, picking up 3 kills. Top Dog Gaming banned away Mundo and picked away Ezreal, which were problem picks in game number 1.
I'm quite interested to go and watch that series and see what the Ezreal was able to do, because if the Ezreal was a problem pick on this patch with Fervor Battle not applying on Qs and stuff like that, I definitely think that that in Pinoy's hands, I want to see that. I'm going to go watch that VOD later and be like, what was up with that Ezreal?
Yeah, I'm actually excited to check out what's going on with the Corki. Faker played it last night. Now we're seeing it again in the Challenger Series. This thing has been all over the place. Very solid.
But
But
I just saw it too. Go 1-7.
yeah.
Not in mid though.
Not in mid lane, in bottom lane. Oh yeah, I'm. You know, it looks to be an exciting game. The other series. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to take a look at more of these games, and if it does go to that 1-1 and continue past, we might get an opportunity. Because again, Team Liquid are 1 win away in the set currently.
Yeah, and there's so much pressure on Frostbite right now. They were under pressure when they messed up in game 1, but they ended up saying it was just the pressure. We're going to try again. And the glitch in the Matrix did not do anything to rewrite history.
Yeah.
So it was exactly the same result. They ended up losing once again. But I think that this time, don't go with the same thing. Try something new. I mean, this is your backs against the wall.
Yeah.
Bring something new out. Ban something new, force them to change. Because if TLA make it into the Challenger Series with just running the same thing 3 times, nobody's tested them.
Exactly. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Anyways, after the break, we'll see if Frostbite can keep the series alive or if Team Liquid Academy can lock their spot into the Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere.
Shame on you. It's the rest of the saying.
No, it's shame on me.
No,
Because it's fool me once,
Yeah,
shame on you.
me.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
yeah.
But racing as quick as he can, drops
Oh.
1, looks for 2. Is he going to get? He
Oh.
does! Killing spree. Zig is right behind them. He lands onto Wolfie. Wolfie goes low. The respite keeps him alive. He's got to sit inside of the enemy team. He's finally going to drop. And Liquid are turning this around. Taunt is going to land. They turn now onto Wolfie. Could this be the Quadra? It is.
Oh, he's gonna go for
Hakuho's
Penta.
over the wall. He's looking for the pentakill. Hakuho is going to die. Pentakill for Darda. He turns it around. I didn't see the knock-up on the Young Pin. He's trying to look for more damage. Fabi's right on top of him. The bullet time does so much. Dardoch again in the enemy team. Welcome back to the Spring NACS Qualifier Finals. While we were away on break, Top Dog Gaming won their game against Astral Authority. The final score was 16-3, with Top Dog taking down the Nexus at 25 minutes, tying the series 1-1. But now we're heading into our third game between Frostbite and Team Liquid Academy. TLA are up 2-0 and are just one win away from closing out this series.
And I definitely think a big part of that second game was Dardoch. Dardoch, the guy that everybody's been singing the praises of. I was talking to Shorter Ace, and he was just like, he's the second coming. I'm like, the second coming of what? He's like, well, I guess there's never been an NA jungle god before, but he's the second coming of whoever that would be. But Dardoch, a lot of pressure, pentakill that game, but the fact that he's playing with his team members and still being able to be a very aggressive jungler, usually you think that's a selfish style, but he's showing up to these lanes at the right time. He's showing up and being able to counter jungle and counter gank, which I think is so important because you're seeing TPs come down, you're seeing a lot of global pressure from Shen, Malphite, but he always seems to be there. They always seem to be able to communicate to him, hey, we need you down bottom. Hey, the jungler's on this side of the map. They just seem to have an intuition about it. Even when I'm watching closely and they shouldn't know where Zeri is, he's doing Gromp, and he's like, okay, no, I'll stop doing Gromp. I'm going to come bottom. And I think that's just such a good thing to have in a jungler, and the fact that he's able to carry on top of it.
Yeah, his flanks have been on point, but in the top lane, Zig on that Shen, not once but now twice, has been all over the place.
Yeah, you just talked about flanks.
Yeah.
Being all over the place, he's showing up behind this team of Frostbite with taunts onto key carries. When a Xerath gets taunted by a Shen, something went very wrong. Xerath should be 100% safe, poking, sieging, but when Shen's able to flank you like that with Home Guard on and get to him, that spells disaster for your team, especially in that composition where he's just so key to the way they execute it.
Yeah, just the fact that it happens so consistently, and it's not just Shen, it's Rek'Sai, it's Dardoch going in. So we're going to have to see what Frostbite will do to change this up.
Yeah, they need to change up their picks and bans because what is happening right now is not a whole lot is working for them, and what does work ends up getting countered by the gameplay of TLA. Like, Wolfie gets ahead, right? Wolfie gets kills on Yungbin. He's tilting Yungbin. He's beating him. Yungbin seems to not be able to find a way into the game. He's blowing Ghost just to try and get away and blowing Summoners all the time. But Dardoch, Magic Resist. Zig, Magic Resist. You can't kill them with a poke-type champion. Maybe you'll be able to pick off Fabi, but also Morgana is a big wrench in their plans as well. You keep pairing that Morgana with the Misfortune, maybe you break up that pair. I think that's actually what you go for. You break up that pair just to start. I don't know if it's a ban. I don't know if it's a pick, but I think that if TMA can play Misfortune, it's pretty good to pick. But there's a lot of counter matchups too, and you can't lock in a Morgana early on. So being red side for Team Liquid Academy and being able to take those in tandem is really good for them because Misfortune, you don't want to blind pick her unless you pair her with the Morgana to stop counters.
Yeah, things looking awful good for Team Liquid Academy. Again, they picked red side in games 1, 3, and 5. So this is game number 3. They decided into this. We're seeing a different ban now. Shen taken away from Zig.
They don't want to deal with that global pressure from Zig because Zig was running them around the map. He was TPing or using Stand United, and then if Rowhammers would answer with the TP, he wouldn't have another way to get back to that fight. Rowhammers ended up, I remember clearly, there was a fight where he was Malphite bottom, and then Shen came in from behind. Shen even walked in sometimes, and he's not able to actually follow him up. And I like this. The first pick here, Morgana for Hakuho. Break up that pair with the Misfortune. I still think that Misfortune will probably be locked in here. And I said earlier, I think in game 1, or after game 1, that Matt, he's got way more in his champion pool than just Morgana. You may watch those games and say, okay, he's a Morgana one trick, or he's really good at that. I say he's really good at pick champions, and there it is.
Yeah.
He's called Matt Life for a reason.
Yeah, Thresh now locked in. It's after Faker. Thresh locked in for Matt. Misfortune again picked up for Fabi here. And Frostbite, they're looking at a scary bottom lane once again.
I think Misfortune with anything that Matt's going to pull out is going to be a scary bottom lane. Allowing Fabi to have this champion and the lane dominance that she has on the current 524 patch that they're playing is a mistake. I think that Thresh paired with this is going to be almost no different, despite Morgana having a really good matchup against Thresh. But what are you going to pair with this Morgana that's going to make enough difference so that giving up the Misfortune is okay?
We're going to find out. Frostbite looking looking to answer now. Alawi being hovered by Wolfie. And Rek'Sai taking... Yeah, he's now locked in, taken away from Dardoch and Ezreal.
Ezreal. So I know that Pinoy played Ezreal over in the other series that's going on between Top Dog Gaming and Astral Authority, but I want to see how this Ezreal fares in the hands of TMA. I know he loves champions like Corki, like Ezreal, for the AD carry role where you're spamming abilities constantly and trying to land skill shots. I want to see if he can deliver on it, but also Zeri taking away the jungle pick of Dardoch here that he usually goes for when he doesn't have his mid lane.
Yeah, we're seeing something a bit interesting out of Liquid now. Graves locked in very quickly. Malphite also going to be picked, but that's 2 AD carries.
He has a jungle Graves, I think. It could be a mid lane Graves, but I actually think it's jungle Graves. I was talking with Meteos when I did Patch Rundown, and jungle Graves is apparently something that's really strong. I played it when it first came out. He was really strong, and his Q did more damage. But jungle Graves, you clear very well. When you have a red buff, you're able to actually just slide into lanes and get the slow off on people. The vision denial is really good. The burst. Once again, another double AD composition here for Team Liquid Academy. So Yungbin can run whatever he wants, and he doesn't really have to worry about resistances being stacked against him.
Looks like Lissandra going to answer. Xerath again picked up for Wolfie. That's going to put Lissandra on Rohan.
Yeah, Lissandra is something that was banned over in the LCK, and I think even at IEM where the Ever was playing, I definitely think that this is a champion that North America has kind of looked over a tiny bit, and in the current meta in 524 has a good environment for it, but I personally don't know what it is just yet. I'm going to watch this game very closely and see what Rowhammers is able to do on the champion. But with double ADs, I definitely think it's a huge threat. You force them to get Mercurial Scimitar third item, or at least a QSS.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. And 30 seconds to go on this Champ Select. These are our teams. Frostbite, their Challenger Series spot is on the line in this game, and this is the comp they've decided to go with.
Challenger Series spot for Liquid Academy is just one win away for them. The composition for Frostbite, this may be the last one that they play for the entirety of spring in the Riot tournament, because they could be out after this. These picks, they've thought about them long and hard. They've had 3 games to figure it out. This is what they have to throw down on the table. Is it going to be enough to take down TLA? They have taken the previous 2 games against them. I don't know, but it's different, and I like that for a start.
We'll see how it works out. I'm actually excited to talk about the mid lane once again. Yungbin going back to Victor. One gank set him behind, and then he just got preyed on by Wolfie.
Yeah, it's actually quite strange because his matchup has gone both ways. If you go and watch game 1, you see a Victor just dominating the entire game, dominating Wolfie when he hits the mid game and hits some spikes. But then if you watch game 2, Wolfie just looks like he's schooling Yungbin. He's throwing out his ultimate. He's throwing out Qs to poke him down to ultimate range to kill him, and boom. So this is a very tilty matchup in that regard. Who gets that lead and who's able to keep it? But once again, there's not going to be as many. Actually, this is actually the caveat here, is because the Xerath might be better because there are less tanky members now with the Graves in the jungle.
We're going to find out. This is down to the wire. Head back to the Twitterverse to tell us who you think is going to run away with game number 3. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FBWin or hashtag TLAWin. And this is it. This could be. It could be it. Yes. We might be going to that game 5, to that Silver Scrapes. I mean, certainly.
Do we do Silver Scrapes, or do we just do Fat Beat on Challenger? I don't know anymore.
Yeah, well, let's see if that Fat Beat is going to drop. We're loading onto the Rift right now. Frostbite, what could be their last chance at Challenger. They're looking for it as the spawns have begun, and as you mentioned, it is Jungle Graves for Dardoch. And everyone is now out of the base with pretty standard items.
Yeah, Jungle Graves, quite good. It's versatile. You can get over walls, which is pretty much a standard ability now for junglers. Is something you want, because when you invade, you want a way to get out. If they don't have a wall, a gap closer or a move block that gets you over walls or a leap, then they'll have to build a flash to chase you, and then you have your own. So I like the Graves. I like the fact that he's able to clear quickly. He's also really fun, too. Every time I play Graves in the jungle, I feel like I'm in the zombie apocalypse, because you're like literally when you're kiting the Krugs, you just turn at them, you smite, you shoot them twice, you start running away, and then you shoot them again, and the mini knockback on your auto attack actually keeps them arm's distance away. So you're just kind of play a game where it's like, if Krugs hit me, they infect me. Oh no! So it's actually quite fun. It has a good feel to it, for me at least. I love playing it.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on Dardoch's progress as this runs through. Zig spots out Rowhammer's Malphite into Lissandra. Again, double teleport from those top laners as expected. Wolfie rocking the heal in the mid lane. Bit of a change up from the past two.
I actually think he was running heal both times.
Was he?
Yeah. Youngbin had the Flash Ghost.
Yes.
Wolfie had the heal. Little surprised he did. Yeah, a little surprised he never changed to something like Cleanse.
Yeah.
Just because I think that it's a good summoner spell for Xerath, but he does like the heal. He likes to be able to keep his teammates a little bit safer, as well as himself. This is actually going to be a change up here. Because Graves is starting on the top side, Dardoch is, TLA, they actually get to take this romp, and it looks like full experience went over to Matt. You don't hit level 2 because you don't have the machete. Now jungle creeps are worth less experience, but you need to have the machete to make it up. So when Matt gets one thing, he's going to be able to hook and flay.
Ignite is dropped as well. He flashes out of the flay. Hakuho carefully dodging the calculated aggression. Now Massacre, on the other hand, he got both experience from those Krugs.
Watch double level.
Watch the binding is picked up. They're looking for the binding. Flash forward. Ooh. No, Fabi dodges. Matt is going to be forced to bully everyone away.
Oh, wow. And that looked like a Thunderlords went off there on Matt as well. So if TM8 was actually able to follow up with the Thunderlords, he may have been able to get Fabi's heal on top of it. So gets the flash, keeps Fabi at level 1, and they have to back. So overall, win there for Frostbite. Breaking up that bottom lane gave them some opportunities for aggression. No Braum this time.
Yeah,
I like
very
it.
Interesting trade, snagging away that Morgana and demonstrating proficiency with it is Hakuho. Dardoch trying to keep himself alive as the last survivor on Earth.
Run away! Oh, boom, there it is. See?
Yeah.
Run away.
Graves, he actually looks like he totally could be.
Stay away!
Survivor.
Run away in a circle!
He looks like the kind of guy when you're in a zombie apocalypse.
Like, get the bush!
He's just in a log.
See? He stuns it. It doesn't hit him. Don't let it hit you, Dardoch. No!
Oh,
he went into it. Oh. Not a single hit.
Oh.
GG easy.
Zeri found him.
Sorry, I didn't want to be toxic. My bad. GG,
little bit
really
late
hard.
For
really
now. Hard. Yeah, Dardoch with the double buff. Looking for a bit of damage. Deathfire now for Youngbin, interestingly enough, as he harasses onto Wolfie. And things nice and calm. No lane swap, as we saw in game number 1. Zig just farming it out under that harass from Lissandra.
Yeah, this actually gives Rowhammers, for the first time in the series, a champion that has a little bit of lane pressure. Before, he's the Malphite, where you have to cede a lot of ground, and this is going to force Zig to go with a little bit of a magic resist build early, which I think when I personally play Malphite, and I know some people have a different perspective on this, when I personally play Malphite, I don't like going for a magic resist item first. I like going for armor, because then it'll up my damage. So when I make that TP play to bot lane, I know it's going to be harder to kill me, because the AD carry's down there. I know I'm going to be able to offer a little bit more burst with my E. So, not always a big fan of having to get a magic resist item, but I know some people actually really do like it, because the regen on it.
Now we're going to see what Zig decides to go for. His presence in the previous games have been instrumental. Holy damage!
Yeah.
Wow!
So the way that Misfortune double up works now is if you kill the first target, the second one is going to auto-receive a crit and love tap. So the double up does an immense amount of damage. We're talking like almost 200% AD ratio at that point, added on top of the double up damage.
So scary again.
Zeri from behind, though. Speaking of scary, here's Zeri. He knows he doesn't flash.
Oh, flashes. He's going to take the binding. Fabi's so low. He goes down. First blood, Hakuho.
Nice pickup there. And also from Matt, he did flash, heads up play, flash lantern, but they did get the stun onto Fabi during that time. Getting his flash early definitely paid off, and I like this. Gank this bottom lane. This bottom lane has been a huge problem. A huge problem. But also picking up the Rek'Sai gave him a different route into bot lane. Dardoch, though, hey!
Playing nice and patient. Dashes face first into a stun. Isn't able to land too much. And just a bit more trade to try pushing Wolfie away.
Yeah, whatever damage you can get on the enemy mid laner and then push the wave out. This allows you a faster recall for your mid laner. It allows your mid laner...
speaking of fast recall, it might be a
Almost.
very fast recall if Youngbin had died there. Matt even shows himself as well as TLA look for some more of that team play and map movements that they're known for.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to mid lane here. It was a game of seconds. When you push out for your mid laner so that he can back and get the items that he needs, it makes it so that Wolfie has to stay here extra long, clear this wave out, try to get it to the turret in time. Luckily, he has blue buff, so he's able to spend his mana and do it very quickly. Now he gets the back. He'll pick up whatever items he wants, but this allows Youngbin to make a roam first, if he's going to. I don't think he will, but these are the types of situations you put the enemy mid laner into. But you do make him lose CS now because Youngbin had opted to back without a blue.
Yeah, we are seeing Youngbin suffer in lane once again, currently down 17 CS as his recall is only going to net him a Hex Core upgrade. Wolfie, on the other hand, again, goes for the Frost Fang and picks up a Fiendish Codex as well. Not quite enough to finish off his Frost Queens, but he's well on his way.
Yeah. He might get some gold out of it. It's really hard to get gold out of Frost Fang. When you get Frost Queens, though, oh man, the bank rolls, the money starts coming in. You get that extra gold from it, and it starts paying for itself very quickly. It's very easy to get about 1,000 gold off of it by the end of the game. Not to mention the active is just so good. But I do want to switch gears to Zeri in the jungle. He went for Cinderhulk. He didn't go for double longswords, which sometimes you'll see longswords from the junglers. You usually don't see second jungle item early. Just like what Dardoch's done and what Zeri have both done. You don't care too much about experience. Look at this.
Matt might be in trouble. I think he's definitely in trouble, actually. There's no might about it. Massacre. That's the second kill for Frostbite.
That's definitely the person you want to have it right now. Looks like he's going to go for, looks like a Trinity Force build so far. Don't know if he'll go for a full blue build.
Oh, they're not done yet. Looks like they're trying to dive on the Fabi. Zeri goes low, goes down. Fabi with the revenge kill.
That was the TP from Zig as well, so he's not going to have that. Rowhammers will have that over him. And Wolfie trying to get back to mid lane. How much poke does he take? All right, yeah, you definitely want to get as much damage as you can off. Dardoch, though, he is going to go towards top.
Ooh, Zig turns now onto Rowhammers. Here comes Dardoch. Trying to go for the juke. Flash gains some distance. The slow is landing, but that's Lissandra. She's got a lot of CC. The slow is about to wear off. Red buff is able to be applied. He turns it around, but he's almost certainly dead. Dardoch kills Rowhammers.
And Dardoch comes through where there's no wards for Rowhammers, and Rowhammers just in the middle of the lane. Good ultimate from Zig to pick it up. Wolfie, no ultimate to actually try and attempt to kill here.
Yeah, again, it's even in kills now. Here's actually a replay of that attempted dive. Fabi on his own.
Oh, doesn't get the knock-up. So no follow-up there. TMA, that was super aggressive. So when I said you gank bottom, I don't know if you gank it like that. Oh, missed it.
Oh, style play out
Dardoch
of
has
Wolfie.
ulti.
They're looking for it. Flash is used, but Wolfie gets out alive.
Ooh, I'm actually surprised Dardoch didn't pull the trigger there. I think he might have not had enough mana, just barely. You can see he's pretty much out. Running around the map, trying to pick up these kills on Graves, but also picking up a level advantage over Zeri. Zeri was 5 when Dardoch was 7. And oh man, it's pretty much just, this is the matchup to watch. Those junglers, who's getting the pressure over the other, is being so crucial.
Ooh, Fabi gets some harass onto Massacre, rides it out to
No
the
flash.
side. Hakuho with the flash. Soul Shackle. Fabi goes low and gets destroyed by Massacre. Matt's got his flash. He's going to be able to get out of this one. He dodges once. Here comes Dardoch. They pull Hakuho in. A revenge kill is secured in Dardoch. He's going to chase forward. Red buff is applied. Massacre, whoa, he bleeds it forward just a bit. Here comes Rowhammers, but... Oh,
There he came, though.
No, that was not the right thing to do. Dardoch with the BM might end up being punished for it. No, he's turning it around. Zeri overestimating his damage.
Ooh,
He goes down.
When you go for the Bomby Cinder, watch out for Matt Hook, though.
He was in line.
Yeah, in line. If it was just 400 range more, then we'd nerf it. But that one would have hit if it was. But man, why are you making those plays down bottom like that? Zeri has just died twice by going bottom in what was definitely a suboptimal play. Twice.
We are seeing the reaction out of Fabi, however. Take a look at his build. Not going for the double BF sword. He did at some point have double longsword. He did turn that into a Warhammer now. So there is a proper reaction. Fabi still gets some pressure on this turret, but it's 11 minutes in, and he still hasn't brought that down. A complete change from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, and actually, talking about builds, TM8, though, he went for what looks like it's going to be actually a complete blue build here. Dropping money on tier, you have to do it early, but it's not really active combat stats for you when you go for trades. So TM8's going to actually hit a little bit of a power trough here, but eventually the blue build, from what I've been hearing for Ezreal, is the superior build if you are a good Ezreal player. The more Qs you can land, the better this build becomes for you than an auto attack build.
Did Hakuho just snag that blue buff?
No, he's got nothing under his.
Oh, I see.
Under his skirt. Not that I look, you know.
Oh boy, Dardoch takes the scuttle now, drops a pink to clear out the vision from Frostbite. And again, spending a lot of time in this bottom lane. More harass finds Yungbin. Still down only about 10 CS. It's even just about everywhere else, though that timely Frost Queens is going to spot Dardoch. One for the Swifties, he's able to keep himself at a range.
Oh, Yungbin, though. Rowhammers is off on the side. Rowhammers can actually close this distance, and then, yep, there it looks like.
Oh, no flash. Yungbin gets locked down. Here comes the snare. Wolfie gets the kill. Zig cancels his teleport.
And they get a TP for it, too. Really late on the TP, but they didn't actually see Rowhammers coming down. You'd think the MIA ping would come through from Zig, and then Yungbin would play a little more defensively, but he finds his way in there. Rowhammers is actually going to have a really good start to this game so far.
Things looking very good for Frostbite. It's still even in kills, but Frostbite have a slight gold lead. No turrets have been taken, so it's still everyone's game.
I think Zeri definitely needs to take a little bit of a breath here, stop being so aggressive, because it looks like the series and being down 2-0 is starting to get to him. And Hakuho as well. Hakuho had a really good play, and Hakuho had to overextend, and it ended up being too greedy. But once again, clearing out this pink ward, you see Dardoch's going to answer by roaming down towards this bottom side of the map while farming. But also TM8, not too healthy right now to try and take a skirmish with Fabi.
These are nice and calm so far. I mean, aside from the 8 kills. A little bit more harass finds Massacre, but again, with junglers far away, not a lot of chance for any crazy action without a skill shot. True shot
give it away.
launch. Finds some damage at the bottom while Dardoch continues to play his mini game. Oh,
he lands his Q.
Oh,
nope.
ah.
He didn't land the Q. If he had, then he actually would have had a kill opportunity there, but just barely. But I do like the idea of actually continuing to use it, try and get consumables out of Yungbin, to try and make Yungbin back. Rowhammers, if he goes aggressive here, okay, good.
Yeah, just keeping it safe.
Shove it up, make sure that there's some turret, make sure that there's some being lost. But actually, there's a ward behind these guys. If Rowhammers TPs, he could make a play, but the problem is he doesn't have ultimate just yet.
Oh,
There's the TP.
Uh-oh, this could be a scary position. Fabi going forward. Matt is going to toss the flay. Rowhammers with the jukes. Now looks for Fabi on the side. He burned his flash. He's low. He's caught. He's dead.
That's a lot for just Fabi. They're going to have to get a little bit more off of this because they're going to lose farm top. Zig may pick up a turret for himself as well because you don't have anybody to rotate up there. That was actually a very strange flash from Rowhammers. I have to look at it again to see if it was actually worth it at all because he might need it here because they're going to go for a dive.
Yeah, this is 4v2 right now. Matt tosses the flay. Dardoch is the target on Braves. He's shut down. Massacre gets the kill. A binding is going to catch Matt. He's dropped double kill. Massacre. The turret. He'll keep him alive. 7-5 Frostbite.
And that's going to be this turret going down. But they also got the turret in the top lane. But look at this Yungbin.
Here comes Yungbin. He's going way forward. The Black Shield catches Rowhammers. He's able to shut down Massacre. Turns for Hakuho. He gets the kill. He's being kept alive just a bit. He's looking for another one, but Rowhammers shuts him down.
How did he get TM8? Rowhammers is going to continue to push up. But we've got to watch out for Fabi.
Yeah, this fight has been so long. We've had a respawn cycle. Matt is now on his way down there.
They didn't get the turret either. Oh, this is really nice. Rowhammers with the Black Shield. Look at, oh my god!
Oh, he stands in.
Ah, just the tip. Why would you run back into it? Ah.
So it is answered back. Yungbin ends up going down here, but more importantly, let's take a look at the turrets traded over. It's 2-0. Oh, wow, Matt. Again, the binding was online, but just not quite in range.
Yeah, almost. Needs to have 400 extra range, man. One day. But TM8 looks like he's going to go for Iceborne Gauntlet here. He's got his blue build. It's stacking up. Very close to being online. He's 5-1-2, which is a great place to be in his scaling build.
16 minutes in, even in gold, just about even in kills. So it looks like Liquid might want to put some pressure mid. Dardoch finds Hakuho.
Ezreal ulti
Could
coming
be
in.
caught out. There's a lot of damage dealt, but he's still fine.
Are they going to stick around here and try to siege this mid lane turret? Wolfie, he's running a little bit low on mana. No blue buff on him at the moment. It is still in the jungle, but you can see off on the side, Zig. Zig is waiting to engage.
Dardoch looks to steal the blue now. Zig, as you mentioned, waiting in the wings. Zombie survival is going to keep Dardoch at high health, but Massacre takes the bottom tier 1. Whoa, Matt looks to be the target of some harass from Wolfie. Fabi gets chunked out.
Just kidding. Looks like it's Fabi who's
Yeah.
the target. Teammate, though, he's going to continue to shove this bottom wave out. It could become a problem, and you may have to allocate somebody to that bot wave. But everybody's backing right now. Dardoch's going to look for what looks like possibly a gank. Okay, he went through Rift Herald and back. But yeah, this is going to crash against the turret, and Fabi, there's no home guard yet. He's going to miss out on a little bit of the CS. Where's that going? Is that going to hit Youngbin?
Shot comes across, misses Youngbin.
Hey!
More to put pressure on the lane than anything else. Action in the top, as it looks like
Zig has
Rohan
ulti,
is
too.
trading out with Dig. And
Oh, he walks too far forward. Zig's going to ulti.
oh, he gets knocked down. Rowhammers tries to keep himself up. A short hop is not enough. The stun finds Dardoch, but he still gets the kill.
Yeah, when you don't have your turret like that, you don't have vision on any of your flanks or your sides, you should not be up that far. Big mistake there by Rowhammers, especially with no flash.
Maybe some of that good old-fashioned Tryndamere blood pumping through his veins. Oh, I can totally make it out of... Oh, no, I'm not playing Tryndamere. Uh-oh, Matt.
He was on a mission to get some vision.
Oh, misses the binding there. Takes a bit of damage. Tosses a lantern for Fabi. He gets chunked low and goes down. Fabi's like, nah, dude.
Malphite TP to the back. He has no ulti, though.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive play. Zig now could be the one who's caught. He flashes. And more harass from Wolfie is going to punish him. Liquid lose a man, but not quite able to take anything else off of that death.
Ezreal ulti just for some poke, but it's going to skirt by everybody. Gonna be able to siege this mid lane, though. Wolfie, pretty much full mana at this point. Some people want to back on the side of TLA, though.
Yeah.
No TP for Zig. You know you have a numbers advantage here. It's definitely time to push out for Frostbite. Youngbin will be the wave clear, though.
A lot of wave clear from Liquid to try to keep the turret up. Smoke comes across. There goes the ultimate from Xerath. Binding is going to be dodged as well, and Liquid survive the wave. Dardoch, whoa! Tries to punish Hakuho and teammate.
That's two ultimates down. That's both your AD carry ultimates down there. The ultimate from Fabi, the bullet time, and the collateral damage from Dardoch. Really aggressive play there, just trying to pick up something. I am actually looking at some of the adaptations here that the junglers have made. Zeri, although he hasn't had his hands on Rek'Sai in this series, very different build than what Dardoch went for. Tanky jungle enchant right into a sight stone for his team. So he's providing vision, not just from his trinket, but also vision denial. So this may help them out later on in the game. But right now, Dardoch also contributing to vision in two ways. He has the Tracker's Knife for the first time in the series, but he also has the blue trinket for the first time in the series as well, I believe.
Dardoch 5-1-0 right now. Still going for damage as he adds a Youmuu's to his warrior enchant. Binding again dodged by Youngbin. Fabi finds an opening. Looks for some damage on the turret.
Watch out for
Wolfie's
Zig.
trying to clear it out. Zig, oh, he might be waiting to pull the trigger here. He gets caught in the binding. The turret goes down. Teleport from behind. Youngbin's right on top of it. Rides the lantern to safety. Rowhammers has to ult himself to try staying alive. The laser is not enough. Not even the Chaos Storm. It's Dardoch who nets the kill. 6-1-0. Matt takes a stun to the face. Lots of poke finds him, but he's going to have to back away if he values his life. Liquid, however, are not done. Zeri and Dardoch trading back and forth. Zeri riding the tunnel system as best he can. Matt dodges the last right of the arcane shot, and Liquid continue to chase forward. Red buff onto Wolfie. Dardoch does so much. Red buff is ticking away. Hakuho goes down. Dardoch is a monster.
Dardoch with the instant Q against the tower, so it detonates immediately. Comes up big there. Zeri, he's going to actually take a tunnel route.
Yeah, he's
Where you
back
going?
in the subway system he was in prior, but this train is going nowhere. He gets knocked away. Not quite enough to bring anyone out. And Team Liquid, they haven't lost anyone yet.
Yeah,
This extended fight.
I'm a little confused. TM8, he seems kind of hesitant to actually go in. He's got the blue build. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. If he can land autos, it's hard for people to get away from this team.
Ooh, Dardoch might be caught, but in fact, it might be Team 8 who's caught. Lots of damage now going across. tries to heal it back up, trades some more forward, and the Mystic Shot misses.
Oh, there goes the Frosty Ghosts.
Oh, is he going to turn this around? I think he might have to. Dodges one,
So he
gets
gets
out of
another E.
range. Looking for some auto
Oh,
attack.
the lifesteal.
Here comes Malphite. Massacre's very far forward, but his Swifties aren't enough to catch up.
Yeah, a little aggressive, a little too late for TM8. He has a level advantage over Fabi for the first time in the game, and he just seems still rather hesitant or maybe a little scarred from the previous 2 games. I think that there was a lot of opportunities for him to actually close distance on Matt, close distance on Fabi, and even Dardoch and Zig, because how are they going to really counter-punish you? You'd have to just dodge the hook, and that's it. But you saw Zeri really wanted to go in there. Miscommunication from the Frostbite squad, where I think they could have come up with more.
Bit unfortunate for Frostbite. It's now a 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. This is by far the closest game of the series so far. Oh, the body
closer.
Dardoch. He drops Cleanse, but still goes down.
Big shutdown, too. He was 7-1 right before that. 7-2 for him. Nice QSS immediately, but it still wasn't enough. I like the QSS build. I talked about it in Champion Select when you see a Lissandra, and I guess also a Morgana and a Xerath. QSS, probably 3rd item for your AD carries, both of them.
Just a little bit important. Meanwhile, with Dardoch off the map, that opens
Gotta watch the flank.
gates. They could be looking for it.
Fabi?
Tossed. Zeri goes into the back. Fabi is low. He goes down to the dive from Frostbite. They take the turret and continue to chase. Matt is going to be dropped on top of that. Zeri nets the kill. A binding will miss Youngbin. He's still holding on to the Chaos Storm, but it's up to Zig. This could be the wombo they're looking for.
Yeah, if you can't actually take out Youngbin, though, he's got all the wave clear. You're pretty much just going to get a dragon off of that at best, and maybe the blue buff. But Dardoch is back. Dardoch, the 7-2 guy with so much armor penetration in his build. He's rocking about 30 just from his items.
Dardoch could look for it.
Oh.
Secure. He says, thanks, guys, and pieces out. Dragon now looks to be the target. I guess it's a worthy trade. Blue buff for Dragon, 23 minutes in. I think this is Frostbite's first Dragon in this entire series. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
He's fine.
Waiting on the tunnel cooldown. Yeah. And it also looks like
He's probably fine.
Yeah, he's probably fine. I was just looking at Zeri's build again, a little sidetracked. It's going to be the Randu and Zoman here for him, which, no, there are some crits from Fabi. It's not going to help you too much against Dardoch just yet. Maybe he'll get a crit item eventually, but it's once again a team-oriented build. He's going to be able to help peeling if people try to dive onto Wolfie and dive onto TM8. But usually you'll see a Dead Man's Plate because it adds to your damage, right? Dead Man's Plate is more of the selfish item that once you reach people, you'll slow them. So I actually think that this is very, very focused on the team. So Zeri's saying, maybe I actually think Zeri might be saying, you know what, maybe I just can't beat Dardoch straight up. I'm going to focus on the team.
He is down 2 levels and a multitude of kills, though. Rocking a very similar KDA. Youngbin playing that micro game of dodge the right of the Arcane here in the mid lane. With that concession, as you mentioned, Zeri going for that different build. Dardoch going almost full damage. He's been playing out of his mind so far, stealing away that second blue buff.
Oh, watch for TPs.
Yeah, a little bit of damage finds Matt. Dardoch joins up with the rest of his team. Zig is in the bottom. He's going to try to get a quick recall in. But Team Liquid Academy, they're putting some forward pressure onto Frostbite.
Zig went back. I think he's just sitting there for right now, just making sure that he would have home guard, but he's just going to run back down to the lane. Cool. Rowhammers, though. Rowhammers, I like the early distortion enchant for him so that his cooldown on TP is a little bit less, because he's been beaten to the punch on most of these TPs throughout the entire series. So I like that adaptation. But also, you saw they both walked away from each other in bot lane when I was watching the minimap, and they both looked like they wanted to TP. They were ready to do so. So if Rowhammers is on that game a little bit more, Frostbite might be able to come up with some more teamfight victories, despite having that disadvantage in the jungle.
We'll have to see if that is the case, if that cooldown ends up working out. 25 minutes in. Wolfie clearing the mid lane. TLA sitting back and playing defensive. They don't want to take any chances. Focused 100% on getting that Challenger Series spot. Binding misses. Spooky Ghost is going to find Fabi, but not Dardoch, however. He's going to get
Matt over
nice
the wall,
and
Matt over the wall.
close. Oh, the hook finds Hakuho. Even a lantern to bring Fabi in range. Great play from Matt.
Matt with these over-the-wall hooks. Game one, over and over again onto Wolfie. Definitely put him on his guard for the remainder of the game. And Hakuho, right there, has to blow Flash and ulti. He's not going to be a very effective Morgana, save for some bindings for the next few minutes.
Yeah, the minion wave comes crashing into the turret. Team Liquid ride that wave hard. They're trying to bring it down. Fabi takes 1-2 hits, but is still alive for now. It's 5v4 with Zig in the wings for some sort of entrance, but instead just provides a little bit of exit for his team.
Zig off on the side here, though. They don't see him. He's been kind of skirting around on this backside. They have an inkling that he's around. The rest of the team is actually going to back off from TLA.
Now, with that tier 2 gone, it's now 4-3 in turrets for Team Liquid Academy.
And there's the Muramana completed there for TM8. Nice power spike for him. And actually, if you look at his build, he had the Bilgewater Cutlass, but then he realized they actually have so much armor on this Malphite now with a Thornmail. With just that one member stacking armor, he still wants the last Whisper for the bonus penetration.
Oh, last half a second of the recall. Dardoch makes it out just fine. Picks up a Mauve Malmortius for his troubles, respecting greatly that damage that Wolfie and Rowhammers are putting on the map. While the split push continues, Fabi farming in the top, Zig in the bottom, and Youngbin relegated to the jungle as Dardoch is in the mid lane.
Yeah, you get poked out by Wolfie, pretty much going to have a bad time. Dardoch, he does have some jungle sustain. If he goes into the jungle, he'll be able to lifesteal a bit off of them. So him taking poke is not as big of a deal. But looking at the build there, TM8 finishes Lord Caster Sage's regards, Lord Dominic's regard.
Uh-oh, Dardoch might be caught. Cleanse keeps him standing. Uh-oh, here comes the rest.
There's
the maw
the maw.
gets popped in the shield. Oh, Dardoch. Good to see he's still got a sense of humor.
I don't know, man. He was telling me that he used to be toxic, and that was the biggest thing holding him back. I don't know. One day he's going to do that. It's going to bite him in the butt.
Well, the question is, will he be doing that in the Challenger Series?
I don't know. That is
That's
true.
what's hinging on this game.
Look at you, going back to story.
Uh-oh. This could be a scary position for Matt. But it's more of atmospheric horror than anything, not true horror, as all of the skill shots miss.
Zig, though, TP in the back line. Rowhammers hasn't started his.
Oh, Zig gets into the back. Lots of damage. Bullet time finds Zeri. Not too many targets as Matt misses the binding. He gets way too deep.
Oh!
Rowhammers is able to drop Fabi, but he goes down as well. It's up to Dardoch and Youngbin right now. Zeri looks for the entryway into that squishy back line. Hakuho's caught. The Spooky Ghost finds Youngbin. Dardoch's taking a lot of damage. There's no Ride of the Arcane. Zig's dancing on top of that tunnel. Team Liquid can't find a way in, but neither can Frostbite.
Oh, man. Rowhammer's a little late on the TP, but he ends up getting Fabi with pretty much every ounce of his being. He just says, I have to get this kill.
So much damage, finds Youngbin. He's still doing fine. The dive
flash
happens. Youngbin goes down as there's an arcane shift forward. Zig is the target. He flashes to dodge the Soul Shackles. Massacre doing so much damage. He's going to trade over his life for Zig's as Dardoch gets the shutdown.
That flat penetration on his build immediately wrecks TM8 against the wall. That is so strong. When you're able to instantly detonate the Q, you saw that burst.
Looks like Frostbite is back in the gold lead. Here's actually a breakdown of that fight. And Zig with the engage.
He's already used his ultimate by the time that Rowhammers even starts channeling. Rowhammers, he's right in front of where Fabi is, ulties him to stop the ultimate. If that had been sooner, Fabi wouldn't have gotten all that damage off. You would have been able to actually collapse on him, and you possibly would have been able to actually get more out of this fight. Because you would have actually saved your life, too, as Lissandra. Back and forth here, but then we want to get to the part where TM8 gets blown up. I like this tunnel in. This is the Rek'Sai late game playmaking dream. Boom. Knock up. Youngbin gets dropped, but then Zeri gets out of turret range just in time before he drops. And then Zig dodging, and
wow. So much damage, and a turret shot on top of it.
I love the new Maw. I think the new Maw is a really good item to pick up if you're going for an armor penetration build, because it's got that 10 armor penetration on it on top of the 20 that you get from Youmuu's, and then just all of the other things on top of it. It's just great damage now, too. A little bit of a bush camp. There's a pink in there.
Uh-oh, Zeri gets caught. He's taking so much. Youngbin is the guy who gets the kill. True Shot Barrage, yep. They're in that bush, guys.
Yeah, a little bit late on that. Rowhammers is going to be bottom. You can't stop that.
Oh, no. Black Shield keeps Massacre standing for now, but Fabi's providing chase. Bullet Time nets the kill. Wolfie, split from his team, is forced to back away. That's 2 members dead. Dardoch found Wolfie. He's got no flash. The cleanse on the stun. There's so much being traded, but Dardoch annihilates Wolfie.
And that might be the Baron here for TLA, and they just surge off to what's going to be one of their first big gold leads of the game. That was pick after pick after pick. Rowhammers, bot lane, no TP. And Zig was not going to match him in that lane.
Ooh, True Shot Barrage is not enough to take the Baron. It's picked up by Dardoch. He gets his smite off in time. And Liquid, once again, in the lead.
Very sloppy there. Zeri face checking a bush. Rek'Sai, you have a Q. You don't have to check brush. They were all standing still, too, knowing that he was going to walk straight into them. They tracked him as he was doing it. Now 4 levels down on Zeri in comparison to Dardoch.
Yeah, tricky
Insane.
situation. We're 32 minutes in. There are 32 kills. Dragon number 2 being started by Zeri. Rowhammers is there to help. No, Dardoch is at the Grump. Dragon's being taken, and he's finally going to head over. All right, now he sees
Oh, he's smited early!
Oh, and Fabi gets the Dragon. That's number 1 for Team Liquid. Denied number 2 for Frostbite.
Ugh, it's really the fact that they got number 1. The number 2 is not a big deal. The first Dragon is huge. It gives you so much in terms of your stat multiplication, and also it's probably one of the most important Dragons. That one in 5.
Yeah, very scary situation for Frostbite now. Challenger is on the line, and here comes Liquid. Matt is going to use the McHales on himself to make sure he stays standing. The rest of Liquid are now with Baron buff on the tier 2. Dardoch has caught the binding, but he's got a cleanse of his own. Youngbin waiting in the bush, looking for an open.
They're just going to be able to siege this. Wolfie doesn't seem so focused on actually clearing the wave. He's focused on poking. And you can see that in where he's throwing his Qs. He's just trying to get it down. They got Dardoch!
Oh, Dardoch goes down so fast. Zig finds Massacre. Matt's in the back. He's still alive, but Fabi is untouched for now. Hakuho drops the Soul Shackles. Matt, oh yes, he's not out of range. He gets the kill. He's going to try going for another one. He doesn't quite succeed. Wow, another kill for Youngbin. Wolfie is trying to get it. He's got the Rylai's. Flash is going to be answered for Flash, and Youngbin and Matt escape with their lives.
Oh man, I thought Youngbin was done there because Hakuho threw a binding. It was supposed to hit Fabi. Youngbin off on the side, but the burst back and forth, they get a lot of Barons off, and look at this. We are back to a 1.2k gold lead
Yeah,
for
this
TLA. That's it.
This is so close to what we saw. Oh, let's actually take a look at that fight once again. Matt gets chunked out, but he stays in the fight.
Yeah, Dardoch too far forward. He has turret aggro at that point. No idea why he's there at that moment. Too far forward, doesn't have QSS. And Wolfie, the poke that he was laying down pays off. Look at that. Binding hits Youngbin. I thought he was going to be dead there because Rowhammers, but then Rowhammers actually had a moment of hesitation, went back and forth, and then he was just too far from Youngbin, and he ends up dying anyway.
So close. Flash for Flash, and Youngbin gets out alive. This game is much closer to what we saw in the Ascension tournament. Teams butting heads, even in gold, even in objectives, but it was Team Liquid who came out in the Ascension. Looks like Team Liquid 2-0 so far, looking to come out 3-0 this time.
They have all the cards right now. They have the series in hand. Frostbite, they're playing for their lives, where TLA are playing, you know, not with so much on the line with just this single game. They have wiggle room. Speaking of wiggle room, though, TM8, they're going to look for him. Not going to get him, though. I don't think they'll be able to make a play off of that. Oh.
Oh?
Okay, he used his QSS. Don't think he meant to.
Oops.
Yeah, it gives you more movement speed when it's Mercurial Scimitar, but not yet. Maybe he was trying to turn his Merlin
It was the zoning.
Yeah.
Quick zone. That's what it was. Whoa. Looks like they might be trying to collapse onto Matt and Fabi as the Rite of the Arcane from Wolfie is dropped on.
Rowhammer's backed off. He might be looking for a TP.
I have to see Dardoch splitting in the mid lane with Zig in the bottom. Assist pings coming out as Dardoch is going to shred through this turret so quickly. He might only have 2 shots in that gun, but he's going to reload so fast. Binding misses, and the inhibitor turret goes down. Zeri looks for Youngbin. He flashes instead onto Fabi. Rowhammers with the flank. Dardoch is doing just fine. Fabi's is the primary target, and he's going to try turning it around. It's not quite enough. Youngbin drops to Wolfie, but it's Zeri who's going down in answer. Liquid aren't done. They're looking for Hakuho now. They could try to answer. He misses one skill shot, but he's looking for it. The bullet time nets the kill. 4 versus 2 right now. It's up to Massacre and Wolfie to keep Liquid away from any more objectives.
They're going to get so much off of that. They will probably get this turret too. With Graves, if you get close to that turret, all your shots hit it and you take it down so quickly.
Yes, so much damage. They've caught Wolfie. Wolfie's going low. Dardoch tries to bring him down. He does indeed. Matt trades his life, but he might have traded his life for a spot in the Challenger Series. Massacre, it's up to him now. The skill shot is done. Fabi and Dardoch are on the Nexus. Massacre's looking for it. He's not going to find it in time. The Nexus goes down. Liquid Academy are in the Challenger Series.
In a clean 3-0 as well. Both of the first 2 games, same composition, same formula, able to bring it home. Different members stepped up. And then in this game, Dardoch, pretty much for the entirety of the game, with highest level in the game. How is the jungler highest level in the game? Like, I think that is such an aggressive style to play. It's very greedy, but I think that he's able to pull it off beautifully, and it's how I would love to play League of Legends as a jungler. Like, let me just take all the kills.
Well, I mean, we did just watch the game, so you've got these great highlight reels. Pentakills on Rek'Sai, who I know you're a big fan of, and now this amazing game on Graves. Dardoch, man, Challenger Series is going to have to keep an eye on this guy.
Yes, I definitely think that he is a very, very good player. I think that the Challenger Series has their eye on him. I think that people in the LCS, I know that Dardoch has been seeing offers from teams, but the reason he wants to stay on TLA is that he gets to work so closely with I Will Dominate. And he said before very openly that one day he might replace him on the starting roster. And he said in the interview at HTC, that's what he's preparing for. He really wants to be an LCS player. He's 100% dedicated to it. And I think that his style is just really, really, really good. I think it's super great that he can carry a team like that in multiple situations. You saw it with Graves. You saw it with Rek'Sai. He doesn't back down, and he definitely delivers.
Yeah, and with that, Team Liquid take the win. Frostbite, they put up a good fight. They butted heads. Game 2, they kind of went for the deja vu trick again, for the execution. Team Liquid ended up taking the win. In Game 3, they responded appropriately. It was, in fact, a very close game.
Yeah, in Game 3, it's one of those things where you walk away and you go, TM8, he had all of the tools, but Blue Ezreal, you still actually need 6 items to actually do a whole lot of damage. He needs that Mercurial Scimitar to just go over that extra edge, but I think the fights, I don't think it was the Ezreal, I think it was the fights that they were taking. They're taking them too often. Rowhammer's not on the same page as the team just yet. It was very obvious with those TPs and how late he was compared to Zig, and the plays that they were making, they were just out macroed, whether it was the Game 1 turret where it wasn't bounced correctly, or it was this game where at the very end you let an inhibitor turret and inhib fall for practically free. Dardoch ran up. You didn't respect what the Graves is able to do point blank to turrets. It does more damage because all the bolts are hitting it when you get right up there. So I think these are some mistakes that Frostbite are going to go look at and go back and see. This is where they messed up, and then they'll have to re-gear up for Challenger in summer.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they do make it into that summer split, but that's a quick 3-0 for Team Liquid, improving over their HTC Ascension 3-1. But we're going to go ahead and step away for a quick break, but when we return, we'll dive into our second series between Top Dog Gaming and Astral Authority. Stay with us. The North American Challenger Series Spring Qualifier Finals continue after this. Here comes Rowhammers, but
There he came, though.
No, that was not the right thing to do. He's going way forward. The Black Shield catches Rowhammers. He's able to shut down Massacre. Turns for Hakuho.
With the Black Shield. Oh, my God.
Oh, he stands in.
Just the tip. Why would you walk back into it?
He's got no flash. The cleanse on the stun. There's so much being traded, but Dardoch annihilates Wolfie. He flashes instead onto Fabi. Rowhammers with the flank. Dardoch is doing just fine. Fabi's is the primary target, and he's going to try turning it around. It's not quite enough. Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challenger Series qualifier finals. Congratulations to Team Liquid Academy on securing their spot in the NACS Spring Split. Now we're going to turn our attention to the second series, where Astral Authority are up 2-1 over Top Dog Gaming. Astral Authority took fast control of Game 3, up 3,000 gold at 9 minutes, following a 5-man dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and players to watch in this series, since we're tuning in halfway through, are Astral Authority's jungler Schernfire, who's been instrumental in their 2 wins. We're watching a bunch of junglers today. I'm okay with this. And in their most recent game, he carried the team to victory on Graves with a final score of 7-1 and 4. So just like Dardoch was winning on Graves in the other series, he picked it up for himself here. Ends up with a win with a very solid score, 11 KDA.
Yeah, solid indeed. On the side of Top Dog Gaming, look to the bot lane as marksman Pinoy and support Ken bullied their way to victory over Astral Authority and were pivotal in their game 2.
Yeah, and since we're jumping into this series and it's 2-1 in favor of Astral Authority, there are a lot of names on the side of Top Dog Gaming, despite being down 1 game, that you would actually recognize. You look over at this team and you go, okay, I know who Pinoy is. I have an okay idea of who Executioner Ken is because he played a little bit back and forth in Challenger, and I think in LCS a tiny bit. They have Acadian as their jungler, who is known as a very strong Rengar player, and then Slooshy, former mid laner of Team 8, who looked like he was going to be the new carry threat on Team 8 alongside Cali, alongside Maple. And then, of course, he dipped out for the season for a little bit. Now he's back to compete again And right now, it doesn't look like he's pulling too much to the table just yet. I mean, his back is against the wall in this series. If you lose this one, you have to come back in summer if you're really motivated and you really want that Challenger Series spot on the team that you're going to come up from the ground with.
Yeah, we're going to see which team goes the way of Frostbite in this series. And, you did mention it's teams back against the wall. On the upside, they do have one win. So they can come back with this.
Yeah, and they've shown that they can actually beat this team. I think that was a big mentality problem on the side of Frostbite because they've only won one game in that whole, what would we call it, like a best of 10 against them if we're counting the HCC tournament on top of it. So TLA actually came out with even more diverse strategies, with even more teamwork, and that seemed to be the undoing of Frostbite there. But when we get into picking bans here, there's also something else to keep in mind, is that this series apparently has been very back and forth. It's been very flexible in the picks and bans and what's being banned away. People are banning reactively. Pinoy played a really good Ezreal, ban it away. And then I think we're going to see more target bans as things pop up in this series. It's not going to be as rigid as the previous series we just watched between TLA and Frostbite. Yeah. Also, Blue Side has won all 3 games so far. So they're swapping sides.
You're right.
It's not going to be that whole Frostbite. And I guess in the other series, Red won every game, but it was just Team Liquid 3 games in a row. So.
Well, can you really contribute that to side choice at
no,
this point?
Not really.
It was a great play from Team Liquid over the course of the series.
Yes, they definitely deserve to be in the North American Challenger Series for Spring 2016, and I look forward to casting them in the future. But as we move into this series, I'm eager to see who's going to be joining them and who is going to actually be able to take a game off of TLA, because they look strong.
They really do.
So I want to see some strong showings here from these two teams.
And again, they're playing for their own spot, not contending with anyone. This is the 6th and last spot of the Challenger Series. So it will be exciting to see if it's going to end up being Astral Authority or Top Dog. And, they've been playing well so far. I think we could expect some action in this, Game 4.
Yeah, it's actually quite strange, too, because when you look at the standings and how these teams made it here, right? Team Liquid Academy made it here being undefeated 8-0. They just made it to the North American Challenger Series from going through the entire gauntlet, the entire open bracket, undefeated, and they end up 11-0 during the bracket stages to make it in. You looked at Frostbite, I think they dropped 1 game throughout the entire thing, maybe 2, but they are knocked out. This team, though, Astral Authority, I believe they actually ended up winning the 3rd place match to get here, where they weren't even favorites in the 3rd place match in my mind. They were against, I think, AKA or another team. I'm not 100% on that, but they were the 3rd place match. Top Dog Gaming are formerly Winter Fox from the previous Challenger Series, and the way it works is when you're in the 5th, 6th spot in Challenger in the last year, that means that you come back, but you're placed into the bracket. You're not instantly into Challenger again, so you have to fight for your spot to come back. And that's why Pinoy's on this roster, that's why Ken's on this roster, and that's why we're seeing them come to this point. But they chose, because they had a chance to pick, I believe, between some teams, and they picked this one. They picked Astral Authority to go up against them, and now it looks like Astral Authority could take the series. They are poised to.
2-1 in the series so far, and Top Dog, their backs are against the wall. This is the Winter Fox, I guess, team, not exactly the same roster, nowhere near. No. But the fact that they are still in this game, it is Game 4, trading 1 for 1 and then for another one, you got to wonder what's going through their heads. We saw a great play out of Frostbite when their backs were against the wall. It was the most even game of the series so far.
Yeah, it's that whole thing where you wish that was Game 1.
Yeah, exactly.
You can be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make sure that we didn't have any big macro mistakes. Let's actually improve our teamwork as the series goes on. And then things fell apart, and it was actually the last game for them. So it was close, but at the end, you definitely saw that mistake again where they gave up the turret. This game, you have to wonder, because I've been hearing, since we haven't been able to watch the game, I've been here on this desk watching the game with you guys for the TL series. But this one, I've been hearing it's back and forth. The picks are going back and forth. The score is going back and forth. We've had a 25-minute game. I think we've had another around 27-minute game, too. These have been fast games where somebody is getting a lead at like 3,000 gold at 9 minutes, right? Which is something that we didn't see in the previous series. We'd see like a 1K gold lead slowly but surely get pushed up. But this one seems like it's going to have a lot of blood in it, and it's going to have a lot more one-sided stuff where if somebody starts getting behind, That's going to be the daggers in. Let's twist it and make sure that we can end the game. So I think they aren't going to let up, and I think both teams are rather ruthless in that.
And I think that fits really well with patch 5.24. In the new season, it's all about ending the game sooner. It's on the winners to win the game, not just because they're winning, but because they've won. You know what I mean, right?
This is you right now. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I know where you're going with that, though. It's up to the people who have a lead to close the game out, because if they don't, you can actually come back from a deficit because of the minion pushes and because of the mechanics in the game right now. So yes, you have to keep your foot on the gas pedal to end the game. You can't let up. It's not going to end by itself, right? So
we're certainly going to find out. But we are in pick and ban. This is game number 4 between Top Dog Gaming and Astral Authority. Currently, Astral Authority are leading by 2. You can see the bans on your screen right now.
Yeah, I like the Graves ban. We were talking about how Schernfire went 7-1-4 on that Graves. If you aren't comfortable picking it up for yourself on Acadian as a first pick, you ban it away. I like the adjustment here. And once again, this is where Ezreal was banned away previously against Pinoy. So I guess they're going to leave it open this time, maybe risk it. But it seemed to be what took down Astral Authority in Game 2.
Yeah, the first pick for Top Dog, he's going to be a wolf-based figure. Kindred locked in. Well, half-wolf.
Yeah.
Of the canine variety. It's a stretch. It's a stretch. But we'll see how Astral Authority decide to answer. So they've got 30 seconds left on the clock. And it is nice to have that Kindred locked in nice and quick. We've seen it quite a bit.
Yeah, Kindred is a very strong pick in the jungle right now. Nidalee banned away, so it's definitely the aggressive pick you want to go for. I think it matches Acadian's style. He's a guy who likes to build AD, play those types of junglers, but he also likes to carry. He's the Rengar player. He's the guy who likes to... I think he actually had a stint where he was playing top lane, and I think he played a bit of Tryndamere. He played a lot of things, but he's always been kind of a carry personality, a guy who wants to put the team on his back. And I think the Kindred is good, but with Kindred, you have to be really active. We saw Zeri get a very early kill in the previous series where he actually was able to jump into mid lane. You have so much mobility early on. You get flashes, come back, do it again. Make sure that you can camp this person. You have so much in your kit with the slow and the burst damage. Keep the pressure up. If you are Kindred and you let the pressure go for even a minute, you are very squishy. If people start getting damage, they're going to be able to burst you. You do have your ultimate, but... It's a small window. It's still a small window, right? If there's any CC on it too, you're going to see it. And just like what Astral Authority have picked up for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 very magic-based champions with that Corki and Lulu. Now, we've seen Corki mid. We've seen Corki AD carry. I'm a bit curious to see where this goes. And Top Dog, they look to answer. It's Tristana and Shen.
Yeah, and I actually like the Corki pickup here. We heard that Slushie was playing it in the mid lane, putting on his faker pants. I heard it didn't go. I think it may have actually gone okay for him. I think it did. I think it actually did go okay for Slushie. He stepped up on that game. But these are flex picks, right? Jimmy Talon could take the Lulu. He could take the Corki. It could be a Corki to double G. It could be the Lulu going to the top lane. And, you know, and could be a Lulu going to stunt. I'm not gonna really put that one out there with confidence. But these are flex picks. You don't know where they're going. But Lulu was banned consistently by Frostbite on blue side, which I thought it was a mistake because it's so powerful right now. And especially with the way that the state of the game is, wave clear, you have ways to buff up your AD carries, which are so strong right now. I think it's definitely a steal if you could pick that up on a blue side every time.
Yeah, looks like it's not going to quite happen for Top Dog Gaming as Astral Authority lock in their next champion. Janna now locked in for Stunt. And Lee Sin going to be going over to Schernfire.
So it is going to be Lee Sin in the jungle here. Lee Sin is actually very good into Kindred. Lee Sin and Gragas are the 2 champions that I think you should take pretty much every time. Just so when Kindred throws the ultimate down, you kick them out of it. It's your ultimate now.
Yeah.
And they can die on the outside of it. So if you save your ultimate for misplacing or displacing the Kindred, then you're actually in a really good spot. Good dueling potential. You can actually keep up with her or them and then end up taking them out. So good pick there for Schernfire. He carried 7-1-4 on Graves previously. He might be able to do it again here. And then the disengage support here. So it's not support Lulu, but it is going to be a little bit of a poke comp here with some disengage.
Yeah, we'll see how the magic damage and poke for Authority works out. As right now, Fiddlesticks is being hovered for Top Dog Gaming. What better way to break a poke siege than have Fiddle Crow Storm into the enemy team? Oh no! Slushie goes back to the tried and true Orianna.
I like it.
Yep.
When I was watching Slushie back when he was on Challenger and Team 8, when he made it to the LCS, Orianna was always one of his better picks. Orianna and LeBlanc were the two picks that I remember Slushie for because he was always consistent on those two. He was able to come up with lots of CS and also contribute a ton of damage to fights. So looking at Top Dog Gaming's composition, I didn't really get to touch too much on the Tristana, but it'll become sieging. It has double AD once again, which I think are going to be very popular compositions, just like Jat was saying on League of Learning, that they can knock down turrets, they can siege, they have their wave clear, and they have global pressure. You can keep these squishies alive. This is rather annoying. You have a good shielding composition here. If Pinoy can get slightly ahead, lots of peel, double shields for him, you have an ultimate from Kindred, you can keep him alive.
Yeah, now it's up to Astral Authority to answer. This could be the mid for Jimmy Talon or the top for Charong. 5 seconds left as he's looking for that last pick to round it out. Gnar locked in, that puts Lulu mid.
So that's a Lulu mid for Jimmy Talon. I thought you'd go with something more interesting than Lulu. Pretty much Lulu's the polar opposite of Talon.
Yeah.
I'm helping my teammates instead of stealing all their kills. But Lulu for Jimmy Talon. This composition is actually rather magic damage heavy. Schernfire, I want to see what build he ends up going for. Most Lee Sins will end up going for a supportive build after they get their warrior. But the Gnar as well for Charong. It's a good matchup for him a little bit. You do actually end up getting bullied by the Shen when you're in mini Gnar form around the mid parts of the game. But if you can end up in a split push scenario, you're okay. Get Black Cleaver, make sure you're able to push. I actually, just walking away from this, I do kind of like Top Dog Gaming's composition a little bit more. Lulu on a Corki is not always the best because you really want an attack speed AD carry to make sure that you keep getting pixes off, but it's still okay. Like, I think that this is a composition that will work. Once again, you have a lot, like I said, on Top Dog Gaming side, 2 shields, speed ups, peel, ways to keep your AD carry alive. You look at against Astral Authority, they have a Gnar for peel, lots of stuns. They have somebody who can kick back with the Lee Sin. And then you have 2 shields, Janna, Lulu, and you have ways to keep Double G alive. So lots of focus on both AD carries in this game.
Yeah, let us know who you think has what it takes to win game number 4. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag TDGWin or hashtag AAWin. And I'm actually looking forward to this because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of disengage on both sides. We could easily see poke and sieges just going on for long periods of time.
Yeah, and when poke and sieges go on for a very long time, AD carries are usually the people who get the most benefit out of it because they sit there, they farm, and when it becomes to a Tristana versus a Corki, well, Tristana actually probably gets the better of that in the later game. I know Corki is extremely strong right now, and if you have the ideal scenario with your W when it's upgraded, you can really wreak some havoc in a fight. But, once again, Tristana range, hard to compensate for on a Corki. You're going to have to pull off some crazy maneuvers.
Yeah,
but he might be up for it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Pinoy can quite pull it off. 30 seconds in. Very defensive setup from Astral Authority there as they sit on their red buff. 5-man line from Top Dog Gaming. I don't think we're going to see any invade quite yet, as everyone likes to sit back and just play it safe. You know, this is Astral Authority's chance to get into the Challenger Series. They need 1 win.
Yeah, and when you have that 1 win, you basically have all the confidence. AA, sitting, waiting for an invade. I assume that an invade has happened earlier in the series when you look at something like that, where they probably came to that bush twice. Maybe it cost them a game. So, gonna disperse, but then it is TDG, making sure that they just have the flat 5-man spread. But it is a lane swap, too. We do see TDG. It's going to keep Brandon FTW up in the top. And then you're going to have Pinoy and Ken start those Krugs, get themselves a little bit of experience. But same thing for Double G. Stunt.
So how does this lane swap work? We're going to see Double G and Stunt take the Krugs, it looks like, for a bit of early experience, while Pinoy and Ken, we're going to start with the Krugs of their own. They're on opposite sides of the map, and as you mentioned, Tristana, so fast at taking turrets.
Yeah, Tristana's very fast at taking turrets, but you do have to keep in mind that Corki, wave clear might be a little bit better early. Ken will try to assist with wave clear if he can, but it's a Janna as well. Janna definitely helps you take turrets early on and allows you to harass the enemy top laner out much easier. If Charong goes to this bottom lane, he's able to just throw boomerangs, CS a little bit, and it does look like it's going to be a lane swap where you send your top laner and support to the bot lane, and you leave your AD carry in the top lane. And when I talked about how this is such an AD carry dependent matchup, just in general based on the compositions, giving your AD carry solo experience is very beneficial. So Double G might be in a better spot after this lane swap, just based off of what he's getting experience-wise.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for Double G, as looks like it is going to be Chorong and Stunt in the bottom. Again, Pinoy sharing experience with Ken as he heads down there. Doesn't want to take any chances with a 1v2 Pinoy. And the double jungle initiated for Top Dog Gaming. We'll have to see how this works out for them, as Schernfire is well on his way. He's getting some solo experience in the jungle as well. And things have kind of settled down just a bit.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a long while before Brandon actually should be up in this top lane. I think he should have been here a little bit earlier, but he does catch the wave, so I can't knock him for it at all. I definitely think that this is where you need to be right now. You can't let that Corki continue to push. You have to be able to actually match him in this lane swap and get some experience for yourself.
Yeah, looks like Brandon is trying to clear up some minions as fast as he can. Already up to level 3. He's actually up to 10 CS, whereas poor old Chorong on the other side, he's sitting at an uncomfortable 3. Acadian is going to clear out this Scuttle Crab. Not marked, but still a good thing to secure early on, as we can see Schernfire on the bottom side of the map as well. So it looks like everyone's focus is on the bottom for now, but we're not going to see anything come of it.
And the question is, at the end of the day, is experience on your AD carry in this composition worth more than experience and CS on your top lane? Because that's what you're trading right now. Double G is going to get more levels, but Strong's going to be starved a tiny bit, not as much CS as Brandon. But I think that's actually worth it in this composition. I think, like I said, AD carry dependent. I think it's the right choice just to leave him up there by himself.
Yeah, we're seeing Brandon continue to catch this CS. Might just try to stop the recall from Double G just to buy a little bit of time. Nope. In fact, Double G turns it around and everything's nice and calm as everybody just farms it out. Calm, cool, and collected 4.5 minutes in. And, you know, you can't really blame Top Dog. This is their last, what could be their last chance, as it's 2-1 in Astral Authority's favor. Ooh, Jimmy Talon is going to help out with the Krug. Snags it for himself.
Doesn't matter. They're pretty much just trying to take it from Acadian because it was marked. Don't want it to go over to that Kindred, so he starts getting an extra damage early. But I definitely think that that was something where you probably could have actually had a heads-up play, maybe zone Jimmy Talon off a little bit, but he does seem to be in a strong position. Because Acadian had 2 longswords to Schernfire's nothing in his inventory. It could have been a 2-on-2 that maybe you could have won, but they decided not to pick it in the first place because Top Dog Gaming are actually just sitting on more gold overall, mostly because Shen is picking up CS and it's much harder for Chorong to do so.
Yeah, so far it's an 11 gold lead for Brandon. His wave is actually going to push into Chorong. Interestingly enough, Acadian is showing himself up here. I don't know if he was able to sneak into that bush successfully, but the late red buff could see it come into use. Oh, it just falls off.
Fell off. Very interesting. Slushy with the TP. Acadian sitting in this bush. Actually, I want to go back to Slushy. Slushy TP'd back to this mid lane, so he's going to be able to make some team plays and see if he can roam over Jimmy Talon. But Jimmy Talon's pretty much going to be with the team when it hits mid game. I don't think there would be a use for the TP on this Lulu, or too much demand for it. Up top, though, Acadian is still sitting there.
Oh, very patient.
Stunt.
Shows himself in the mid lane. Flash used by Slushy. The slow is going to miss along with the knock-up. Nice roam from that support Janna, but not able to make anything come of it. And Acadian, he spent a lot of time up there. He's finally going to complete his recall, picks up his Warhammer, and matches some of the damage that Schernfire's hopefully going to be looking to do, but Schernfire's a step ahead.
Schernfire going for possibly the wraparound play here. There's a pink ward in that brush. If he goes through, yeah, there he goes. He's on a mission.
Oh,
Kill
but they're
Ken and
already
Pinoy.
collapsing
Stunt.
onto Stunt. He's taken quite a bit. Exhaust buys him time. Will it be enough? Knocked out of the leap forward. He's looking for the reset. He gets it. Pinoy, first blood. He leaps out of the way. Shen ultimates enough to keep him alive, and Flash from Ken keeps him safe for now. Sonic Wave, and Ken goes back in as Acadian joins the battle. Flash burned by Schernfire.
Wow, back and forth there. Brandon having his ultimate ended up being big, and that was the difference. Remember I talked about the lane swap. Brandon, if he had actually matched and gone with the support, he wouldn't have been level 6 at this point. Big save there by having that.
Oh, Brandon barely misses the shadow dash onto Chorong, turns it around. No armor just yet, and for now, Brandon might be winning out on damage. Chorong just tries to bully him away. And things are settling down. Kindred on his way to the new scuttle, but Surenfire plays on top of it. Oh, he could be looking. Can't quite make up his mind. He's going for the Raptor camp right now, and
Oh, he got marked.
Acadian. Looks like that's who he's going for. Surenfire takes quite a bit of damage. Flash is used. Surenfire has none, but Lulu is able to keep him alive with a great wild growth. Don't know that Acadian's done just yet, but finally decides to back off.
Acadian starts marking Surenfire while he's doing his camp. He's like, ha, I got my eye on you. Those are my Raptors. But ends up getting his flash for it, ends up getting the Lulu ultimate as well from Jimmy Talon. So this gives Slushie, once again, a little bit of pressure, but he doesn't have his summoners. And there's always a little bit of kill pressure from Jimmy Talon, too, with the Ignite.
Some action in the bottom. G backs away as some more turret pressure is applied, and after the lane swap, when it's all said and done, despite Top Dog or Astral Authority being the ones to initiate it, it's 1,000 gold in favor of Top Dog.
Yeah, Top Dog, they ended up getting the Shen ultimate on Brandon for the win, which I think is the biggest thing to come out of that entire lane swap, is the Shen had a CS lead, was able to actually maintain it even when the lane swap came back, because it's against a Gnar, who should have an okay time CSing, but it was denied experience. So if Brandon had matched, wouldn't have had the Shen ulti, and then when you go down to the bottom, well, Double G, he's up one level, but they both have their ultimates and they survived. And Pinoy got a kill, too.
Yeah, things nice and calm as Brandon continues to work on that 20 CS lead he has over Charong. 10 CS lead for Surenfire, but not too much coming from it, as Acadian did spend a lot of time in that top lane. Double G has got his package now as he runs down to the bottom lane. He's going to be on his own, though, as it looks like Stunt takes a detour through the mid lane to clear out the pink ward of Top Dog Gaming.
We have that package on, though. You do have a time limit before it wears off, so it's kind of a tell you're looking for a play when you pick it up, because you could just leave it there. You don't have to pick it up. It helps you get back to lane a little bit faster, but
Super early home guards.
extra movement speed. You can roam with it really easily. But I don't know if there's going to be a play in Double G's future.
Yeah.
They're actually playing it really safe here, but you see Pinoy and Ken go back after they clear the wave. Instead of getting turret damage and risking it because they don't have the ward coverage in their river, they go to get the Crux.
Well,
Which I think is a smart play.
I guess I have to ask the scary question then. If everybody's taking it slow, they're content to farm it out and play it patient, who does it benefit more?
Oh,
It's a tricky one.
it is a tricky one. I definitely think that Kindred versus Lee Sin is always down to skill. If the Lee Sin saves the kick for the Kindred ulti, Kindred does end up hitting damage thresholds better with more stacks. In the mid lane, though, rather even. They both get to shield. And then, of course, it's always an AD carry. I said it at the start. The AD carries, I do favor the Tristana personally, but I know that Corki is really strong now. But I think that the range of Tristana is really hard to compensate for when you have the items in the auto attacks.
We are seeing the slow build towards that scary late game from both of these teams.
Ooh.
Very strong compositions. Double G lands a bit of damage, lands the Thunderlords on top of it. Double G will not be stopped. He misses his rocket, but Pinoy still chunked down to half with only a bit of lifesteal.
Yeah, didn't see it, but I heard it off screen. Ken used his Pulverize on the minions, and that's why Double G was not afraid to just walk up and try to make a play. Try to get some damage down, too, because there was no way the retaliation was going to come through.
Yeah, Surenfire looking for the patented liquid mat gank in the mid lane over the Raptor wall. Doesn't quite find it as Slushie is playing safe, and Acadian was on that side as well. Looks like Surenfire is going to clear out this Scuttle Crab, but Acadian on his way already to the other one. This could be yet another stack on that Kindred as he's going to clear through that so quickly.
You gotta watch out for Surenfire, though. He's coming for the backside.
Oh, Slushie gets caught. Stand United finds it, but Slushie...
Flash taunt.
Ooh, there it is. Jimmy Talon's the target. There's the shockwave. Slushie nets the kill.
Or taunt flash, I guess. But I definitely, when that came through, I'm really surprised Jimmy Talon didn't ulti himself or even flash to try and... Because it looked like what was going to be in line for Brandon FTW.
Yeah.
Ends up another kill going over to TDG. And despite them being down in the series one game, they're holding on. They're hanging in there. They have a gold lead by about 1.6k, and they're not letting the pressure get to them. I actually like the position, too, that Acadian's in. Acadian can actually come from behind here on Charong. If you just get him down to like half HP, 100% you tower dive this.
Oh, yeah, looks like that's what they're going for. The bounce gets strong forward. Flash is used. Acadian decides not to pursue.
I'm actually surprised Acadian came from that angle. I thought he was going to come from the back of the turret so that he'd have to flash into you. and then just try to outplay under the turret. But yeah, looks like he does get a flash out of him. Definitely worth it because you blew your flash in mid for Brandon. Even them up, give him more pressure again. You can always revisit that lane too. Keep it up as Kindred.
We'll see if any more ganks are going to occur. Slushii trying to recall gets canceled by Talon, who's made his way back, going for the Boots of Lucidity. Again, those cheap CDR boots.
Yeah, Boots of Lucidity on Lulu were not uncommon, but now they're even more common. It's the 300 gold difference, and that's another reason. Like Frost Queen's claim is super good, but it's super cheap too. Everybody's about cost effectiveness right now. Cadian though, looking for a stack on Surenfire. I think he's still marked. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he goes for it just as the Sonic Wave is used, but Surenfire rides his way to safety with a safeguard. Gets a wild growth just for the extra health.
Oh, a little bit late on the Frost Queen's claim active there. I actually thought that would be used to engage it, but chooses not to, uses it a little later. And here we go. This matchup in the top. Yeah, when you're going for the build that has a Black Cleaver in it, Black Cleaver's not as much HP as it used to be. Builds out of Caulfield's Warhammer now, as well as a Phage. Not what it used to be, the Phage and the Kindle Gem. So it's, I think, about 200 HP less than it was previously. So you're very vulnerable. You can, though.
Takes some damage from Surenfire. Even Pinoy, despite having the turret within kill range, plays it safe. The moment he sees Quirky, despite having a wave, decides to back away, keep it nice and calm. And we're starting to see some big gaps opening up. 20 CS lead for Slushii, 30 CS lead for Brandon.
He's trying to take every Raptor that he can. His Raptors, their Raptors. It's the old... Oh, wait, speaking of the old,
Raptors aren't going to do too much if he's already in your jungle. Ken is so tanky. Chorong is teleporting in. That's 4 members bottom, now 5 as Talon has roamed as well, but Brandon has joined the fight with a teleport of his own. They could be looking for this tier 1.
Yeah, you have to back off of this because you're going to get the tier 1 in mid, and they might not even get this one because they're running back.
Yeah, scary situation. 4 members trying to bully it down. Double G's taking a few turret hits. That needs to be on the minions, but no, it's going forward. Just trying to harass away Pinoy and Brandon. The mid T1 goes down. That's the first of the game while the siege continues in the bottom. Astral Authority haven't backed off yet. They just lost Meganar. Ooh. Oh, but they could be looking for it. They've got a cannon minion wave now.
Yeah, they got a cannon minion wave. They might pick this up, but that's going to be the red going over to Acadian on the opposite side of the map. So he's just pretty much maximizing his time. You get that bottom turret, I'll get this. I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to clear the jungle and possibly even go top to clear that and push it out. Because there's no TP on Chorong. They know it, they saw it, and there's nobody in that vicinity either. They have eyes on everybody. It could be 2 turrets.
Yeah, with a wave building, we'll have to see if Acadian can break down the tier 1 as it looks like Astral Authority back away. Double G's on top of a ward, but still makes it out just fine. And yeah, now we can see Acadian start to head up to that while Slushii gets fed his blue by Brandon.
It looks more like Acadian's actually just sitting in the brush waiting for somebody to pass by. Throws down his ward in the lane. And yeah, a little late to push it now.
Yeah.
Double G ended up picking up the package and running towards top lane, but it's going to be a wave here for Brandon, but they're actually going to back off of it.
So it is 1-for-1 in turrets. Red buff secured by Acadian, though Surenfire's on the other side. He won't do the same. Good guy, Surenfire. Says, you know what? You take my jungle, that's okay. I'm going to turn the other cheek.
Oh, there's the other turret.
Oh, Pinoy and Ken take the bottom tier 1. There are 3 members. Whoa, Pinoy goes deep onto Chorong. Here comes Brandon. Stun takes some damage as well. Flash is used. Brandon decides not to dive.
Yeah, Brandon could have gone for another taunt flash, but there's no big reason to. Jimmy!
Ooh, forced to use Wild Growth on himself. Slushii's looking for it. Double flash. There's the very scary spooky ghost. 2 spooky 5 me, but Talon gets out just fine. Stun gets caught though. He's got no flash this time. Monsoon buys him time, but it's not enough. He drops. Pinoy chases forward. He leaps and zones away Surenfire.
And now you wait for that middle wave and you try to push that up. They did lose their top turret to Double G continuing to push, but TDG, they haven't given up a kill and they're even in turrets now. They actually aren't even going to take more. That's so surprising to me when I see a team that could get some turret damage mid opt for taking Raptors for Slushii, and then they go for the Dragon. I think that a little bit of a missed opportunity, but the Dragon one is important.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Dragon number 1 now secured by Top Dog Gaming. 17 minutes in, they're up with a 3-kill lead and a 3,000 gold lead, despite it being even in turrets. Brandon is trying to maintain that advantage over Charong, but Slushy in the mid lane, he's nearly 50 CS ahead of Jimmy.
He's a dirty CS pattern. Takes all the jungle farm. Raptors. I need those to see things.
As a mid laner, those were the glory days when you could just go and, hey, I need these, I need this. You made this, I need this.
Oh my god.
Oh, looks like
Take my blue buff. Take my vision.
Yeah, that's Rift Herald being taken now by Astral Authority. Double G's the one who secures the buff. And Brandon decides not to push in the top anymore, doesn't want to take any chances. And Slushy continues to farm it up in the middle.
Slushy with that large CS lead. Already cracked the 10 per minute mark. Doing very well for himself. One of his classic picks that he went back to. Definitely think that this is going to be a big boon for TDG moving forward in this game. Not only is it going to be a lot of damage and a threat with the Shockwave, but also a shield for Pinoy. Pinoy, the build he's going for right now is where you get the BF sword and the pickaxe, and then you complete IE after you complete a Zeal item. I think Rapid Fire Cannon on Tristana first is really strong. People would always go for the static shiv to continue farming and to push waves quickly, but she doesn't really need that too much with the explosive shot, with the explosive charge. Now, when she hits around, I think around level 11-ish, you're able to outrange turrets. So when you're sieging, you can walk up to the turret, give it one shot with your static, with your rapid fire cannon, run around in a circle, and then go do it again. So you always have active time damaging the turret during a siege. Helps you close the game out.
Yeah, on top of that, we just saw Pinoy steal the blue buff away from Jimmy Talon. Very confident play, but some untimely recalls from Astral Authority meant they couldn't quite contest it in time. And Pinoy, with red and now blue, sets a nice wave of building. Double G has got to catch it.
Could make a play towards the top side of the map with these minion waves, but right now it looks like it's just going to be farm time for everybody in this game. I know that TDG don't want to make too aggressive of a play and try to end up throwing. Nothing too risky. I think that on the spectrum of risk versus reward, they're going to go for the low reward stuff as long as it's low risk too. So the low risk play is pretty much what's going to be in TDG's mind at all times.
It is farm o'clock, and at approximately farm 30, we're going to see a transition to Siege Siesta. Everyone's just going to take their time.
There we go.
Farm it up.
Move your Tristana, move the person who knocks down the turrets to the top lane, where there's still a tier 1 standing. So Pinoy, going to pick up this farm, going to continue to shove this turret out. See if he can actually break it down.
Ooh. Charong is actually completing his recall here despite seeing Tristana. He's got to answer bottom where Brandon is pushing, but here comes the rest of Astral Authority looking to collapse. Ken is already waiting in the wings.
Yeah, 3 members come up to the top lane to stop this, but that means that you have to bring Charong back to go to the bottom lane and stop that split push. So Charong still rather squishy. Swifty boots for almost everybody on the map. Very classic preseason.
Ooh, Pinoy.
Oh, it showed them too.
Yeah,
they don't know about Acadian though.
Yeah, they could look to collapse. Acadian, now's the time to pull the trigger. He turns it around. Ken drops in. Churnfire goes low. Double teleport Monsoon to disengage. Looks like it's canceled from both sides. And Slushy stays with some damage onto Talon. Shockwave forces out the flash.
It's good to get the flash though. You really want to get that away from Lulu. Then you have that playmaking ability. Brandon though still has his. And he was looking for a play.
Yeah, he certainly was, but instead they're going to focus on the turret. No minions there just yet. Brandon takes some chip damage from the turret. Double G tries to clear him out, but just doesn't quite have enough. Slushy, with an amazing map sense, knows that Charong has disappeared and decides to group up with the rest of his team as they look to break down this third Tier 1 turret.
Don't quote me on it, but I think he threw his ball at Raptors just to try and get some sneaky CS too. I don't know, but I think that's what he was doing.
Oh, boy. It wasn't even, hey, I'm going to join up with my team. I don't know where Nara is. It's, oh, Raptor's up.
Oh, yeah. I like, throw it at it real quick. I probably wasn't.
What's the respawn on the Raptor?
I'm probably just giving him a hard time. It's something like that. I think it might be 80, 70.
Because the Shockwave, that's about that cooldown. He goes in. Ken gets caught out. Lots of damage drops onto him. There goes his shield.
Speed up, though. There's the slowdown.
Ghost keeps him up. Here's Churnfire. He flashes forward for the kill. Lamb's Respite buys time. Churnfire's got his... Oh my gosh. Oh, they finally get the kill. Double G secures it.
And they get to continue this push. They have the numbers advantage. Slushie doesn't have mana to clear these waves, but their wave is very far behind, so they can't actually get to this turret. They'll pick up the blue. They might rotate to the mid lane turret now and try to siege that down and get some gold for themselves and even up the turret count.
Yeah, this mid-tier 1 is now the big subject for Astral Authority. That would bring it to 3-3 in turrets. Can't quite bring it down, but it is so close. The next wave, they just might be able to, as Double G now steals the blue buff away from Top Dog Gaming, and things even up just a bit. Still a 4,000 gold lead in favor of Top Dog, but Astral Authority, they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, pretty much a CS lead, top, mid. The mid CS lead, though, is huge. Former LCS player Slushie is coming up big right now. 70 CS above the 200 mark and 80 above his opponent. Way above the 10 per minute mark right now. Slushie is doing a very good job on this Orianna, and not only that, he's 2 levels up over Jimmy and has the highest level in the game by a good margin.
I think the most interesting thing is that there's been no response from Schernfire. He's at 280 CS 23 minutes into the game, albeit with Raptors.
Yeah.
But Schernfire's been spending his time trying to track Kindred, trying to deal with Pinoy.
Yeah, what Schernfire's been doing is Schernfire's been going to these side lanes. He's been going back and forth, and when they keep swapping it back where you put the Tristana top to knock down that turret, you put Tristana bottom, he's trying to match that. He's trying to roam around and keep tabs on Pinoy like you were saying, but Slushie's left unchecked, and that's sometimes what happens in a lane swap, right? We used to talk about how lane swaps were 4 people push bottom. Well, what are the mid laners doing? The mid laners are on the island now. Sometimes people would come by and blow their flash mid with like a support roam, but there really isn't a whole lot of that right now. Slushie's pretty much untouched. Slushie gets to do whatever he wants in this game, and when he hits 16 and starts grouping up for these fights, it's going to be an immense amount of damage, because look at his build. If you just compare builds side by side, he's a Rabadon's Deathcap completion over Jimmy Talon.
Very scary Orianna if he's able to land anything. Luckily, he's got a few ball delivery systems on Shen and Alistar. We're approaching the 25-minute mark, and we just saw Dragon number 2 secured by Top Dog Gaming. Looks like they're not quite focused on breaking down those tier 2s just yet. Pinoy, level 13, completed his Infinity Edge on top of the RFC, so should be able to get some good chunk damage once he finds it. You can see him burning through that Janna shield on Double G.
So once you have these items and you have this much wave clear and almost 100 CS lead for Slushie in the mid lane, go ahead, group up, put 4 people mid, go between Baron and top lane over and over again. Baron top mid, keep the vision control, and you also have Brandon, who has 2 sources of globals. If Brandon even has to TP somewhere, he still has Stand United available to him. So he's going to go match bottom, which I actually think is a very interesting choice here.
Yeah, it looks like Top Dog are a little bit quick. Pinoy standing on top of the blue trinket is going to clear it. As that wave heads top, it is answered by Astral Authority. Schernfire looks for his red buff. He's got some help from Double G. They see Acadian. Spooky Ghost is going to catch him while Brandon finds Turong. Taunt lands. He does so much damage and is so incredibly tanky. Turong tries to answer back. Ooh, Taunt barely misses. Brandon has his flash, so too does Turong. But Brandon just might zone this away. Could look for the flash taunt. Is Turong ready? He lands it. Gets the solo kill in the bottom lane. 5-1 Top Dog.
And Brandon, oh man, it's mostly magic damage. If you look at the items that Turong has, he has flat health and some armor. The majority of what Shen is going to do to you is not that type of resistance.
Yeah. Scary situation now that that global teleport threat is gone. Pinoy pulls the trigger. Double G goes in, but doesn't go far enough. Pinoy gets kicked under the turret. He flashes. He's still alive. Teleport keeps him standing. Double G goes down. Tristana's running from the side, but Schernfire trying to get out to safety. There goes the Spooky Ghost. Schernfire says, ah! And gets out. He actually dodges to the Scuttle Crab, rides him to safety. Brandon, oh, not quite going to catch up. Misses the Sonic Wave. That's a big cooldown. 3, 2, 1. Is he going to be able to make it out of this one? Brandon catches it. Another kill on Brandon.
He still runs them around the map. They're able to get this mid lane turret if Jimmy Talon, there you go, gets that last shot. And they don't lose any structures in response. So the turret count is evened up again, but Baron right there. And you know the jungler is the last one that died. So getting this stolen, pretty disgraceful.
No jungle, no AD carry. There's the respawn from Double G. He's home guarding as quick as he can, but it's so easy for Top Dog to secure that. That's Baron 1, 27 minutes in.
Top Dog Gaming, despite having their backs against the wall, being down 2-1 in the series, they are coming up big. 7-1 in kills, even in turrets now, but they have been great up there on their objective control and their patience. This right here, kick back into turret. Watch Pinoy. He takes a turret shot, flashes, and then he starts autoing to try and get some HP back because he has a Vamp Scepter. Just barely enough gold for that too when he backed previously.
Yeah, very solid play out of Top Dog as they are securely in the lead. 6,000 gold ahead now with the Baron buff. They're looking for game number 5 to get into the NA Challenger Series. Spooky Ghost is going to find Pinoy, but unfortunately that does nothing for his attack speed. The turret is shredded. Turnfire is obliterated, and Pinoy finds Stunt, Flash Shield, and the Wild Growth is needed to keep him alive, but this is not Top Dog Gaming being finished. Not at all. They look for the inhibitor. It goes down. The inhibitor itself gets dropped. Pinoy has come online.
I think he's been online for a while. He just hasn't shown it. Same with Slushy. Slushy level 17 to level 14. He's gonna annihilate him.
Shockwave on Stunt. He goes down. This could be the end as Jimmy Talon is forced to back away. He's at such low health. But Top Dog Gaming, they've got Baron buff. They've got a mini wave. The tier 2 goes down, and they're looking for the bottom inhibitor.
And they still have Baron. They're able to push this down. It's just gonna get blown up right there. Look at that. Pinoy obliterates it, and that's the second inhibitor in the same push. This looks like it might be a 30-minute game in favor of TDG, and then moving on to the 5th.
Yeah, this is a huge Baron power play, and Astral Authority, they just have been a little bit too slow this game. We're watching Top Dog take objective after objective, and there has been some fancy footwork. You know, Slushy getting some great damage across, some excellent CS to back it up, and Pinoy with his fast fingers just bullying Astral Authority away.
And it's so funny how League of Legends, just as a whole, watching like way back and thinking to the lane swap, if Brandon hadn't been the one getting solo experience, he wouldn't have had his ultimate to save Pinoy in the first play, which could have been a snowball, because what TDG did from there is they were able to have lane dominance, they were able to push it out consistently, and Brandon got the lead, even if though it's an assist, that he needed on that Shen to continue pulling out, especially with the experience advantage.
Very scary situation for Astral Authority. Gotta wonder what they might try if we do make it to game number 5. This game isn't over yet. There's still a standing inhibitor. And while there is a Shen split pushing with Teleport and Stand United, this Death Bush might just be enough. No, they decided.
It's so hard to Death Bush because if somebody hits Frost Queen's claim, it'll run towards you.
Yeah.
And then you're too far forward if you're trying to plant a Death Bush. But Pinoy, turrets, structures going down here. Slushy with the wave clear. And Slushy with the champion clear too if somebody steps too far forward. He has ultimate again.
Yeah, this is a scary position. Churnfire pulls the trigger. Somehow he gets knocked in. Slushy's the target. Monsoon buys time, but he holds on to his flash. The stun goes down, but there's not enough. There's the package. Durong goes low. He goes down. Stunt goes low. He's going to follow. Double G trading with the KD, and he doesn't have vision. Lamb's respite buys time. It's all about the time.
Draw.
Will he get it? Oh, Double G gets it first, but Top Dog Gaming are ending it. Nexus 1 goes down. Nexus 2 follows. Here's the Nexus itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a game 5 on our hands.
Top Dog Gaming, bring it back, 2-2. AA had them against the wall. AA had the series. And once again, blue side, 100% win rate in this series.
That's so interesting. We had 100% red win rate, now 100% blue win rate. But Top Dog Gaming, what exceptional play. Slushy, that guy's CS.
Yeah, he Flame Horizoned him there at the end, having 100 CS more than Jimmy Talon.
Yeah, 357 CS, 31 minutes into the game. A full 100 past. I believe it was 251 of Jimmy Talon.
Just barely, 106 more than him. But overall, that ended up just being a cascade effect where your Shen got a really good position. Brandon FTW, huge credit to him. Highest kill participation in the game as a top laner. Shen, just throughout the day, has been a huge priority pick for top laners. But the funny thing is that it's only priority in the game. When you play against it, you realize, damn, we probably shouldn't have left that for him. But nobody's like first picking it. Nobody's banning it.
Yeah.
Right? You're sitting, I guess they banned it in the TLA Frostbite game 3 after they learned. But it's such a strong pick in a world where TP is basically the only way that you interact with fights as a top laner. So TP, stand united. Every time he was able to make a play, it counted. And I loved his taunt flashes this game. Not scared to pull that trigger. Not scared to blow the flash and maybe have it flash in return. But every time, Lulu, Gnar, caught him with that ability, and then they were able to capitalize off of it. So I think that TDG, looking forward, they need to dig deep again, have Slushy farm, have Brandon go to Pinoy's lane. If you can get Shen again, I say you take it.
Yeah, this time, this next game, it's going to be Astral Authority on the blue side, as they did pick blue for all 3 of their games. So that begs the question now, with first pick for Astral Authority, do they prioritize that Shen? Do they try to secure it that early on into the rotation?
Yeah, Shen is a strange pick because he's so strong when he's in the game, but people are a little hesitant to first pick him.
Yeah.
They think, okay, well, what happens if they pick a very lane dominant champion into me? What if they go with a Darius or something? What if they pick a Fiora into me? Am I going to be able to actually leave lane to deal with it? So there are some answers to him that you're able to play with. Fiora, I think, is a big one, because if you're able to riposte the stun, the taunt, if you're able to actually go back and forth with the sustain and the percent HP true damage, you can really devastate a Shen in the top lane. So I think this is something that's probably going to be banned out just because you don't want to see it be picked up. But I think he's definitely pivotal to the game right now that we're seeing in professional play, at least today in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that works out. And that's not to say that they had a bad pick and ban. In fact, I really liked it. You could see the flexibility with the Lulu.
Yeah, I think that both teams went for overall a similar strategy, except when you're playing a protect the AD carry type composition, I think that the Lulu versus Ori, it's relatively even. Orianna does end up with more on the damage spectrum. Lulu ends up with more on the utility spectrum. But with a Corki, not the ideal pick. And a Shen versus a Gnar.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to the Shen.
And that was the last pick counter, too. He
Shen.
picked it into it, and then there was the lane swap to keep him away, though that did end up not working out in their favor.
Yeah, I think that Gnar is okay into Shen early. You get to hit him a bunch in lane. He can't really do anything about it, but they swapped him away, and they tried to give farm over to Double G.
Yeah.
So Double G ended up with that farm, but it wasn't Double G for the team.
He made a couple of tiny errors here and there, not Valkyring all the way onto the Tristana, but we'll see if he can improve that in the next one. Make sure you stick around to see the conclusion of this tied-up series between Astral Authority and Top Dog Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, wait, you came back?
Oh, we're coming back. Ah! Gets out just fine. Stun gets caught, though. He's got no flash this time. Monsoon buys him time, but it's not enough. He drops. Double G goes in, but doesn't go far enough. Pinoy gets kicked under the turret. He flashes. He's still alive. Teleport keeps him standing.
Slushy level 17 to level 14. He's gonna annihilate him.
Shockwave on stun. He goes down. Slushy's the target. Monsoon buys time, but he holds on to his flash. The stun goes down, but there's not enough. There's the package. Durong goes low. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our 5th and final game between Astral Authority and Top Dog Gaming. The teams are tied up at 2 wins each, with a spot in the Spring Challenger Series hanging in the balance.
Yeah.
Now, Slushie in that last game, he was incredible. 7-0-1 with so many creeps.
Yeah, he ended up breaking the 10 CS per minute mark, I believe, before 20 minutes because he just kept taking Raptors, he just kept farming the mid, and then it's one of those things where you don't see the Orianna for a long time in terms of her damage output. As somebody who isn't interacting with her in lane, she shows up to a fight, pops 2 abilities, and you're dead. And you sit there going, wait, damn, she's fed. And it's too late at that point because you already gave over a kill. He ended up having an amazing scoreline all throughout the game. And Slushie, he's a familiar name to LCS. People who watch the LCS, the viewers last year, now he's trying to get back in on this squad. 1 game away, but also 1 game away from failing.
Yeah, it's neck and neck between these two teams. And when I think Slushie, I think that highlight reel of the Malphite Orianna Wombo combo way back in spring, that amazing play.
I think of when he BM'd with the Krugs as LeBron.
Oh, yeah.
he feeds him to the Krugs.
Can't get me, can't get me. Oh, he got me. Okay, but in addition to that, he's got the help of his top laner, Brandon FTW.
Yeah, Brandon for the win. He definitely helped them get that win. FTW, man, 209, 11 KDA for that Shen, but highest kill participation in the game, made sure that his teammates were safe, and was big with getting the game rolling. That first Shen ultimate and the fact that he was able to show up without the use of TP put him in a great position, and his team in a great position to capitalize from there. So I think that Brandon, that Shen, if he gets it again, it's going to be deadly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned just like it was banned in the Frostbite TLA series as something on the blue side, because you really don't want to pick it on blue side. It's risky, but they did it before.
Yeah, we're getting into picks and bans for game number 5 between the two teams right now. Gangplank banned away Graves to answer.
Get rid of Schernfire's Graves. We heard it was really good. It's something that ended up winning them the game flat out. And we did see Dardoch on stream do it as well. Interesting. There's the Shen. Okay.
Yeah.
So take that away from Brandon FTW. Make sure he can't get that, because when you're on red side, it's kind of okay to actually lock in a priority pick and Shen, and then you can sort of flex it. It's not that great of a support anymore, but that off the table I think is very smart since it was causing you so many problems. And if you want to run another composition around Double G, take it off the field.
I think even more than that, the fact that he was winning in lane against Gnar for so long.
Yeah, I think that Gnar struggles against him in the mid game just because of the damage output that he has, especially when you go with the Gnar build of trying to get a Black Cleaver. It's not as good as it was before in terms of the tanky department, so it really, really delays what time you can actually deal with Shen. And by that time, Shen's already dealt with you multiple times.
He's fully come online, but Rengar looks to be the last ban for Astral Authority. Very scary. And Trundle taken away from Astral Authority.
I'm loving these Rengar bans against Acadian. Yeah. Acadian, funny story about him, Winter Fox ended up having one of the lowest positions in Challenger last year. Now they're Top Dog Gaming with Acadian, Pinoy, and Ken, the returning members, the 3/5. Acadian came onto the team, plays 1 game as Rengar, crushes the game, wins them the game. They don't win a single one after that. So that 1 game, he ended up winning it for him. But off the back of Rengar, nobody let him have it again. I think he may have gotten it 1 more time, but it's easy to shut down sometimes. But they don't want to risk it, because when there's 1 game away from you being in the Challenger Series or you not being in the Challenger Series, this is where it matters. Don't want him to have that comfort.
Yeah, we're getting now to the first pick of Astral Authority, opting for Nidalee. Very strong jungler at the moment.
Nidalee has been banned a lot. Nidalee was banned every game in the previous series that we watched. Nidalee was also banned in the last Champion Select of Top Dog Gaming versus Astral Authority. So Nidalee going through as a first pick, despite some people's perception of her not being too strong on the patch, she is incredibly strong in the hands of very aggressive junglers.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for Schernfire. He had a bit of difficulty in this past game, but this time he's got a whole new team to work around. Well, not players, but champions. Lulu and Mundo now picked up for Top Dog Gaming. These first 2 picks. they build a beefy front line.
Yeah, it does. You can definitely beef them up even more and allow Mundo to get more HP back. If you do wild growth him, I don't suspect you will. You'll probably save it for Pinoy. But Acadian, this could be a Mundo for him. This could be a Mundo for Brandon. It's a flex pick here, but so is the Lulu. Once again, very ambiguous first 2 picks from red side in this series.
See what the answer is. Astral Authority, you're rubbing your hands over here. The Poppy fan as she's hovered. Yeah, Jimmy Talon, let's see what he decides to go for. Ezreal being looked at for Double G. 2 seconds away from lock-in. It's picked and Poppy secured as well.
So I really, really, really love the state of Poppy right now. I think Poppy is extraordinarily powerful when in the right hands, and she can be played in multiple positions. Jungle, support. Because Nidalee's locked in, I assume this is going to be a Poppy support. She's not so much of a solo laner, but the ability to keep people off of your AD carry, to peel, her ability to do that is unmatched. And she stops playmaking, and she limits options, which I think in a PvP game is one of the best things you can do, because when you limit someone's options, you know what they're going to do. Because you eliminated 2 and 3, they have to go with 1, and then you can read them better.
Yeah, I see 2 dashes now nullified as Top Dog Gaming answer with Kindred and Tristana. They're getting their pick of the litter of the meta champions right now.
Yeah, they are here. It looks like Astral Authority are going for something a little different. Pinoy was the one who played the Ezreal to great success, but they're going to throw it onto Double G and make sure that he has a comfortable champion. So it'll be Ezreal, Poppy, bottom lane, I assume. But here's the thing is, if Poppy can actually get on top of Tristana, your W stops Tristana W. Yeah. So you can actually find advantageous positions to kill both of these AD carries. Because you can also stop Kindred Q with your W on Poppy. I'm probably just going to talk about Poppy interactions all game.
I mean, she's very strong right now. Oh, could this be the poke composition out of Astral Authority with Fiora to split push? Just might be, as they're locked in,
yeah.
Fiora and Varus.
When you see the Kindred and the Tristana, you know Kindred's not AD carry. It has to be jungle, and then you look at Mundo and say he has to go top, so you pretty much know the composition, save for the support now. So locking in Fiora seems like a good pick for the split push. So this is poke with split push, and I actually really like this composition from Astral Authority. I actually take a moment to break this down here, because Ezreal is a very strong poke AD carry. Nidalee is the best poking jungler. Then you have Varus for mixed damage, so you don't double dip on like a Xerath and have double AP magic damage poke, so you have physical damage poke on top of it. And it's linear wave clear, so you don't run into the problem of having something like Jace where you can't actually clear a wave effectively. Poppy is your disengage. Poppy is your support. With you throw down the hammer, you make sure that people fly away, and then you're able to disengage these fights. If their front line is rushing you, you stop that. Mundo gets out of there. Really, really, really good champion select here from Astral Authority in terms of building a composition that has a theme to it and has a win condition. And then you have the Fiora for split push. Poke them down at a turret, keep them there, keep them sieging. Fiora, dominate lane, split push, try to get turrets on the side.
Yeah, looks like a tricky answer. Top Dog Gaming's last pick is Alistar for Cannon. Looking at the composition, yeah, you've got a nice beefy Alistar, nice beefy Mundo, but how are you going to catch up to Nidalee, Varus, and Ezreal?
Yeah, it's really hard too, because the playmaking here is Mundo runs at you with Whimsy on, or Alistar tries to headbutt in, and once again, Poppy W stops Alistar W.
Yeah.
So looking at the composition from TDG, it's a little bit more of the same. Again, they're going to rely on Pinoy here, but instead of having Slushy on a more damage mid laner with the Orianna, they went with the other side of the spectrum with a little bit more utility than the Orianna would provide, but a little less damage too.
Yeah, well, the game's about to go live. Tell us who you think is going to win a spot in the Challenger Series. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag AAWin or hashtag TDGWin. We'll check your predictions in just a few. It's not that hard. You got a few seconds now. Just Control-T, twitter.com, and go ahead and tweet that out nice and quick.
We'll wait for you.
Yeah, we got time.
Okay, hopefully they're
all right.
But anyway, so this composition, though, from TDG, I like it. Game 5, both teams came out with something that they think is going to be good. You were talking about the power picks for TDG. They pretty much got their pick of the litter. But once again, it's around Pinoy. A lot on that guy's shoulders to carry them to victory. And AA, they have to work as a well-oiled squad. But I do think that Stunt and Chronog both have a lot to do.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out as we're getting into what is most certainly the last game in this set so far.
Man, I'm going to say this Fiora's name so many different ways. I just call him Chronog. He could be Chronog. He could be Chronog.
Correct.
I don't know. He could be Chorong.
That's just Chorong.
Chorong.
That's just Chorong.
I called him Chorong all last series, and then I saw Chrono or Choro in his name. Choro. He's a Choro.
Oh, yeah. You think he likes churros?
I don't know.
Chorong and the Churros.
Man, who doesn't like churros?
That sounds like a great band. Chorong and the Churros.
Chorong
Bringing
and
it
the
to you live.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Challenger Series Radio coming at you with Chorong and the Churros. And Acadians Adians.
Oh, my God. That's too close to my name for comfort.
Oh, yeah, Aiden. All right, well, so we're seeing defensive lines. Nobody's taking any chances this time. No unique defensive positions out of
Either squad for the most part.
either
here.
squad. Yeah.
But it is going to be both bottom lanes starting on the bot side. No lane swap here. Going to start with the camp nearest to them. Try to get a level advantage. It's just going to be a straight up 2v2. See, no fancy tricks here. No macro game for the most part in terms of map movements. Who's going to get that early lead?
So far, we're not seeing anything too crazy, as it is going to be Krugs secured by Top Dog Gaming and both Astral Authorities duo laners.
Oh, Poppy's super good at taking a first camp too.
Yeah.
The Q,
Break it down for me.
yeah, the Q does % HP physical damage twice, so on the explosion as well. Also, you have a shield for yourself that's 15% of your HP, so you don't take pretty much any damage when you first go off. Also, you can actually ranged use relic shield stacks and harass. Yeah, I like her into melee matchups a lot too. So the Alistar here is quite interesting as a pick.
Interestingly
Last
enough, I'm looking at Astral Authority's team. I'm not seeing a lot of Frosty Ghosts that synergize on this team. I mean, you've already got the Targons. You've got 80 Ezreal and Varus.
Yeah, you'll probably end up getting it on Schernfire. I don't know. You might.
Mhm.
It's a great item, and especially since it helps you disengage. Oh, Ken, though.
Gets stunned against the wall, takes just a bit of damage, but he's just fine. You know, I think to answer that, it's not a pick comp. It's a poke comp.
Yes, it's a pick comp, but the thing is that you really want it for disengage. The state of Frost Queen's claim on 524 is just it's a 4-second slow regardless of the distance it travels. On 6.1, that's getting changed so that the distance it travels is actually going to increase the time. So you can't just pop it and have a 4-second slow. You have to pop it, and it has to travel to get that slow. Schernfire, though, he's going to run straight into this lane. He has the red buff.
Ooh, spear misses. He gets bopped behind
Oh,
and
jumped on.
they jump forward. There's a flash to answer. Exhaust is dropped as well. Pinoy takes a bit. Acadian's a bit late to the party, but Schernfire gets out.
Yeah, they just turned on Schernfire. Good warding there. If you know you're going to push up, go ahead and place that ward down. I think that's a very smart move. Saw him coming, able to turn on him. So Schernfire walks away, has to lick his wounds in the jungle. Acadian just gets to continue farming for a bit.
And he does now have his blue buff. Just a little bit slower at the full clear as he decided to take a longer route, but it makes sense. He is on that kick.
Well, he also backed. Since you have refillable potion, you usually will back rather early on instead of if you go for 3 potions. It means I want to gank early. I want to at least get in there and use all 3 potions, come out of the jungle with a little more HP for my level 3, level 4 gank, and then try to get a first blood. This is the build where I use refillable potion, 2 stack. It becomes gold efficient later, but you hurt a little bit in the first early clear, even with Kindred. So Acadian, he's going to be able to get that longsword, have a little more damage for himself early on, but the refillable potion, he might drop money to make it a hunter's potion. I do think a lot of Kindreds actually go for that build.
Ooh, knockup, fine, stunt. Drops the W just in case. Lots of damage from Pinoy. Now Double G has his heal. They're just going to play it safe.
Yeah, Exhaust was used by Ken previously in the Schernfire gank. So didn't have it there to try and lock up Stunt and get Summoner Spell in return.
Uh-oh. Slushie finds Schernfire.
Is that an
Lots
uh-oh,
of
though?
damage. There's the Thunderlords. He's trading it back around. And remember, he's got no flash. Acadian finds a slow onto Talon. He's got his Ghost, which he burned. It's echoed right away with a flash, and Slushie scares him off.
Yeah, flash from Slushie, Jimmy Talon, both Summoner Spells out of him, and the Summoner Spell out of Acadian. So it's a 2 for 2, except one is just from a single person.
Yeah. Bit confident, but not seeing any kills quite yet. Brandon.
Yeah.
Going to be shoving up against Chorong. No teleport used, though he has it available. He went for a quick recall. Oh,
Sometimes you
Oh,
just,
there he
sometimes you just gotta cancel your autos. Yeah, it definitely feels like a slow early game again. We were watching the TL versus Frostbite series, and that had a lot of lane swap action, people messing up in lane swaps, a lot of ganks mid. This has people playing it a little safer. You will see those dives on the mid. Schernfire, though, he's actually not playing it too safe. He's actually been going into the jungle quite frequently. You see he's 2 levels up over Acadian, now just 1 because Acadian ended up just killing a camp as I was talking.
But that's a full level worth of experience 6 minutes in. This guy has been power farming not only his own jungle, but Acadians as well.
Yeah, just trying to deny as much as he can from him. And Schernfire, he did carry a game as Graves. So this guy, he does have a carry jungle style, and with this Nidalee, I'm actually quite interested to see what he's able to do this game as it progresses forward on that Nidalee.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on his progress as Pinoy rocking the Tristana once again. Trying to wait for that nice late game scaling. He's just farming it up quick and even with double G. And everything's calm, as we mentioned. For Game 5, we're not going to see any crazy action. Again, this is the last chance for these teams to get into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, there's nothing after this. There's no double limb. This is it. This is the wire right here. Strong, though.
Oof.
He has his ultimate, but you don't really want to blow it just for the movement speed to get away, but I guess you have to.
Oh, looks like he's going to try to pop it. There goes the riposte. Flash is burned as well. Schernfire goes in. Brandon dodges. Can he get the last hit? He's still healing. Here comes Acadian. Not level 6 just yet. The spear gets tanked. Acadian's doing just fine. He's actually really far forward with no flash. He dodges back. First blood, Schernfire.
And no ultimate there for Acadian just yet because he's had so much of his jungle denied from him. So the counter jungling of Schernfire ends up coming up huge there. And Fiora, strong, able to hold his ground. Just a couple seconds sooner. It's always a game of seconds in the jungle. If the guy's there a little bit earlier, then you're good. And apparently Mundo had 1 health there when he got out.
Yeah, very, very close. Brandon escapes with his life, but Acadian is like, oh man, come on, you could have given me something. Ken goes in. Looks like they're diving nice and quick. Ken's taking the turret. Double G gets chunked low. He doesn't have his heal as he already used it. Ken is just standing there tanking the turret. Easy pickup for Pinoy.
Yeah, very curious why he's still there when Stunt is gone. Usually you want to back with your support, especially when they have that type of lane to dive you. And they had wave control too. So really kind of a big misplay there in terms of back timing. I'm not sure why he did it. I guess he just had the ability to buy Sightstone. So it might hurt his lane opponent a lot, but that's going to be TDG on the board in Game 5. Schernfire, though, coming back.
Looking for some more action. There's no flash on that Mundo. Riposte buys some time.
Oh, can he kill him?
Oh, he's looking for it. It might be enough. He gets it, but trades his life back over. 2-2.
Like you said, 2-2 there. Stunt, though, looking for a gank in the mid. I don't know if he'll be able to get it. Slushie would have to land his ultimate, and then you'd have to get a good position on it with the Poppy E into the wall. But yeah, Game 5, all these kills that go back, you get really nervous. Like, having experiences in Game 5s, your heart starts pounding, and you are sitting there going, you know, I'm not even thinking about this game. I'm just nervous for some reason.
Yeah.
And you don't consciously think about the stakes, but they are affecting you. You don't want to be the one that messes up.
Looks like Schernfire is the one who's excelling under pressure right now. 15 CS ahead of Acadian, denying his jungle. Got the first 2 kills of the game, and then got the assists onto Fiora. This is a very scary situation for Top Dog Gaming with those very powerful Nidalee and Fiora characters.
Yeah, the Fiora, level 8 already. Oh, not close enough. Stunt, though. Almost stunting the rocket jump. Schernfire, though, a little bit of harass here with the red buff on Nidalee.
Yeah, just
Ken's caught.
Ken, here comes the teleport. Ken is going so low. He gets destroyed. Jimmy Talon gets the kill. 3-2. They now collapse onto Acadian, way too deep in his own jungle. He goes down. Schernfire, 3-0-1.
Oh, but Pinoy, he's left out to dry right now.
Uh-oh.
They're going to try to dive this turret to try and get Pinoy. Stunt, though. Oh, wait, nope. They're actually going to back off. Okay. I thought Stunt would just cut off his path and slam him into a wall if he had the opportunity. Or just heroic charge him, you know? They were just
I think they're sending a message. Go tell your friends. This is what will happen. Oh, Schernfire takes a lot of damage, but Slushie takes even more. The spear misses. Pinoy finds damage on Schernfire. Is he going to die?
Heal?
Oh, shut down by Pinoy. He dashes forward onto Jimmy Talon. He uses Ghost. Should be getting out just fine.
Jimmy Talon ghost down from the previous, I guess from the previous fight, not this one. I guess red buff sometimes looks like it.
Yeah.
Just burning. So many particles. I gotcha. This is such a brawl, though, in top, though. Fiora needs to keep trading constantly to try and keep an advantage over Brandon. And it is a Grasp Fiora, I believe. And I think that's a very common build nowadays. You see the Grasp on Fiora, make sure that you can actually continue to trade and get HP back. So sometimes they'll go for the Ravenous Hydra early, and then they'll swap it over to the Titanic very late. But I have seen Titanic Hydra first, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety in how you build this Fiora in the top. Slushie just teleported to the bottom lane, meaning Pinoy is going to be catching farm for quite some time against this Jimmy Talon. Very valuable to make sure that Tristana gets a healthy amount of CS, and Recall is going to send him back as well. So Slushie just a little bit up in CS for now. It's just some untimely recalls that's creating the advantage, but it's still very close between just about everyone. The only difference we're really seeing is from Schernfire.
That's true. Schernfire has been farming away 3 kills, and junglers all day long have been making a huge impact in all of these games. But it's not so much the junglers right now. You're seeing Ken and Acadian sneak into top lane, trying to make a play here. It's a little difficult to make one onto a Fiora that has flash, and the wave is pushing slightly towards her. You're going to have to dig deep for that one, because your mid lane turret's going down simultaneously.
Yeah, they decide to back away from it. Acadian backs off. Ken completes his recall, but as you mentioned, Astral Authority quick to pull the trigger. They're trying to take down this mid-tier 1. They are successful.
The funny thing is they didn't even know he was going up there for
Slushie! Double G. A little bit of hesitation punishes him with the damage from Slushie.
Now you have to bring people down bottom to hold this wave. And you might have your mid wave pushed in, actually. Slushie, though, he could be in trouble if he sticks around much longer. There we go. Okay, he knows it, so he's popping his ghosts, making sure that nobody's really coming up that's going to take him by surprise.
Yeah, stunt. Takes just a bit of damage from Slushie. Goodness gracious, Lulu. You're a support. You're not supposed to do that much. Says the guy who plays Lulu mid.
No, Lulu everywhere, man.
Lulu top, mid, she jungle?
Yeah, oh yeah. No, Lulu's... sorry, Lulu? Or
Yeah.
Poppy? Oh, sorry. No.
Oh no, you're on the Poppy train.
Yeah,
Speaking
I'm
of
on
which,
Poppy.
Poppy has engaged. Slushie seems to be the target. Stunt. Decides he's overcommitted. He goes low.
I'm off the Poppy
he
train.
goes down.
I want to get off Poppy's wild ride.
It just goes on and on.
But Lulu can jungle too. Back to what you were saying. Shorter Race did it in last year's Challenger
Oh, that's right.
in the expansion tournament.
Well, that is going to be a kill for Top Dog Gaming. They now pull the trigger on this first dragon now. Trying to get some of that early damage. Acadian shreds through it nice and quick.
And playing from a little bit of a deficit here from that turret for TDG. They're looking for another one in their favor, but Schernfire, is he going to jump in for it?
Oh,
my God.
Talon! Jimmy Talon with the steal from downtown.
Oh my God.
I feel like I'm a radio announcer. Jimmy Talon, everyone. That was an awesome steal.
And meanwhile, Chirong was actually getting a lot of damage onto this top turret. It's almost down. It could be the second turret of the game for AA very shortly. But Ken, popping.
Oh, gets denied by Stunt. He's still nice and tanky, and Slushie's there for support. Here comes the teleport as Chirong joins the battle. Ken makes it over the wall. It looks like Astral Authority are able to disengage. Here's Pinoy. He leaps over, tries to get some damage on the Stunt. The auto attack lands. Stunt is going down. Pinoy gets the kill. He leaps forward to provide chase, looking for a bit more action. Double G is low, but he arcane shifts to safety. It's 4-5 in favor of Top Dog, but Astral still holds the lead.
and Brandon, he's going to be able to push up this top turret and get a turret in favor of TDG. So now it's pretty much even.
It is indeed what was a 1,000 gold lead for Astral is answered back as Brandon takes the first turret for Top Dog Gaming. Looks like Pinoy might be helping out with that second in the bottom lane. Jimmy Talon looking to steal away the Gromp once again.
This is very dangerous for AA. I like the composition. I like the theme. What's going to happen now, though, is you're going to see this composition fall off for a bit of time. They have 2 tier items, and then they have what Schernfire is going to turn into a Rod of Ages. So as TDG is equal in gold and starts getting items that are immediately going to pay off for them, you're going to see a little bit of a drop. I know Rod of Ages is stronger than it was before when you initially buy it, but it still has that scaling component to it before it becomes a big, worthwhile item. So if TDG end up investing pretty much at the same time, but in different things, you're going to start feeling in these team fights. But later on, it will pay off for AA.
We're going to have to see how that works out if Top Dog Gaming can take advantage of this small window that they've been given by the build choice of Astral Authority. Schernfire continuing to farm up a Storm, though Acadian has been keeping up. He's only about 12 creeps behind just now. And Acadian, Schernfire
TP.
now shows himself on the bottom.
TP from
There's the
Slushy.
teleport from Slushy. Schernfire's there. There's a spear. Finds Ken. Do they still want to go in? There goes a lot of damage onto Stun. They're split right now. Double G seems to be the primary target.
Oh.
He's brought low. He goes down. Pinoy gets the reset. Exhaust onto Schernfire. He's slowed down. Will Pinoy be able to catch him up as he turns to Stun? Doesn't quite have enough. Spear lands, and he doesn't want to risk it.
That was really sick there from Slushy. Stunt didn't take into account that Slushy's knockup was just going to be point blank and stop the ultimate from coming out. I believe Keeper's Verdict. Stopping it from actually launching him back and disengaging the fight. Really well played there. Really heads up there from Slushy to recognize that he should interrupt it. I think Stunt may have actually not thought of that interaction.
Well, that is what we expect from an ex-LCS player. I mean, Slushy, very strong. We saw how great his CS was in the last game. Not so good this time around, but still playing strong. Looks like Rift Herald is the target now for Astral Authority. Clearing it out right quick. I'm curious if they're going to give it to Schernfire.
Probably Jimmy.
Talent, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, movement speed onto Varus is really good, as well as 10% increased damage to pretty much everything. Allows you to wave clear much easier and hit breakpoints where his VQ down, it's going to be good. I like this TP here from Slushy making plays, and the Frost Queen's Flame immediately. Stunt hits him back, Stunt goes in, Stunt starts charging, and then he gets knocked up right there by Slushy, and then Slushy's still focusing Double G. Slushy just did that. Oh, speaking of knockup,
There's the verdict, but it's not enough. Pinoy gets a kill as that poor Poppy goes down.
oh man, looks like the verdict is going to be back to even in gold, but TDG, they have momentum now. Even in turrets, they don't have that dragon, but look at the kills and the experience that they're gaining right now for themselves. Slushy, he'll be able to actually pick up some waves. Pinoy, he can just camp here. And everybody's just off on the side. Look at that. Mundo getting a wave, Pinoy's getting a wave, Slushy's getting a wave. Lots of farming coming in here, and they might be able to take this mid turret. But Jimmy Talon does have that buff.
Yeah, that Rift Herald buff, just a little bit of extra damage, 10% more damage for clearing the wave. He's able to keep his turret standing. Despite the pressure from Top Dog, doesn't want to take any chances that there could be any sort of invade, and decides to go for a quick recall to refresh his item pool. Meanwhile, Talon, as you mentioned, not Talon, Pinoy in the top, catching a wave of his own. And yeah, this is the window you were just talking about. Those scaling items have just been completed. The Tears and the Rod of Ages just now picked up by Schernfire, and Top Dog Gaming looks to take advantage of it.
Slushy looks like he's going to try to be the difference in this game. Brandon's going to keep diving.
Yeah, he's going a little bit too deep there.
There you go.
Still tanking turret. There you go. That's the one. Pinoy goes deep.
Oh, he's fed, though.
He flashes forward. So much damage. You need to kill him, dude. That's 1, 2. Gets the kill.
Oh, he left him in the bush with a sliver of HP.
Yeah.
And he's going to get out, too. Look at that. You know what's so great is I don't even have to look down at the scoreboard to know he's fed. I just see the gigantic emblem next to his name.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy is 6-0. He has all but 2 kills on his team. Jumps in, immediately takes advantage of the fact that Double G has different item set. Look at this.
Uh-oh. Zhurong might be regretting that engage. Flash is burned. Let's see if Brandon can catch up. Nope. Decides not to dive this time.
Yeah, and Slushy, he's playing this really well. He's using the Lulu knockups extraordinarily well as an offensive tool, and also as one that's more utility, not just for the HP, but for the knockup. I really like seeing that from a Lulu player. It means that he's actually not so much in the utility mindset. He's more in the aggressive mindset. I'm still making plays as being as a Lulu, but it's not the ones you would normally think of.
Yeah, Infinity Edge now completed for Pinoy makes clearing that mid wave so very easy. Jimmy Talon there to keep that Tristana under check. The wave clear for Astral Authority has been keeping pace with the pressure of Top Dog Gaming. And, you know, we're 20 minutes in right now. Schernfire is spotted by the spooky ghosts of Slushy. Pinoy is going to chase Talon away. And that window that we talked about for Top Dog Gaming seems like it might be closing just a bit.
Yeah, they still have a very fed Pinoy, though. He's got his rapid fire cannon, his Infinity Edge. They'll be able to poke down turrets without pretty much any response. I think that Slushie, though, is a big catalyst for this game. And it's mostly because he has TP over Jimmy Talon, so he's able to make more plays more frequently if you stall out the laning phase, where you keep the members of the poke composition of AA separated because they have to farm waves on the side. And he has Spooky Ghosts when nobody else in the game is going to purchase that item from the Frost Queen's claim. So he has more pick that's going to shut this team down, and he has more playmaking. So I think that Slushie, moving forward, has the utility that this team needs to deal with AA.
Ooh, looks like they gave away the top tier 1 turret, but Double G continues to push, takes out 3/4 of the health of that top tier 2. It's answered as Pinoy clears out the bottom tier 2, bringing it to 3-3 in turrets, but Jimmy Talon shoving forward.
Gotta be careful, don't take too much poke. Clearing out the red buff here for Pinoy on the enemy side of the jungle. And they always have a way to get around the enemy. They have a way, this looks like this is a stack for him. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, securing that Scuttle Crab for a quick recall. And it's interesting to see how the variety of priority has been put between these two teams. Top Dog Gaming are putting a lot of priority on Pinoy's Tristana. 6-0, free to roam, free to dive, and usually it's his team that are like, all right, we'll help you get these kills.
It's definitely an AD carry-centric composition when you have somebody like a Kindred that's going to keep them alive, you have Lulu, and you have a Peel from the Alistar. It's definitely something where Pinoy can shine. You definitely have the utility for him, and he can make more risky plays, or riskier plays, than he normally would be able to, and get away with them. Especially when he's fed like this, too.
Yeah, taking a look at the gold right now, you can see the real big difference was between the junglers. It was a 1,200 gold lead for Churnfire, and that 1,200 gold was answered on the opposite side by Pinoy over Double G. So all in all, it's still fairly even between everyone. Only a 600 gold total advantage for Top Dog Gaming.
And it's all about the distribution, right? It's all about where that gold is. You said Churnfire has that 1.2k over Acadian, but then Pinoy has that over Double G. Well, how crucial is Pinoy to his composition versus Churnfire? Pinoy is pretty big for his comp. I like the centralized gold on him, because if you had this money onto, let's say, Acadian over Churnfire, then, you know, it's okay, but this is really where you want it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of priority put on Pinoy. He's got the weight of the Challenger Series on his shoulders. Top Dog Gaming putting a lot of eggs into that basket. Churnfire looking to tip that basket over and bring it tumbling down. Hasn't quite had too much action since his early aggression and his early set of kills, as Top Dog Gaming have reacted appropriately. They've started warding, they've started counter ganking, doing everything they can to keep that Nidalee from becoming too scary.
Top Dog Gaming are also trying to keep the composition split up. Slushie bottom, Brandon top, everybody else in the middle, trying to just sustain up, trying to not eat too much poke. But they're just trying to keep them separated. And then when somebody answers, they go to the other side. So you don't want this poke composition to have the luxury of grouping up and then just sieging.
Which is exactly what we're seeing right now. Nidalee tossing spears, Ezreal tossing Qs, even Varus tossing out some arrows. This is a scary situation.
The caveat is, though, is if you do let them push up, make sure you get some wards behind them. Because the TP plays, the double TP plays you can be making on the TDG squad can wreck the entire backline of AA.
Yeah, we do have one deep ward right now above the tier 1 turret in mid lane. Brandon catches Chorong in the bottom. Just tries to get a bit harassed, that very armor-centric build. Uh-oh, Chorong pulls the trigger. And meanwhile, Slushie is caught out as well. He's got his flash, but gets destroyed by Churnfire. Mundo gets brought low. Chorong looks like he popped all of his challenges. Those precious vitals for Mundo gets popped out.
They're going to be able to push down this turret. They have the sieging capability. The wave clear from Slushie is pretty much gone. They're going to be able to take this fairly quickly.
Yeah, this tier 2 is getting shredded so fast. Pinoy is there. He's got to jump away. Doesn't want to take any chances. As a single pick for AA in a poke comp, that's a turret.
Yep, and that was what the Poppy came up with there. Slushie against the wall. Still had flash. Still had a way to kind of keep himself alive, but not fast enough on the trigger there. I do think that Stunt was just trying to roam through the jungle, and Slushie, on the other hand, he was just trying to answer. He's just trying to help his friend. But of course, ends up dying and losing a turret for it. So TDG, once again, a little bit behind, but it's only 1,000 gold lead again. AA Out ahead, Dragons even. One
I mean,
turret up.
it seems like Slushy's having a significantly different game from what we saw in game number 4. He was 100 CS ahead. He was 7-0-1. This time around, he's down 10 CS. He's so far an assist bot. Could we see Slushy suffering a bit under the pressure?
I think that Slushy is on a different champion for him. I always knew him for his LeBlanc and his Orianna. The Lulu takeaway is quite good, but I think that Lulu as a champion and the utility it provides to Pinoy is something you can't really measure too much in the CS department. I think that he's going to perform still rather well. I don't think he's choking by any means. I think that he's definitely performing still. It's just that catch out there. It's his first death of the game.
Sure. Ooh, looks like Arrow is going to secure it. Jimmy Talon now with the blue buff. As he continues farming it up, Pinoy to catch the wave once again, and seems like we're back to that square we were just at a few minutes ago. Though we've got Fiora splitting in the bottom with teleport. Mundo not quite able to deal with her anymore, despite the full armor build. Seems like that might be the weakness that AA can continue to take advantage of.
It's so hard to find something to take advantage of, though, in this game. Everybody is really kind of on edge because it's game 5. You don't want to be the one to throw it, but AA is also a poke comp, so they don't really want to do anything except find an opportunity to chunk you out and then take something with low kills. You can see even down in kills, they are up in gold, and they're okay with it. They still have pressure. I think that nobody's really willing to make a risky play on TDG's side just yet, because you're still in a state where you have control of this game. Pinoy's not jumping forward. Pinoy's not trying to make any incredible plays. Oh, though, as I say that.
Up from Ken. He takes a lot of punishment in return. Piercing Arrow misses, but he's already chunked to below half. With Chorong split pushing on the far side, this could be the window that AA need.
You need to send somebody to go deal with Chorong, but you also need to keep Slushy mid so that he can go ahead and wave clear to the best of his ability. Game 5, though. NACS for months is on the line here.
Oh, Acadian shows himself with Chorong. The slow is still going to be applied despite the riposte. That's going to be the mid-tier 2 going down. Chorong has successfully bought enough time for his team to take it. He's nearly he is 70 CS ahead of Brandon right now after nearly solo killing him.
Fiora is incredibly strong in these tank matchups because you can't do too much to her early. They did see kills get traded early on, but still, you end up obliterating tanks as Fiora. I definitely think that this is a matchup that Chorong is going to continue to dictate, and that's going to be big for this team. You have that split push available to you in a dominant fashion, and then you have this gigantic poke squad of 4. Problem here, though, for TDG is every time TDG tries to make a play or take a risk, AA counters by making a very, very easy play that doesn't take a lot of risk to do. I wouldn't say easy, actually. It's a very risk-free play. I'll just put it that way, where they go bottom. Okay, back off. Let's take this turret. And it gets frustrating when you're playing against this type of composition that's this coordinated. So TDG, they have to keep their cool about them and look for those points where they actually can find some advantage. Because it's that thing. If you try to answer Fiora, you're going to end up having them take a turret from you with the 4-man squad because it's 4v3. If you end up going to the squad and trying to 5v4 them, you're going to lose the turret because of Fiora. So if they're keeping pressure up on AA side, it's so hard to actually get something on TDG.
Tricky situation for Top Dog Gaming. A little bit of poke from Pinoy, but doesn't quite do too much to Schernfire, who just heals it right back up. He's now completed a Zhonya's Hourglass on top of that Rod of Ages. Scary set of items coming across.
He had to deal with this Fiora. Again, despite the scary set of items coming across for these members, this Fiora is still going to be very strong. He went with Sterax. He's got the Grasp. He's doing more damage with that when it's stacked up because it's based off of your percent of HP. Pinoy, though, he can't jump out when you get that in there.
Oh, he pulled the trigger just a bit too soon. Knocked up now, locked down, shut down on top of it. Slushy's caught the slow lands. He's still alive for now, but every single time in the past few minutes we've seen AA get a kill, they follow with a turret.
Denied. That's what I'm talking about right there, where Pinoy, the right play there is you have to blow your flash. You can't wait out the duration of the W. You have to try and get out of it immediately and then jump. But that's the thing. You get that pick, you get that Fed member down. First death for Pinoy, but it might be a Baron going over to AA.
Yeah, This is Astral Authority rushing through the Baron as quick as they can. Acadian's there. He takes a large amount of damage. The Lamb's Respite buys him time, but he's got nowhere to go. He flashes to keep himself alive. He's almost certainly going to go down. Charong catches up. He manages to get the kill, but this is just a slaughter for Top Dog Gaming as they trickle in to try to prevent this Baron, and they can't even do that.
Strong. 2 levels up on Brand, and Slushy's not here. Slushy has TP, and it's a 4,000 health Baron. It's gonna go down.
Yeah, there's nothing to TP to. Here comes Ken, the last-ditch effort. It's not successful. Baron is secured. Slushy's right there. He's taking a lot of damage as he teleported way too late. Gets chunked out. The arrow from Talon gets the kill. Pinoy tries to answer. Flash Zanyas for the style points. Pinoy running for his life, the sole survivor of his team as Astral Authority. They've got Baron. They've got momentum.
And, oh man, you saw right there, Pinoy blowing his heal just because he doesn't want even the chance of them chasing him. They have this wave push all the way up. They're going to get at least an inhibitor.
Yeah, 3 seconds until Acadian's back up. He's going to spawn 10 for Ken, but there's still so few members of Top Dog here. This game just got blown wide open by Astral Authority.
You just said 10 for Ken, but it's a 10K gold lead for AA. This was just honestly quite foolish because you give up so much more to them when you try to contest this. You might try to steal, but at the same time, the risk is too high. When you decide to take a risk on TDG's side, now it's too late. And it's too much of a risk.
Looks like Top Dog Gaming might not be thriving under the pressure. They do have that late game Tristana scaling up very hard. She still fed from the early game, but with Baron buff and a very scary poke composition, Astral Authority have got complete control of this game for the next minute or two.
Yeah, no bias, but I think that Stunt was definitely the MVP of that entire progression. Being able to come around, no vision on Pinoy on his side, and then running up to him and being able to W on top of him, blowing his escape, and then and the best part is Keeper's Verdict, the way you use the ultimate, you don't always have to charge it to knock them away. You insta-touch it, knock them straight up, they become invulnerable, but they're locked out for enough time that your team can close the distance. It's probably actually how I use it more often than actually holding the button down to get a longer range knockback.
Yeah, using that Verdict in an offensive fashion. Here comes the poke train with the top inhibitor down. That means super minions are about to start flooding into the base. Pinoy dodges the True Shot barrage, but there are so many skill shots being tossed left and right. It's only a matter of time before one of them hits, and then AA will have the game at their fingertips.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier about how this was a build from most of the members of AA that had to scale up. Both Muramanas completed. Chunked for half his HP. Oh, man. Yep. You walk up, make sure it's charged. People have to back off the turret, or they just get knocked back and start the engage. Acadian, oh, he has to go back to base now and heal. That's going to be inhibitor number 2 going down. AA, full control. Their builds, full stack Rod of Ages, full stacked Muramanas here for 2 members. Their builds are online. Power Trough, no more.
Yeah, Baron's still up for 45 seconds. This last inhibitor turret could be the target. Acadian, man, it seems like every second he gets back, he gets chunked back down to half health. The turret falls. This could be the third one. Ken pulls the trigger. He finds Charong, but he's got no backup. He's destroyed by Astral Authority. Acadian again takes a chunk and is forced to back away. Pinoy very far forward, trying to do what he can. You see skill shots flying left and right through the hail. Pinoy tries to survive. The inhibitor has fallen. This could be game.
Pinoy, he really wants to do something here. Stunt, though, if he gets to him.
Oh, he has caught up indeed. A short hop is going to get him away for now. There goes the wild growth. Pinoy's trying to put the team on his back. He's so low. Kindred Ultimate is keeping him standing, but Stunt walks inside of it to stay alive. It just barely falls. True Shot for the shutdown indeed. Brandon goes down. This is Astral Authority cleaning up. The last survivor, Slushy, is going into the fountain. He will watch from its steps as his Challenger Series spot disappears.
And AA, they're going to take this Nexus, and they're going to take multiple months playing in the league, the North American Challenger Series, Spring 2016. Welcome to Astral Authority.
Yeah, Astral Authority 3-2 when the series is all said and done. Such a patient game. They picked it out right away. You could see they were building that poke comp Ezreal Nidalee within the first 2 rounds, and then they executed so
yeah.
quickly.
And once again, blue side wins, but blue side won every game in this series. So we got a game 5. It was an entertaining game 5. And the poke comp, I love these types of compositions because it's so hard to play against them when you play them correctly. You can mess it up very easily because all your members are squishy from top to bottom. But they played it very well. They ran them around the map. They were patient. They felt like they didn't have a timer on them. They were sitting there with tiers in their inventories, with Rod of Ages, and they were waiting for them to stack up. And they realized very early on, when they were down in kills, they don't have to force the issue. TDG does. TDG has to come to them, and I loved that. They made one play, Stunt, when he said the time is now, I'm going to run around, made a play, picked Pinoy, 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Really, really, really good to realize when the opportunity is for AA as opposed to forcing the issue, and then that opens you up to more risk, to more exploitation from misplays.
Yeah, and there was a very small window that we kept on hitting on, the power trough, while they had those tiers, while it was just the catalyst before the rod was completed, and they played around it. They fell back.
Yeah, how long did Pinoy have 6-0 as his score? He ends the game 6-2 because they didn't really group with him. Rapid fire cannon, poke down a mid lane, everybody, or poke down a siege and siege a turret. But what happened was they kept getting poked by Jimmy Talon. I'm actually going to check the damage right now because I assume that Jimmy Talon just decimated this game in terms of damage. He did do a lot of damage, but not as much as I would think he did because it actually ended up being a team effort. It was him with the most, and then right behind him was Ezreal, was double G. So everybody on this squad actually stepped up, and nobody really had to get carried in a way. I do think that Acadian did drop the ball here. His damage is pretty much the same as Alistar's here, and he wasn't able to find any way into this game. Kindred in a poke composition against it doesn't feel too great. So I definitely think that this pick was exploited. I definitely think that Kindred, very squishy at all points in the game. As a tank player, I would probably suck at playing Kindred against this composition. I'd get chunked out, and I'd be very frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that at the end of the game. There was the terrifying moment where Kindred had found Schernfire all alone. He tried dueling, took a single spear, and was like, all right, I guess I'm going back into the base. But we now have our 6 teams that are going to be competing in the 2016 Spring North American Challengers Series. Team Liquid Academy and Astral Authority are joining Apex, Enemy GG, Team Dragon Knights, and Ember.
I am really excited to see what TLA does because they're a team that has been talking so much about how they're winning scrims against LCS teams, against Challenger teams, and how they actually have the foundation to continue building the friendship and the coaching staff because they are also, that 10-man roster for Team Liquid. Team Liquid did a lot of scouting and said these guys are probably LCS worthy already. That's why they put them on that roster as subs. I'm also very interested in seeing Ember and TDK. TDK's new roster with OQ and the fact they're bringing some of those members back. I want to see how that bot lane shapes up, especially since this is looking like junglers are going to be very aggressive. We have Schernfire now, and we also have Dardoch.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very good Challenger series in terms of aggression and bottom lanes.
Mm-hmm. And even though we've concluded tonight's games, fear not, there is more League of Legends on the way with the return of the LCS. Europe is going to be your first opportunity to check out Professional League on patch 6.1, so don't miss it. The show starts tomorrow, January 14th at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard. The North American LCS will resume on Saturday, January 16th. The broadcast starts at 12 p.m. Pacific. That's 9 p.m. for our friends in Europe.
And if you're looking for some more Challenger action, we will be returning with the first games of the North American Challenger Series Spring Split in 2 weeks, Wednesday, January 27th. Mark your calendars. At 6 p.m., here in Los Angeles, and starting at 3 a.m. Central European Time if you're one of those die-hard European fans.
Yeah, but in the words of the immortal Tigger, that's TTFN, ta-ta for now.
See you all in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
Tigger?
The third time. The third time.
I look down first, then I give you
buy some time.
Oh, can he kill him?
Oh, he's looking for it. It might be enough. He gets it. Pinoy goes deep.
Oh, he's fed, though.
He flashes forward. So much damage. You need to kill him, dude. That's 1, 2. Gets the kill. Slushy's right there. He's taking a lot of damage as he teleported way too late. Gets chunked out. The arrow from Talon gets the kill. Pinoy is trying to put the team on his back. He's so low. Kindred Ultimate is keeping him standing, but Stunt walks inside of it to stay alive. It just barely falls. True shot for the shutdown indeed.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good, right, I look good, right, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, right, I look good, right, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good.